Chapter 3183. Such an effect was far more exaggerated than what Long Chen had imagined. At the last moment, he had made an extremely risky decision. But he didn't think that it would be this bold decision that would save him. Naturally, it would also save many more things. Without a doubt, under the influence of the Grand Mist Space's rules that all life was like an ant, Kitten had truly awakened. Long Chen saw with his own eyes that the crystal kitten had begun to move. The loud roar of a beast caused the Grand Mist Space to tremble. The awakening white light angrily tore apart the Grand Mist Space. Kitten! Because the Grand Mist Space had shattered, Long Chen had also been freed from the Chaos Godlord's rules and escaped from the crisis of death. Now, Long Chen's heart was filled with joy. If it weren't for his quick wits, then no matter how much time passed, Kitten still wouldn't have awakened. Even if he waited another 100 to 200 years, it would still be useless. Perhaps he only needed a little stimulation. If he had placed himself in danger from the very start, then Kitten would have awakened long ago. In that moment, Long Chen had truly let out a breath of relief. Now, beneath the calcination of his fires of life, the damage caused to him by the Grand Mist rules was being restored. And in this torn-apart Grand Mist Space, not too far away, the crystal kitten's main body was transforming in that white light. From a cat or tiger statue, it was transforming into a human. This transformation was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a figure with his back facing Long Chen appeared in this broken Grand Mist Space. Passing through the white light, Long Chen saw a man with jade-like white skin. Contrary to Little Cat's appearance in the past, his current figure could be considered quite tall and sturdy. He had a head of disheveled light blonde hair, and as far as the eye could see, all he could see was firm muscles. Hidden within his flesh and blood was a power that even Long Chen was far from being able to estimate. Just this flesh and blood alone, the world within his body surpassed the vast galaxy. It didn't look like a cat at all. It was more like a white tiger that looked like a piece of jade. When it stood up, it had a kind of aura that could dominate the world. It was incomparably powerful, domineering, proud, unyielding, and extremely daring. Perhaps this was the real reincarnation divine beast, the one that dared to challenge the Void Universe Dragon. However, the problem was that the originally wretched and despicable kitten had suddenly become like this. Even though Long Chen could only see her back view, he was still somewhat astonished, and he was momentarily stunned. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. In the next instant, Long Chen woke up with a start. This was because Kitten had let out an incomparably domineering roar of a ferocious tiger. Amidst this roar, the primordial space shattered and Long Chen returned to the Chaos Divine Realm. That domineering roar was so loud that even Long Chen felt it was deafening. It was as if his brain had been hammered by a heavy hammer, and his ears were filled with a roar that wouldn't disperse. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds watched this scene in shock. They watched as Kitten and Long Chen broke out of the primordial space. Kitten's appearance and Long Chen's survival were simply unimaginable surprises for them. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Of course, they still needed the four juggernauts to block Kitten's roar. A miracle had happened again. Even the eyes of the four juggernauts were brimming with tears. Long Chen hadn't disappointed them even once. Not even this time when they were in despair. The louder Kitten's roar, the more shocked they were. They were shocked by Kitten's current strength. Even Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the incomparably tall and sturdy Kitten in front of Long Chen. Kitten has become like this. Mo Xiaolang was a little stunned. Clearly, Kitten's true form wasn't a cat, but an existence similar to a tiger. It turned out that he wasn't lowly at all. Instead, he was incomparably domineering and looked down on the world. Everyone believed that they weren't used to the current Kitten. However, it didn't matter. As long as Kitten was strong, as long as he could help everyone get through this calamity, it would be fine. At this moment, the tall and sturdy Kitten in the white brilliance stared at the chaotic gods on the Origin Oregon. That domineering voice descended again. The ancestor of demons, the real reincarnation demon ancestor, had descended. Even the chaotic gods couldn't help but tremble under his aura. Who dares to disturb my slumber? Who dares to attack me? Kitten's dark blue tiger eyes shrouded all the experts of the chaotic gods like the shadow of death. No matter how many experts of the chaotic gods there were, they couldn't scare him at this moment. While the experts of the chaotic gods were shocked and trembling, the bald chaotic god master descended in front of Kitten. His pair of illusory eyes collided with Kitten's. The chaotic god master's aura was majestic. Not only were there two types of rules of chaos and primordial chaos, there was also a third type of rules. You are the expert that Long Chen invited to deal with me. Chaos God Lord seemed calm, but the truth was that the horror in his heart had broken through the heavens. He was already surprised enough that Dragon Chen had appeared in the infinite worlds, but who was this super powerhouse in front of him that could instantly destroy the rules of all life as ants and rush out of the grand mist space? How dare you disturb me? Kitten had already locked onto the chaotic god master. In his angry eyes, the chaotic god master was no different from the others. At this moment, even the chaotic god master didn't expect that Kitten would attack without any hesitation. His attack was simple. With a casual flick, the huge tiger claw miraculously landed on Master Chaos's face without any resistance. With a loud bang, Master Chaos slammed into the Origin's incandescent stone like a cannonball. In an instant, the hard Origin's incandescent stone cracked open, and Master Chaos's claws pierced deep into it. I don't want to kill anyone today, so I'll spare your dog life. Kitten blew on his palm, indicating that he had dirted his opponent's face with a slap. What he didn't know was that after this happened, let alone others, even Long Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Long Chen naturally knew how powerful the chaotic god master was. He was an existence that could instantly kill Long Chen. But now, the chaotic god master who could instantly kill Long Chen was simply killed by Kitten. The chaotic god master couldn't even dodge a slap. It wasn't that the chaotic god master was weak, but that Kitten's methods completely surpassed the chaotic god master in terms of rules and strength. Even Long Chen couldn't understand how the slap landed on the chaotic god master's face. It doesn't seem fast, but the chaotic god master couldn't dodge it. What kind of power is this? Is this still considered a rule? The shock in Long Chen's heart didn't dissipate for a long time. On the side of the Chaos God's race, there was only dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at the Chaos God Lord, who was in the depths of the Origin incandescent stone. Now the Chaos God Lord's body had been torn into thousands of pieces and shattered in the Origin incandescent stone. This was the result of Kitten's slap. Master Chaos Overlord was using the power of the Origin incandescent stone to recover his body with great difficulty. With his abilities, he should be able to recover very quickly. However, as the victim of the attack, he would probably have an unimaginable shock when he got attacked. In an instant, the chaotic god master was heavily injured and couldn't fight back. The world was dead silent. Of course, the chaotic god's race was terrified. All of this was because of the last helper that Long Chen brought. Only now did they understand that there was an existence that surpassed Long Chen in the myriad worlds. Chaos Fire Dance, who was waiting for the chaotic god master to kill Long Chen, fell to the ground with a pale face. Her mind was probably blank. Today was the biggest blow she had ever received. It was even worse than when her father was crippled. The existence that she respected the most was almost killed by a slap. It was like the destruction of the entire world. And all of this, even Long Chen himself felt that it was unbelievable. He didn't expect Kitten to be this strong. Kitten. When everything ended, Long Chen couldn't help but call out. The chaotic god master had his back facing him. No matter what, after so long, he could finally return and find his original body. Long Chen was extremely happy for him. Suddenly, Kitten turned around. Long Chen saw him. In terms of appearance, he was indeed an arrogant and domineering existence. Compared to Mo Xiaolang, he was much more domineering. Not only his appearance, even his eyes, spirit, and willpower seemed to have been reborn. He was very different from the previous Kitten. Long Chen couldn't help but retract the smile on his face. Are you addressing this sovereign? To Long Chen's surprise, Kitten spoke to him with an expressionless face. You don't know me? Long Chen asked blankly. Kitten smiled coldly and said, There are people everywhere in the world who know me. But there are only a few who are qualified to be known by me. I don't care who you are. Just like that, the tall and burly figure disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. He used some unknown method to disappear without a trace. He left directly, but Long Chen's heart was turned upside down. That was a strange look. Luckily, their opponent wasn't that arrogant. The chaotic gods were all immersed in Lord Chaos's injuries. No one paid attention to what Long Chen and Kitten were talking about. However, Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, who had just arrived, heard it. Together with Li Xuanji, The four of them were stunned. Although they had suppressed Lord Chaos and seemed to have solved the crisis of the chaotic god's world, but Kitten, after returning to his original body, may only have the memories of the reincarnation demon ancestor before the epic. He doesn't have the memories of being with us, so he doesn't seem to know us. Long Chen looked helplessly at the other three. They had never imagined that the matter of their main bodies would change in such a way. This was something they had never imagined. Moreover, no one had a solution. After all, Kitten was too strong. Chapter 3184. Is there any way to help Kitten recover his memory? Plus, he doesn't even know that an era has passed, right? Lingxi asked worriedly. Long Chen shook his head. I don't think there's a way for now, but we have to think of something. The dragon servants probably didn't expect this either. Maybe it's because I moved Kitten out of the time tunnel and put him in danger. At this moment, he saw that Lord Chaos God had basically reassembled his body. He said, "We'll talk about Kitten later." No matter what, his appearance today has given the Chaos God race a huge shock. They don't know that Kitten is in danger. We can scare them and the crisis of the Chaos God world will be over, Mo Xiaolang said softly. Let me do it. Let's put Kitten's matter aside and deal with the Chaos Gods in front of us first. Now, the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. They came to the side of Long Chen and the others. In contrast, the Chaos Gods were dejected and their faces were filled with humiliation. Although they were unwilling, it was a fact that the Chaos Gods had been easily crushed. At this moment, Lord Chaos God reappeared. However, his vitality was greatly injured and he couldn't even open his eyes. No one expected that a slap would have such an effect. Now, the gods and the Chaos God race seemed to have swapped places. The Chaos God race couldn't even raise their heads before them. Their faces were filled with humiliation and shame. Long Chen stood in front of the crowd and said sternly, Divine Master, Saint Venerables, and all members of the Primal Chaos God clan, you proposed 9 battles to decide the outcome of the battle. Now, in the last battle, you Divine Masters of the Primal Chaos God clan have suffered a crushing defeat. According to the agreement, from now on, you are not allowed to attack the myriad of worlds. Stay in your Primal Chaos God clan. With your capabilities, even if you do not dominate the myriad of worlds, you will still have a high status in the myriad of worlds. Lord Chaos God was defeated. The most unbelievable thing happened at that moment. Master Chaos raised his head with difficulty and looked at Long Chen, speechless. Although Kitten was not here, Master Chaos was not sure if that terrifying guy would suddenly appear. Long Chen continued, Chaotic Divine Clan, the war between you and the myriad worlds ends today. I hope you can keep your promise and coexist peacefully with the myriad worlds. If you break your promise, for example, by attacking Pango continent, first, we will look down on you. Second, I can guarantee that if anything happens to the myriad worlds, the chaotic divine realm will be destroyed. In the end, he looked at the Chaos Godlord and said, Godlord, it's not that I want to warn you, but we don't want to cause trouble. If you continue to be stubborn, my friend won't just give you a slap. Don't provoke him, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This time, you went too far, that's why he acted. In the face of Long Chen's warning, the Chaos Godlord had nothing to say. The entire chaotic divine clan was silent now. Their arrogance and despotism had gone beyond the clouds. They had finally tasted the taste of humiliation. What needed to be said had been said. If they said more, they would be exposed. So Long Chen opened the realm of life, allowing the myriad worlds fiend cube to return to its own world. Currently, the chaotic divine clan was still an unstable factor, and Kitten could not control it at all. So, for the time being, they could stay in the realm of life. The gods and demons of the myriad worlds entered one by one. They came here in humiliation, and now they were leaving in victory. Everyone had been tense these days, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In front of Long Chen, they naturally had the highest respect. Wait. Before Long Chen left, Primal Chaos Fire Dance called out to him. She didn't care about the consequences and rushed towards Long Chen. Looking at the Master God of Chaos, it was obvious that he didn't have the strength to stop Primal Chaos Fire Dance. What time? This woman's resentment was too heavy. Long Chen squinted his eyes and looked at her approaching. In fact, he was already very vigilant. I want you to die. As expected, she didn't have much rationality. This time, she had lost so badly. Until now, she could only use this extremely irrational method to try to kill Long Chen. Pobli Xuanji suddenly appeared from Long Chen's body. Before Chaos Fire Dance could come over, she slapped her face, making her roll back to her chaotic divine clan. This time, Chaos Fire Dance was really heartbroken. She was too envious of Long Chen. That slap from Li Xuanji had slapped away all her thoughts. A woman will always be a woman. How dare you steal a woman from me? If you weren't too proud and looked down on other men, you probably wouldn't be interested in women. Now you know that you are actually nothing. Just be a pretty girl and don't be a bitch. Long Chen had too many things he wanted to say to her. However, Li Xuanji was very straightforward and made everything clear with a slap. Long Chen. The Chaos Godlord suddenly stopped him. Godlord, what are your orders? To deal with him, Long Chen was still very cautious. Which friend of yours? What realm is he in? Is he a half-step ancestor or has he truly transcended the third step of cultivation? The Chaos Godlord looked at Long Chen with blazing eyes. The third step, the true ancestor, was his dream. I also want to know, but does it matter? In the infinite worlds, he will always be the strongest, not you. I will say it again, don't go too far. If you go too far, there won't be a next time. The more he said, the more he exposed himself. The others went back. Long Chen exchanged a last look with the Chaos Godlord and also walked into the realm of life. The moment he entered the realm of life, it meant that the battle that had lasted for over 100 years had finally ended. There was joy and sorrow. The joy was that the infinite worlds were finally safe and had broken free from the fate of being enslaved. The sorrow was that although Kitten had woken up, he had forgotten about everyone. Of course, Long Chen wanted the kitten that belonged to everyone to come back. He couldn't give up on this brother of his, no matter what he had become. Long Chen had long forgotten about his betrayal in order to inherit the essence blood of the great void Aeon dragon. If he was afraid of this, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to find his real body in the time tunnel. Now, in front of him were the four rulers and the gods and demons of the infinite worlds. Long Chen explained the current situation to everyone. That's about it. At this point, I guess the Chaos God clan won't have the idea of invading the infinite worlds in a short time. He thought about it and decided to hide the matter about Kitten, so that the Chaos God clan wouldn't be able to get any information about Kitten from these god emperors or ultimate gods. Therefore, Long Chen told them that Kitten still needed to rest for now. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor said, with that brother of yours, the Chaos God Master still has 10 guts. This time, he will be obedient. Long Chen, I have to say, that kitten is really powerful. It's amazing. Moreover, it's actually from our demon race. It must be the true ancestor of our demon race. The others also talked at once, wanting to know more about Kitten. Long Chen gave a vague answer, then changed the topic. Now the Chaos God clan was basically obedient, but there were still many uncertainties. Long Chen discussed with the four rulers. They believed in Long Chen and Kitten, so they decided to return. Originally, Long Chen could use the gate of the universe to loosen their grip. But he had to find Kitten as soon as possible. Even if he lost his memory, Long Chen could tell him everything. Therefore, he asked the four rulers to go to the realm of life on their own, and Ancient God's Savage Wilderness also invited everyone to gather on Pango continent. Moreover, the barbarians of the two realms needed everyone to return to their homeland. After dealing with them, Long Chen took Mo Xiaolang and asked Lingxi to go to the dragon sacrificial continent through the gate of the universe. They went directly out of the Chaos God realm. It was not far from here to the dragon sacrificial continent. Kitten doesn't know the changes in the dragon sacrificial continent now. After he wakes up, he must have gone back there first. This was Long Chen's guess. Xueqi and the others were going to follow, but Long Chen felt that Kitten was still quite dangerous now. Although he and Xueqi were fated to be together, in terms of real feelings, the relationship between brothers was deeper. It would not be easy for Kitten to recover this memory. At least, Long Chen had no way to do it now. He could only try to talk to Kitten first. When he found out that the dragon sacrificial continent had been destroyed, he would certainly have a lot of questions. Back then, Kitten was imprisoned by the Void Cosmic Dragon. It happened before the War of the Eras, so Kitten escaped this disaster. Therefore, he didn't know what changes had happened in the infinite worlds today. Perhaps he just thought that he had just escaped from the time tunnel and came to a small origin world. He didn't know that there was only one origin world in the infinite worlds today. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen returned to the edge of the dragon sacrificial continent from the space tunnel. He and Mo Xiaolang headed toward the destroyed dragon sacrificial continent. From afar, he saw the huge planet made of dust. Next to it was the god star of destiny. Big brother, he's over there. Sure enough, Long Chen and the others saw a small white on the dragon sacrificial continent. Even if he didn't deliberately show it, his tyrannical aura still swept across the world. Let's go. He stood still in that position and watched his former world being destroyed. Long Chen could be sure what kind of feelings he had now. Moreover, he must have millions of questions and millions of shock in his heart. When he woke up, the world was destroyed. His home was gone. The once number one infinite worlds, the dragon sacrificial continent. Where did it go? I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. That's right, an era has passed since you were imprisoned by the void cosmic dragon. Too many changes have happened in this era. Now, I know everything you want to know. Chapter 3185. At this time, Kitten shouldn't be at his peak state. He probably hadn't truly reached the progenitor realm. But as long as he recovered in the future, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach his peak state. After hearing Long Chen's words, this burly and domineering man with tiger-like eyes instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. His pair of eyes stared at Long Chen, full of doubt. The destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent had brought him too much shock. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would probably have gone crazy at this time. You said that more than an era has passed, and the dragon sacrificial continent has been destroyed. Now, even his voice had become hoarse, showing the shock in his heart. After waking up, everything had changed. If he had that part of Kitten's memory, he wouldn't be so shocked at this moment. That's right. Now that everything has changed, I can tell you exactly what happened from the beginning to the end. You just need to calm down and listen to me. In order to let him recover his memory, Long Chen would definitely use all kinds of methods. Kitten was silent for a while, then looked at everything that had disappeared around him. Finally, that domineering gaze pierced Long Chen's eyes, making it seem as if Long Chen had no secrets to speak of. Speak, I'll listen. From his gaze and expression, it was hard to know what his attitude was. Long Chen looked around and said, You naturally know what kind of existence it is to be able to destroy the dragon sacrificial continent and even the entire myriad worlds. It's not appropriate for us to talk about it here. Then let's go somewhere else. Kitten's palm flipped and instantly swept Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang into a rotating tunnel. The surrounding walls of the tunnel flickered with all kinds of worlds. If one looked closely, they could see trillions of common people constantly flickering and intersecting, forming a reincarnation. This is my reincarnation. Only you and I know what we're talking about here. Under Kitten's signal, Long Chen knew that he could explain from the beginning. However, it still felt weird to communicate with such a cold and overbearing Kitten. Long Chen calmed down and started from the beginning. From the time when Kitten was imprisoned in the time tunnel by the void cosmic dragon, to the rise of the sky-devouring race, the primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon leading the sky-devouring race in rebellion, followed by the birth of several existences comparable to the ancestral dragon, and finally, the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was destroyed. After that, the sky-devouring race was recuperating and changed the rules of the myriad worlds. The fiend god beasts changed the fiend gods of the myriad worlds, forming the current world. So, you are the successor of the ancestral dragon? I can smell their scent on you, and not just one. The void cosmic dragon is also in your blood. Kitten's eyes were like fire, as if he wanted to pierce through Long Chen's body. Sky-devouring clan. Chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. Aren't you surprised? Long Chen asked. He thought that Kitten would be shocked by the rise of the sky-devouring race, but he didn't expect that Kitten's attention had already shifted to him. I'm not too surprised. The primal chaos heaven-devouring dragon's actions are the opposite of the other ancestral dragons. He was born for devouring and destruction, so I knew that something would happen to him. As for the heaven-devouring race, I've seen them before. They are the miracle of the myriad worlds, strange beings born from mistakes. They can even devour the ancestral gods of the myriad worlds, so it's reasonable for them to be able to kill that ancestral dragon. It seemed that Kitten had a rough idea of what was going on. He knew that Long Chen was the successor of the ancestral dragon, but he didn't want to get anything from Long Chen. It was already kind of him. After all, the void cosmic dragon was an existence that he wanted to challenge day and night. Long Chen hurriedly said, "How did you escape from the time tunnel? I think you need to know this too. This is very important to us." Kitten waved his hand and gestured for Long Chen to continue. Actually, he was still quite desolate, but he was too lazy to show it in front of Long Chen. Waking up after an era and encountering such a major event, no one would be able to remain calm. Long Chen started from the first time he met Kitten in the Void Dragon Talisman, and then they started moving forward together. He told him about what happened between them and Kitten, all the way to the time tunnel to search for his main body, and finally allowing Kitten's remnant soul to return to his main body, which made Kitten's current strength. Perhaps if I talk about this, you might be able to remember. Facing Kitten in such a state, Long Chen was still a little afraid. He didn't tell him about Kitten's previous personality, because he didn't know what expression this guy in front of him would have if he knew that he used to be a sloppy guy. Speaking up to this point, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were looking forward to Kitten's reaction. "Kitten, now that the Sky-Swallowing clan has probably completely recovered, the myriad worlds have reached the end. Now that you have your own strength, we all hope that you can come back and work together with us to save this world and protect our home." Mo Xiaolang said, "Who are you? Are you also a so-called brother?" Kitten suddenly grinned, and his voice was filled with endless sternness. He suddenly released a fatal pressure, causing Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang to be unable to control their own bodies, as if their lives were in his hands. Kitten stared at the two of them and said, "Seeing that you let me know what happened today, I will not punish you, but there are a few points that you must remember. First, I am not Kitten. I am the reincarnated demonic ancestor, the ancestor of all demons, the reincarnated divine beast. You must call me ancestor, not brother. Second, the one who accompanied you and trained with you was only the consciousness of a remnant of my soul, not the real me. Now, this is the real me so you can understand it this way. Kitten is already dead, and he completed his mission, which was to let the reincarnated divine beast be reborn in this world. Third, Kitten simply put Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang on the verge of death, and he said with slight anger, "You have inherited the inheritance of the ancestral dragon, but the void cosmic dragon is my enemy who sealed me for an era. Seeing that you let me be reborn, I will not argue with you, but you are not even the ancestral dragon now, so you are not qualified to call me brother, not to mention my boss. The sooner you cut off the idea of that, Kitten, the safer you will be." Kitten's words made Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang completely helpless. Even though they were anxious and angry, no matter what, the other party was so resistant, it was quite difficult to verbally awaken that part of the other party's memory. Long Chen believed that memory was an important part of life, so Kitten was not an accident, but a real existence. It was just that he did not have that part of the memory, so even if he heard Long Chen speak of it, it would still feel strange. If not for the void cosmic dragon, you would probably be in the Sky-Swallowing clan's stomach now. Long Chen looked straight at Kitten. The little cat was startled for a moment, then it smiled coldly and said, "Then I'd rather be devoured. Otherwise, I'll be the only one left in this broken world. Otherwise, I'll see my home destroyed. Otherwise, I'll be alone and homeless." There was a deep sense of loneliness in his eyes, of course. It was only for a moment. This made Long Chen understand that his nature was good, and he was a sentimental person. It was just that everything that happened today was too shocking, and he found it hard to accept. If so, why don't you join us? Although the worlds are close to being destroyed, at least there is still hope. As long as we kill the Sky-Swallowing clan, we can rebuild the order of the worlds, and let everything that the Sky-Swallowing clan devours return to the worlds. Kitten laughed coldly and said, "Rely on you?" Long Chen replied, "Rely on all of us." Kitten said, before the epoch, the ancestral dragon was still at its peak, but was still destroyed by the Sky-Swallowing clan. Now the Sky-Swallowing clan has almost devoured 90% of the worlds, and their strength is unprecedented. Not to mention you, even I am not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. How dare you say such big words with just us little things like us? I am impressed. His tone and attitude were filled with negativity and despair. Of course, Long Chen knew that what he said was true. This was something that Long Chen already knew a long time ago. However, if he were to achieve his ultimate dream of allowing the dragon god to regain control over the myriad worlds, establish stability and order, and restore peace to the myriad worlds, he would need to have a strength of 10,000. When Long Chen first learned of this difficulty, his strength was not even 1. Now he was 100. He could go from 1 to 100 miraculously, exploding 100 times, so why couldn't he go from 100 to 10,000? Moreover, he was different from Kitten now. He was carrying the promise to his father, Long Qinglan's sacrifice in exchange for his birth. He was also carrying the heavy responsibility of protecting the Dragon God clan, protecting his family, friends, and brothers. If Long Chen was alone and had no one to rely on, he would probably be like Kitten and not care about anything. Long Chen understood now. Kitten wouldn't listen to him no matter what he said now. He had no confidence to resist, nor did he have any reason to. His rebirth was a form of pain to him. That was why he said that he would rather die in battle before the epic than come back at this time and witness the destruction of the worlds with his own eyes. Kitty, if that's the case, I won't say anything more. Maybe in the future, I'll prove to you that all the hard work I've done is worth it. All of us, friends, and family, welcome your return. There's never been any difficulty that can stop us. I'll say it again. I'm not Kitten. He was a little angry. There was no need to argue. Long Chen shook his head. Also, I hope you can use more time to calm down. Don't go against the sky-swallowing clan recklessly. You know what the consequences will be. What we need now is recovery and growth. You think resistance is a joke, but I don't think so. Unless I really die, I might give up. But as long as I, Long Chen, am still breathing, I will fight to the death with those who want to devour this world. Kitten's gaze changed, and he looked at him with a complicated expression. Let us go. Long Chen said. Wait. Chapter 3186. Kitten. Xueqi was usually heartless and it was rare for her to have tears in her eyes. Divine Phoenix Race. The moment Xueqi appeared, Kitten felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The way he looked at Xueqi changed completely. He looked at Xueqi blankly and said, Shouldn't you be the sky-swallowing clan? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were bewildered. What was going on? Oh, I saw wrongly. Kitten shook his head and said, It's nothing. The Builder Tree used to be an original incipient level world. The creator of this world is the Divine Phoenix demonic ancestor. We are good friends. According to what you said, she should be in the stomach of the sky-swallowing clan. The Divine Phoenix demonic ancestor was the ancestor of the Phoenix race. Long Chen thought for a moment. There was a legend about the sacred god in the Phoenix race. It was in the form of a kitten. Of course, due to the influence of the sky-devouring race, the legend about the sacred god was full of mistakes. From the looks of it, it might have been because the kitten had a good relationship with the creator of the Builder Tree, or even had an ambiguous relationship. That was why it became a legend among the Phoenix race, and it was a messy and incomplete one. Kitten, you're a bastard. Everyone is waiting for you to wake up. Back then, to let you get your real body, Boss Long Chen spent a lot of effort to snatch it from the time tunnel. Now that you've got it, you want to run away? Xueqi was very angry. However, when Kitten glared at her, she was afraid again. She shrank to Long Chen's side. Little girl, are you willing to go with me? I want to go to the Builder Tree. Kitten said this at his most serious moment. Xueqi was not prepared. She didn't know how to respond. She looked at Long Chen for help. She was just angry and wanted to scold him. Go. This was a great opportunity. It was rare for Kitten to make an exception for Xueqi. Perhaps it was because they were once friends, but if he could bring Xueqi along, Long Chen would be able to keep track of Kitten's location at all times, and he could also rely on Xueqi to spread the news. In fact, with Xueqi by his side, Kitten would obviously come into contact with this memory, and the possibility of him recovering in the future would probably be higher. All right. I'll be merciful and go with you. Xueqi grew bolder and was no longer afraid of anything. Speaking up to here, Kitten didn't say anything else and Samsara disappeared before Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's eyes. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang returned to Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Kitten and Xueqi were already gone. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. Big brother, do you think the previous Kitten will come back? Long Chen smiled and said, Before, I didn't think there was much hope. But now, he has a good impression of Xueqi. With Xueqi around, I think the possibility is quite high. But for him to return to his previous shameless self, I think it'll be quite difficult. It'll take a lot of effort. Mo Xiaolang shook his head helplessly and said, "To be honest, I wanted to beat him up when he was so despicable in the past. Now that he's changed, I'm not used to it. But actually, I can see that no matter what his temper is, his heart is the same. He doesn't speak politely to us, and at most, he'll just scare us. He might not really make a move on us. Regarding the matters of the myriad worlds, he might just be stronger, so he can understand the difficulty better." Actually, Mo Xiaolang was right. No matter how he changed, Kitten was still Kitten. Even if he disguised himself, he would still be the same. "Xueqi, the task of guarding Kitten will be handed over to you." Long Chen contacted her secretly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson, and then I'll come to see you." The two of them couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this troublesome matter wasn't that difficult after all. Mo Xiaolang said, "It's hard to figure out what to do with Kitten now. What should we do next?" Now that the chaotic gods had settled the matter, they seemed to relax and weren't as tense as before. Long Chen thought about it and said, "We still have to be on guard against the chaotic gods. Before I have the power to fight against the master chaotic gods, I can't let my guard down for the time being." Anyway, Xin Jun actually escaped from the gathering of gods and demons of all realms. Obviously, his connection with the primeval troll has deepened. Now, I don't know why, but the primeval troll has changed even more. Whether or not the Sky Swallowing clan is behind this, we still have to be on guard. The primeval troll isn't as easy to talk to as the chaotic gods. Just like the Era Sky demon, as long as they appear, their goal is to destroy all living beings. In Long Chen's mind, the primeval troll was obviously scarier than the chaotic gods. The master chaotic gods were righteous and only wanted to rule over the myriad realms. But the primeval troll were born to destroy, and they had almost no humanity. There probably weren't any sentimental beings like the Era Sky demon. There were probably quite a few cruel chaotic demons. "You mean, we have to go to the great desolate emperor's domain to take a look? We should have dug out everything that Xin Jun knows long ago." Previously, the calamity of the chaotic gods was imminent. Now that it's finally settled, we naturally have to hurry up. Who knew if the primeval troll hidden in the demonic dragon's ancient tomb would awaken in the next instant and destroy the myriad realms in an instant? It would be fine if they were born in the same place, but if they were born in different places, they wouldn't even be able to kill them, not to mention anything else. Of course, the matter of the primeval troll was indeed important, but there was something else in Long Chen's mind that was equally important. The master chaotic gods must be related to the second ancestral dragon. The second dragon servant's whereabouts are unknown, and the master chaotic gods might know about the inheritance blood essence and the dragon servant. It's just that I'm still not a match for the master chaotic gods. Once I have a chance to surpass him, I have to hurry up and have a real battle with him. In the last battle, it could be considered a crushing defeat for Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen was very unconvinced. There was still a long way to go, and he would make a comeback. The great wilderness monarch's heaven was located in the northern starry region, and it was one of the heavenly region's alliance. Currently, heavenly god Lu Ya and the others were still on Panga continent, helping the barbarians return to Panga continent. The environment of the life and death realms was not suitable for long-term survival. If a strong enemy really came, they could hide for a while, but not forever. Relying on the gate of the universe, Long Chen arrived at the great wilderness monarch's heaven after nearly 10 days. He had already been here last time, but this time, Long Chen was even more powerful, and he definitely had the strength to crush Xin Jun. "Xin Jun, come out." Above the great wilderness monarch's heaven, Long Chen stood proudly, his eyes sweeping across the world, but he did not find Xin Jun, nor did he see Ji Taishu. However, the space in front of him rippled, and a pitch-black tombstone appeared. The tombstone was carved with a giant beast covered in dragon scales, and it had a majestic will. Even if it was an inanimate object, it would make people unable to raise their heads. Crack! The tombstone split open from the middle, and Xin Jun walked out. This was a divine venerable who was limited by the troll contract, and now, primeval troll's black dragon scales had appeared on his body. "Long Chen, hee, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I knew you would return again." That tombstone might be the meaning of the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb. What shocked Long Chen was that this so-called Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb actually had the feeling of a time tunnel between the life and death realms. If this was related to the ancestral dragon, If someone was controlling it, that was equivalent to being able to open the Dragon Devil ancient tomb anywhere like Long Chen, and let the primeval troll attack the myriad worlds. This made his heart instantly turn cold. If his guess was correct, the Dragon Devil ancient tomb would be the world left behind by the ancestral dragon. His original name was definitely not the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. What do you want to say? If he could catch this guy now, he would probably be able to get a lot of information out of him. However, Shin Jun was very cautious, and basically, half of his body was still in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was filled with black fog, and it was completely silent inside. I'm here to tell you that the time is up. The ancient giant devils have been asleep for a long time now, and they're all extremely hungry right now. Therefore, they've already made their preparations. Now that they've awakened one after another, it's time for us, the ancient giant devils, to descend upon the infinite worlds and invade them. At this point, Shin Jun laughed strangely. Not far behind him, Ji Taishu's figure also appeared. Long Chen, I heard that you've dealt with the provocation of the Chaos God race, and a super expert has appeared by your side, defeating the Chaos God Lord. I'm really curious as to who it is, and in the blink of an eye, you've gone from the demonic god Buzhou Mountain to here. Ji Taishu immediately laughed mockingly. Someone who can defeat the Chaos God Lord can naturally easily destroy you, so-called primeval troll. Ji Taishu, you're just a defeated opponent of mine, and now that you've been left far behind by me, what qualifications do you have to speak to me? If you really have the guts, then don't hide inside. Long Chen said indifferently. Humph, Long Chen, it's best that you don't rejoice too early. Let me tell you, a pleasant surprise will arrive in half a year's time. At that time, I will let you see exactly who is the loser between us. I will make you pay for the humiliation I suffered back then. After Ji Taishu finished speaking, he disappeared into the darkness. This child is too impatient. He can't even bear to mention such an important time like time. Although Shin Jun said those words of blame, he did not mean it. Half a year, this was actually a threat, a warning. After saying that, Shin Jun also had to return to his Dragon Devil ancient tomb. That's it. Half a year later, us father and son will give the myriad world the biggest surprise. The Chaos God race really knows how to choose the right time. Coming out at this time, isn't that courting death? Haha, Shin Jun laughed out loud. Half a year was equivalent to 500 years in the Tower of Time. Long Chen really wanted to rush into the Dragon Devil ancient tomb at this time to give it a try, but Shin Jun dared to do this. If Long Chen were to directly enter at this time, it would be a disaster. Half a year was enough for him to undergo a great transformation, so he endured it. Today, I have to prepare to return to Wuhan. After that, I will have to prepare for the final examination and the graduation thesis defense. In between, there will be an annual meeting and a job related to the Dragon Blood God of War's invasion of the European and American markets. Therefore, I need to revise a lot of the preamble. Anyway, May is a month of nightmares for me. I hope that everyone can understand. After all, a human body has its limits. Chapter 3187. Standing outside the Great Desolation Sovereign Heaven, Shin Jun and Ji Taishu disappeared into the tomb, and the tomb closed. Down below, the living beings in the Great Desolation Sovereign Heaven still did not know the changes of their world lord, and they did not know that if their world lord returned, it would be the day of their destruction. The primeval troll was created by the Sky Devouring clan, and they were born for destruction. The Sky Devouring clan devoured divine dragons, and used them as a template to create the primeval troll. After they were created, their nature was to kill, destroy, and destroy all living beings. They would not show any mercy. This was the most difficult thing to deal with about the primeval troll. The Chaos Gods would not target all living beings, but the appearance of the primeval troll was to destroy all living beings except them, devour everything, and occupy this world. They had similar characteristics to the Sky Devouring clan, but the targets of devouring were limited to all living beings, gods, and devils. Half a year later, they would be like a pack of starving wolves, coming to the myriad worlds where sheep were everywhere. This was simply their paradise. With this time limit, if they did not make sufficient preparations, the result would be obvious. Whether or not they would provoke the Sky Devouring clan, it would not be good for Long Chen and all living beings in the myriad of worlds. He had to tell the four sovereigns about this. Now the four sovereigns, who had survived the calamity of the Chaos Gods, had just moved the barbarians to Pangu continent. Once again he received such news. Half a year. During this period of time, we've really been plagued with misfortunes. The ancient giant demons are the biggest obstacle we've encountered in our lives. They're cruel and savage by nature. Most importantly, we don't know how strong they are. The four sovereigns were still on Pangu continent. However, if they want to destroy the myriad of worlds, it depends on us. In fact, I think the situation is much better than expected. First of all, the Chaos Gods have come. They did not expect that there would be primeval troll in the myriad of worlds. Although the Chaos God Lord has lost his power, they still have the Chaos God Lord and the 7 Chaos Saints. They are still the strongest fighting force in the myriad of worlds. Moreover, with the nature of the primeval troll, they have no way to escape. They must ally with us and fight. The second point is you, Long Chen. You have 3 experts who can defeat Primal Chaos Saint Venerables and 1 more who can defeat Divine Lords of Primal Chaos. You are stronger than the Primal Chaos God race. The 4 of us together used to be the entire power of the myriad worlds, but now we are only a small part of it. Even if the primordial great demon really descends, I am still full of confidence in you all. Their analysis was right. Nowadays, the myriad of worlds had reached an incredible level. We are indeed in a good situation, he said. But the problem is that the primeval troll is fully aware of our situation, but they still dare to come. That means they must have something to rely on. So, no matter what, I hope the 4 of you can do your best to prepare for the coming half a year and try to reduce the casualties to the minimum. We understand that. Arrogance and underestimation of the opponent will only lead to a crushing defeat. No matter what, we have to build the defense to the extreme. With their words, Long Chen felt reassured. His divine dragon clan was still homeless. They were all in Long Chen's divine kingdom. The only thing that Long Chen had to prepare for when the primeval troll comes was to prepare for the strength to fight against them, especially himself. With 500 years in the Tower of Time, he had a huge space for improvement. What Long Chen lacked most was time. It would be great if the 4th floor of the Tower of Time was not closed. Although the time in the Tower of Time was long, it lacked sufficient strength. Therefore, Long Chen had to stay in a place with sufficient strength for a long time. Of course, the chaotic deity realm was the place with the most abundant aura in the myriad of worlds. As long as he opened the time tunnel in the chaotic deity realm and absorbed more 9-colored chaotic aura. Although 500 years in the Tower of Time couldn't match 500 years in the myriad of worlds, he could shorten the gap by 1,000 times. If he cultivated, he could at least increase the speed by hundreds of times. The space on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was limited. The space here was basically given to Divine Dragon Clan, which had the greatest potential. Now, he had already found a small part of the original dragon's soul, and most of the essence blood of the Supreme Divine Dragon. Before the arrival of the primeval troll, it seemed that Long Chen didn't have enough time to find the original dragon's soul. When I'm powerful enough, it should be easier for me to find them. I'd better focus on this place. At least, I should enter the realm of Ultimate Immortal Emperor as soon as possible. Indeed, Long Chen was just a perfection immortal emperor. He still had a lot of room for improvement, especially after he reached the realm of Ultimate God. He would definitely have a terrifying change. Long Chen moved to the chaotic deity realm from the gate of the universe. Elder brother, do we need to tell Kitten about the news of the primeval troll? Long Chen said, I've already told Xueqi. She will find an opportunity to tell Kitten about it. But I'm not sure whether Kitten will help us or not. I think he will help us. Mo Xiaolang said with certainty. Why do you say so? Although he seems to be desperate about the current situation, I feel that he still remembers the world before the epoch. He can't just watch this world being destroyed. Mo Xiaolang's thoughts were similar to Long Chen's. Also, what about the Master God Chaos? The Master God Chaos had just arrived in the myriad realms. He should not know much about the primeval troll. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to organize the celestial demon gathering. Long Chen thought for a while and said, he has a secret about the 2nd ancestral dragon. Before the primeval troll comes, I must find a way to figure out this secret. After this is done, I will tell him in detail. Anyway, they have the chaos formation pattern, so there's no need to rush. Of course, the premise of all this is that I can defeat him. Now, I can only work hard to defeat him. He was now outside the chaotic deity realm. The 9-colored chaos formation pattern was blocking his way. Looking at the sun, Emo Xiaolang really wanted to devour it, but the problem was that he could not provoke the Master God Chaos. Elder brother, do you think I can devour the sun of the northern starfield? Emo Xiaolang suddenly asked. Long Chen shook his head and said, the refined sun is an original incipient realm world. It's a world after all. It's not that easy. You're a perfect realm ultimate god. When you become an ultimate realm ultimate god like the Master God Chaos, or even higher, you can try to devour the entire refined Sunday. Emo Xiaolang only needed to devour to grow, which was much more efficient than Long Chen. Now that they were outside the chaos formation pattern, Long Chen felt that if he went in, he would definitely alert the chaotic deity realm. However, if he did not go in, he could not use the power of the chaotic deity realm to strengthen himself. However, the gate of the universe had been opened before. Lingxi could bring Long Chen in directly, but the Master God Chaos would definitely notice it. However, Long Chen did not care. He asked Lingxi to bring him into the dancing fire mainland. Looking at the vast land in front of him and the dense 9-colored chaotic spiritual qi, Long Chen could not help but laugh. Long Chen, what are you doing in my chaotic deity realm? As expected, the Master God Chaos voice came immediately. Of course, if it were in the past, Long Chen would have been thrown out directly. Long Chen smiled and said, Master God, I just remembered that I offended Lady Dancing Fire when I quarreled with her last time. So, I'm here to apologize to her. Is that okay? You came uninvited. Are you humiliating me? The Master God Chaos voice was gloomy. No, it's definitely not like that. It's my fault. I apologize to the Master God Chaos. I will not do this again. You'd better not have any wicked ideas. Otherwise, I will fight you to the death. Also, the daughter of the chaotic deity clan will never be with an outsider. You can also give up. Don't have any other thoughts about fire dance. After saying that, the Master God Chaos didn't care anymore. At this time, the chaotic fire dance had already arrived in front of Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes and said angrily, Haven't you humiliated me enough? Do you still want to embarrass me today? Long Chen said gloomily, Forget it. I wanted to apologize to you out of kindness. Since you don't appreciate it, then forget it. However, now that you are in the myriad world, there will be a lot of opportunities for you to meet each other. I don't want this matter to become a blood feud. I'll take my leave first. In the fire dance continent, Long Chen opened the gate of the Tower of Time and left directly. In fact, his main purpose was to leave the gate of the Tower of Time here so that he could borrow the power of the chaotic deity realm. What he said about apologizing to the chaotic fire dance was pure bullshit. He didn't intend to apologize to her at all. After returning to the Tower of Time, time passed much faster. 10 days outside was equivalent to 27 years inside. Every 27 years, Long Chen would leave another gate of the time tunnel outside. I thought you were going to apologize to her. Li Xuanji chuckled. How is that possible? If she knows the truth, she will definitely hate you to death. The problem is, she will never know. What should we do next? Cultivation. Let's reach the ultimate deity emperor realm first. Then, do you think our child can be born before the arrival of the primeval troll in 500 years? How would I know? It's up to you. Li Xuanji pursed her lips and said, What's your hope? After thinking for a while, Long Chen said, Of course I want him to be born after that. In this way, he won't have to experience this war. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, I don't think so. Why? I want him to be born before that. Because only when he is born, I can help you wholeheartedly. I didn't ask for much because I didn't have the ability before. But now, thanks to you, I don't want to hide behind you anymore. I'm very sleepy today. It took me 5 hours to finish one chapter in the car. How depressing. When I get to Wuhan in the evening, I will take a bath and continue writing. Chapter 3188. From then on, Long Chen was like a parasite living in the chaotic divine realm. 9-colored chaos spiritual energy was quietly absorbed by him into the time tunnel. Although it wasn't a large amount, it had accumulated over a long period of time. Adding on his outstanding talent, even though it had only been half a year in the outside world, his cultivation speed was still very fast. 200 years later, Long Chen had yet to reach the ultimate divine emperor realm, but Ling Shi had surprised him. Without any other fortuitous encounters, she had also entered the perfect divine venerable realm. Her realm was the same as the four great rulers. Of course, in terms of combat strength, she had also made great progress in the space law. In the past 200 years, Ling Shi had comprehended a new space law which was very similar to the primordial law of the chaotic divine clan. It could be confirmed that they were the same type. This further proved the relationship between the chaotic divine lord and the second ancestral dragon. Perhaps the chaos law was the chaotic divine clan's talent, while the primordial law definitely did not belong to them in the past. Of course, among the chaotic divine clan, only the chaotic divine lord knew the primordial law apart from the chaotic divine marshal. Perhaps only by defeating the chaotic divine lord could one be sure. Of course, to a large extent, Ling Shi was still studying the divine curse ring, because the divine curse ring was related to the many divine dragons that were sealed. If those divine dragons could return, their situation would be much better. In this aspect, the primordial divine curse made the most progress. If Ling Shi continued studying the silence divine curse and the heavenly fate curse, there would be even more profound ones. The current Ling Shi was truly even more powerful than the primordial ancestor. After some hard work, Long Chen, about 250 years had passed. This time, he calmed down and cultivated. Although the speed was not fast, it made up for many of his flaws and strengthened himself. The origin of all things in the chaotic divine dragon's power became purer and more majestic. Almost there, the ultimate deity emperor realm. Many of the surrounding dragon emperors had crossed this level. Long Chen's breakthrough was equivalent to entering the ultimate god realm. That was the difference between the Tai Chu divine realm and the Tai Yi divine realm. However, on this day, after borrowing the 9-colored chaotic spiritual chi from the chaotic divine world, Long Chen managed to cross the chasm, allowing his strength to converge and increase exponentially. Finally, he entered the realm of ultimate deity emperor. Buzz! Vast 9-colored chaotic spiritual chi gathered towards Long Chen and rushed into Long Chen's body. Under the transformation of the all things dragon source scripture, it turned into Long Chen's own strength. His primordial spirit and will were growing. His body that had gathered 7 kinds of ancestral dragon bodies was also growing. The current Long Chen only lacked the origin dragon soul. Once he had the origin dragon soul, he could instantly surpass everything and enter the ancestor realm. That realm was the realm of the primogenitors, the realm of the creators. From mortals to fiend gods ruled over mortals and controlled the world. From fiend gods to primogenitor created fiend gods and created the world. That was the relationship between the three. The real primogenitors were born at the beginning of the myriad worlds and created the myriad worlds. Like the reincarnation divine beast, they were born after the dragon sacrificial continent. There were also the first and second dragon servants, but they were very few. Now that Long Chen had grown again and his strength exploded, the entire time tunnel was trembling. At that moment, Long Chen felt the deeper secrets of the time tunnel. It was just a flash. It seems that apart from the ruins of time, the Tower of Time, and the eternal whirlpool, there should be other spaces in the time tunnel. Even the realms of life and death are the same. There must be deeper secrets of the ancestral dragon. I guess the dragon servants don't know about them. After gathering such a majestic strength, Long Chen's heart was filled with pride that he wanted to vent. He couldn't explore the time tunnel for the time being. After reaching the peak of the myriad worlds, which might be comparable to the primordial godmaster's strength, Long Chen turned his attention to his own god nation and the origin dragon palace. The primordial godmaster has the origin opal. Maybe he even has an origin grade creation artifact. He can control them all. Now that my realm has increased, I should be able to control them as well. Even the origin dragon palace has more secrets than the primordial dragon pagoda. Even though the primordial dragon pagoda had become the primordial dragon sword, Long Chen couldn't figure it out. Now that his will was stronger, Long Chen calmed his mind and focused to communicate with the origin dragon palace. This golden dragon palace suppressed a huge god nation. At the same time, it stored a large amount of inheritance essence blood and the origin dragon soul. The origin dragon palace seemed to be protected by a layer of barrier. Long Chen needed to use a strong enough will and strength to attack fiercely in order to break through the defense. In the past, Long Chen couldn't do it. This is the key. Origin Dragon Palace. Disaster is coming. Please bestow me strength. Long Chen was sincere and righteous. He used the will of a junior to communicate with the ancestor's soul. He believed that all the mystical dragons would be protecting him and helping him. As long as he reached a certain level, he believed that they wouldn't reject him. Just as Long Chen expected. As he charged at it again and again, he felt the hard outer shell of the Origin Dragon Palace gradually melt. When he sensed this, Long Chen was overjoyed and charged at it even harder. Finally, under his strong willpower, the Origin Dragon Palace rumbled and the words, Origin Dragon Palace on the signboard shone brightly. Rumble. On the continent of the God Nation, all the mystical dragons could see waves of golden light when they looked up. Now, Long Chen was wandering in a golden ocean as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It was warm, gentle and filled with endless hope. This was the internal world of the Origin Dragon Palace. With a loud sound, the Origin Dragon Palace that suppressed the continent of the God Nation started to shrink. Finally, it turned into a palm-sized golden palace similar to the Chaos Palace. The golden Origin Dragon Palace penetrated through space and appeared in Long Chen's hand in the Tower of Time. Actually, it came out of Long Chen's God Nation. Of course, although it was in Long Chen's hand, the Origin Dragon Palace was still suppressing the God Nation and ensuring the stability of the huge world. Actually, this world was stabilized by the Origin Dragon Palace. It was closely related to Long Chen's life and death. Therefore, it couldn't be regarded as his real home. For the real home of everyone, Long Chen was still working hard. Boom. The moment Long Chen held the Origin Dragon Palace, the most magnificent creation power in the history of the Origin Dragon Palace, which was equal to several semi-original incipient-grade creation god weapons, crazily gushed into Long Chen's body. When he controlled the Origin Dragon Palace, his energy surged to a terrifying degree. Long Chen had always been weak in terms of power, but it was different this time. The Origin Dragon Palace's massive amount of fortune divine power was cleansing his body and fusing with his dragon god power of all things Origin. His body was about to explode, and the boundless power that was as vast as the stars was transforming him. Sizzle sizzle. In his body that was as vast as the starry sky, endless god power rolled out. Billions of god palaces sparkled like the sun. I've controlled the Origin Dragon Palace. Long Chen was so excited. From the moment he got the Origin Dragon Palace until now, he had been waiting for it. Finally he succeeded. Although the Origin Dragon Palace was the same as the Primordial Dragon Pagoda and Long Chen could only use its creation divine power, this alone was enough. After all, the creation divine power of an Origin-grade creation divine artifact was already terrifying. The Primordial God tribe could use the Origin Bright Stone to exert such power, let alone the creation god weapon. Fuse. Moreover, the Origin Dragon Palace could fuse with Long Chen just like the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. The palace melted into water and turned into a layer of gold membrane that melted with Long Chen's body. Unknowingly, it had increased Long Chen's defense. When he merged with the Origin Dragon Palace, boundless energy flowed through his body. Long Chen had the illusion that nothing in the 10,000 realms or living things could harm him. Of course, he could use the Origin Dragon Palace to attack his opponents, just like the Primordial Dragon Pagoda. And this, in the end, a wave of golden heat flowed into Long Chen's body from the boundless golden sea of the Origin Dragon Palace. It rapidly fused with the Origin Dragon God's power in his divine body. Under the influence of the heat flow, a new power was being born. Origin Dragon Scripture. This was an Origin-level boundless divine technique. It came from the Origin Dragon Palace. When this energy entered Long Chen's body, it caused his trillion divine palace's boundless power to undergo earth-shattering changes. Under the transformation of the Origin Dragon Scripture, the energy that was as vast as the universe became a dark gold energy. This was the purest energy that Long Chen had ever seen. It had completely surpassed the original incipient-grade Origin Dragon Scripture. Boom! Boom! The Origin Dragon Palace and the advancement had made an unexpected leap in his power level. He had even caught up with the principles. This was the great harvest he had obtained after 250 years of cultivation. He had cultivated hard day and night to get to where he was today. I should only be in initial control of the Origin Dragon Palace. In the future, the Origin Dragon Palace will definitely have more possibilities. Also, the Primordial Dragon Pagoda might not be the end. I haven't completely controlled it, which means there are bigger secrets. These two divine items passed down from the dragon's sacrificial continent were as mysterious as the time tunnel that the ancestral dragon left behind. In the end, under the transformation of the origin dragon scripture, all of Long Chen's power became the origin dragon essence. Original grade power. It was rare in the universe. Perhaps only the chaotic godlord had this level of power. Success. Even if he didn't use the origin dragon palace, Long Chen could clearly feel the great changes in himself. What he wanted to do the most now was to use this violent power to fight. There were 3 exams today: morning, afternoon, and night. This chapter was written in the middle. After the update, Lunatic still had to take another exam. Sigh, I won't say much. The tears I shed today were all because I didn't study hard. Everyone, study hard and make progress every day. Don't learn from me and be a slacker. Chapter 3189. The Ultimate Realm of Divine Emperor. The boundless divine technique, Dragon Origin Scripture, forged the Origin Dragon essence. Most importantly, after fusing with the Origin Dragon Palace, the vast creation divine power had fused with the Origin Dragon essence, allowing Long Chen's power level to surpass the limits and ascend. Previously, his improvement in the laws far exceeded his power realm. Now Long Chen finally had the power to match the eternal whirlpool, endless life and death calamity, and past and future fate reversal. It's done. Long Chen stood up amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Right now, everyone was surrounding him. Even if an even greater calamity was about to befall them, Long Chen had already made great progress. Everyone was filled with confidence in him. The most important thing now is to deal with Master God Chaos. I'm ready to go out and fight with him to see if there's a chance of winning. Master God Chaos has been staying in the chaotic divine realm for the past few days. The other chaotic gods have not gone out to cause trouble, which means they're still afraid of Kitten. Basically, no one had any objections to Long Chen's decision. How about Kitten? He's been wandering around the myriad realms and has been to a few places. I guess he's bored and stayed near the dragon's sacrificial continent. Most of the time he's silent. Naturally, he's trying to restore his peak power. Looks like he's also preparing for the myriad realms. Master God Chaos could only be considered as pressure. The real chaos would probably start from the primeval troll. As soon as they said that, Long Chen felt that Master God Chaos had appeared in the Fire Dance continent. After all, the time tunnel was connected to the Fire Dance continent under Long Chen's activation. I guess he's already felt the changes in the Origin Dragon Palace, or maybe he's just felt that my power has increased. In the face of the chaotic God Master, Long Chen's heart was filled with the most majestic battle intent. Back then, he hadn't been able to enjoy the battle to his heart's content. At that time, the gap between him and the chaotic God Master was too huge. Today, I must overthrow Master God Chaos. I can only go further if I surpass him. The chaotic divine master represented the end of the God-fiend realm, the power of the ultimate God. Most importantly, he definitely possesses the secrets of the second ancestral dragon. Without suppressing his strength, it's impossible for him to reveal those secrets. Thinking of this, Long Chen left the time tunnel with eagerness. After returning to the Fire Dance mainland, he closed the time tunnel, allowing his majestic power to descend on the Fire Dance mainland. Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking momentum. Not to mention the Chaos Godlord. Even the Chaos Fire Dance mainland could feel it. Long Chen, why are you here again? The anger in Primal Chaos Fire Dance's heart hadn't dissipated yet. When she saw Long Chen again, an evil fire would burn in her belly. She wished she could skin Long Chen alive. He's always here. He's just secretly using our chaotic divine realm's 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. At that moment, Master God Chaos appeared behind Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Sure enough, he already knew what Long Chen was doing. However, it was just a trivial matter. He was curious about Long Chen's purpose, so he did not stop him. Of course, it was also because of Kitten. If he did not have the shadow of Kitten in his heart, Master God Chaos would not be so polite to Long Chen. Shameless thief. What a disgrace. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's silver eyes revealed a trace of contempt. However, her heart was soon shaken. Although Long Chen didn't show it too strongly, she could feel that the current Long Chen had made a qualitative leap compared to before. From a terrifying opponent, He had transformed into an existence that could completely crush Primal Chaos Fire Dance. The feeling he gave Primal Chaos Fire Dance was similar to the feeling Master God Chaos gave her. Fire Dance, go back. All of a sudden, Master God Chaos appeared in front of Primal Chaos Fire Dance and gazed at Long Chen with his cold eyes. From the moment Long Chen appeared, he knew that Long Chen had reached a level that even Master God Chaos was afraid of, perhaps because of the 9-colored chaos spiritual energy. Before, he only had the power of original incipient level. But now, the nature of his power has transformed into the power of original incipient level. It's not only the transformation of his level, but also his power. What kind of changes did he go through in the past 3 months? Master God Chaos did not know about the existence of the Tower of Time. Therefore, he was greatly shocked by Long Chen's rapid progress. Master God, I challenged you a few days ago, but I had to give up halfway. I feel deeply regretful. Now, I want to challenge you again for a fair fight. I wonder if Master God can give me this opportunity. In front of Chaos Fire Dance, Long Chen stated his request in a simple and straightforward manner. You're courting death. Primal Chaos Fire Dance was so angry that she laughed. She laughed at Long Chen's overconfidence and arrogance. If it wasn't for that person who saved you back then, you would have been reduced to ashes by now. You actually dare to challenge my grandfather today? Is there something wrong with your brain? Long Chen smiled. What he wanted was the Primal Chaos Master's answer, not the Primal Chaos Fire Dance. Master God Chaos squinted at Long Chen. Before Primal Chaos Fire Dance could speak, he nodded and said, "It seems that you need a perfect ending. You've made such a great progress in such a short time because of me. Your will is unstoppable. Today, I'm shocked by you. However, I won't go easy on you just because of that expert. I don't need you to go easy on me. I only want to challenge you in a fair fight." Straightforward. Master God Chaos's blood was boiling. To be honest, although Long Chen was once defeated by him and was far inferior to Master God Chaos, Master God Chaos was very curious to see how strong Long Chen had become. Long Chen's divine charm was so vast. Let's go. The master of the Primal Chaos God did not say anything else. He pointed his finger, and the Primal Chaos array in the sky opened up another path. This was a path for Long Chen. Of course, this movement alarmed most of the Primal Chaos gods. Another hole opened up in the sky. No one could see it. Master God Chaos disappeared instantly. Long Chen followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen left the Chaos Divine World and came to the endless starry sky. They left the Chaos Divine World and found a battlefield that wouldn't affect the Chaos Divine World. Excluding the battle with Kitten billions of years ago, this was the final battle between the two peak existences. This was the ending of the last sacred war. Fire Dance, what's going on? Primal Chaos Chi Shao, Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance and other Chaos Saints came out from the Chaos Divine World. Many ultimate gods and divine emperors were also alarmed. The entire Chaos Gods race was in an uproar. It's Master God Chaos. Long Chen is here to challenge Master God Chaos again. Master God Chaos is going to fight Long Chen. It's the one who lost badly in front of Master God Chaos. Yes. If it wasn't for the last super expert, Long Chen would have died in Master God Chaos' hands. That arrogant guy dares to challenge Master God Chaos again. I hope this isn't that expert's plot. Among the Chaos Gods, those who were capable rushed into the Chaos Matrix. After all, the Chaos Matrix did not affect them in the slightest. They stayed in the outermost layer of the Chaos Matrix. Looking into the distance, they could see Long Chen and the Master of Chaos Gods facing each other in the depths of the starry sky. It's about to start. Everyone took a deep breath and watched with their eyes wide open. Only a few people made a sound. The 7 Chaos Saints at the front had their hearts in their throats. Fire Dance. Do you think Long Chen is different? He has become stronger, Primal Chaos Ghostly Dance asked. Yes. That's why he's confident in today's challenge. However, it's only been 3 months. How much stronger can he become? He's arrogant, and he's angered Father. If that expert doesn't appear today, I bet Father won't be able to control himself and slaughter him. You're thinking too much. Father knows what he's doing. Before he defeats that expert, he won't act rashly. Facing Master God Chaos again, Long Chen didn't feel as if he could only watch but not reach. Facing Master God Chaos, Long Chen's blood was boiling. His fighting spirit was about to break through the sky. However, he still kept his composure and said, "Master God Chaos, this time, we're just sparring. We won't risk our lives. Also, I want to make a bet with you." "Another bet." Master God Chaos didn't mind such a huge bet. He said, "Just say it. If I win, I want to know some of your secrets related to the tattoo on your body. I hope you'll tell me everything you know. It should be easier to ask in this way." "What if I win?" Master God Chaos asked. "Master God, you don't have an answer?" Master God Chaos said, "I won't take advantage of you. It's an equal exchange. If I win, I also want to know everything about the giant beast in the tattoo. If you lose, I hope you'll tell me everything you know." He probably had a lot of questions about the divine dragon. Long Chen didn't have much confidence in winning. Since that was the case, he could only fight. It was best not to let Master God Chaos know about the divine dragon's secrets. There were some things that could easily bring about a fatal disaster if he were to know about them. "Then it's a deal. Please." Long Chen was fully prepared for battle. Master God Chaos was expressionless. However, he was different from the last time. Last time, he could completely suppress Long Chen with just one rule. This time, he was even more terrifying and powerful. This was his first serious battle. In just a short moment, Master God Chaos showed his 3 heads and 6 arms in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was as if he had split into 3. The 3 bodies stared coldly at Long Chen. It was like a burning ray of light that wanted to pierce through Long Chen. Buzz. Chapter 3190. As expected, there are 3 types of laws. After observing Master Chaos God Lord, Long Chen came to a conclusion. He had the ability to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Now, in the depths of the starry skies, 3 bald heads sharing a single body appeared in front of Long Chen. One was fierce, one was cold, and the last was mysterious. 3 temperaments, 3 types of power of laws, distributed in the 3 bodies. This division was much more perfect than the Chaos Divine Might. The Chaos Divine Might only had 2 types of laws, so it was very awkward. The first type of law had 9 violent primal chaos elements. This was undoubtedly the primal chaos laws. The second type of law was cold, ancient, and primitive. This was the supreme great Tao that Master Chaos used to control the Grand Mist space. This was the Grand Mist laws. As for the third type of law, if Master Chaos didn't display it, Long Chen would never know what it was. But he could feel that it might be the birth of all things in the world. It might be the evolution of a primitive universe. It was the process of the birth and destruction of a world. It was the transformation of a star and a myriad of worlds. This wasn't just the laws of a star. The changes of a star were only a small part of it. The true content of the book was much more than that. It was the universe, the myriad of worlds. The last type of law didn't lose to chaos or grand mist at all. In fact, it even surpassed the 2 types of laws. "You're curious. I'm sure I'm even more curious about you. According to what I know, you have at least 7 types of laws. Besides the slaughter law, which is relatively common, the other 6 are at least at the level of my 3 types of laws. Even 3 months ago, I admired your attainments in laws. Time, fate, karma, life, calamity, and transformation were all peak laws. In particular, as the ancestral dragon's laws, they naturally didn't lose to chaos, grand mist, or the third type. Master Chaos God gathered these 3 types of laws into 3 bodies. Now, it was as if 3 Master Chaos God Lords, each specialized in a type of law, were fighting against Long Chen. Among your laws, there's time, life, calamity, and a law similar to replication. The 2 laws that are the most difficult to comprehend seem to have fused with your past and future fate reversal art. The 2 laws add up to a lifetime, so I'm guessing that it's probably related to fate and karma. With such top-notch laws, you're indeed extraordinary." Basically, Master God of Chaos had guessed everything that Long Chen had. As for his third rule, which included the universe, stars, creation and destruction, and the evolution of worlds, Long Chen was unable to use a unified term to describe it. This rule was even more complicated, but he could clearly feel its unique intensity. Seeing his confusion, the Lord of Chaos explained, "I'm the only one in the Chaos Divine Realm who possesses this third rule. You're right. It indeed originates from something related to my tattoo. Its name is Fortune." Good fortune. Long Chen felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. He understood. Primal chaos. Primordial chaos. Creation. Primordial chaos treasures. Primordial chaos immortal essences. Fortune divine artifacts. These three types of laws seem to be one and then split into three parts. Primal chaos was the element that formed the infinite worlds. Primordial chaos was the space that formed the framework of the infinite worlds. As for good fortune, it was a type of change. It was dynamic, it was destruction and new life. It was the variety of the infinite worlds, and it was the myriad of things in the world. One of the three was the original world, the world at the beginning of the world. This was fundamentally different from the creation of the world by the Tai Chi living dragon. The creation of the world by the Tai Chi living dragon was built on the framework of the original universe. Primordial chaos, and good fortune created the world, while the Tai Chi living dragon modified the world. Perhaps primordial chaos and good fortune are the second ancestor dragon's rules. And primordial chaos. It's also possible that it's the second ancestor dragon's rules. From the beginning, the chaos divine realm might have inherited one of the second ancestor dragon's rules. That's why the second ancestor dragon appeared here in the end. Of course, all of this was just Long Chen's speculation. But now, he seemed to understand a little. The image of the second ancestor dragon was starting to become clear in front of him. His mysterious veil had been lifted. Although it was very vague, Long Chen was eager to know. Master God of Chaos could be said to be the inheritor of the second ancestor dragon's rules. He just didn't know to what extent this fellow had inherited it. Of course, these were all changes in Long Chen's heart. When Master God of Chaos said the word good fortune, he was already ready for battle. 3 heads. 3 good fortune divine weapons. Fortunately, they were all half-incipient good fortune divine weapons. However, even if they were half-incipient good fortune divine weapons, they were still comparable to the Chaos Divine Palace or even infinitely closer to the origin grade. The body that controlled the good fortune divine weapon held a silver-gray long sword that looked like a centipede. It had a total of 9 segments and each segment contained the power of primordial chaos element. The primordial chaos element revolved around the long sword. This was the primordial chaos sword. In the legends of the Chaos Divine Realm, the weapon that the Master God of Chaos used the most was the holy relic of the Chaos Divine Realm. It was engraved among many weapons. The body that controlled the primordial chaos rule held thousands of golden tokens in its hand. Long Chen was very familiar with this. It was the invitation card that brought them to the Chaos Divine Realm. Now, it had transformed into its original form. It was a golden token. There was a word carved on the front and back of the golden token. It was an ancient, complicated character with many strokes. It should be the word primordial chaos. This was the primordial golden token. Finally, the divine body that controlled the rules of creation held a black star core with both hands. It was only the size of a thumb, but the surrounding space and everything around it was destroyed, melted, and collapsed before the star. This thumb-sized object definitely hid a power that could destroy an original incipient world in a blink of an eye. This was the creation star. The primordial chaos sword, the primordial golden token, and the creation star. With the appearance of the 3 divine weapons, the Master God of Chaos was surrounded by the 3 creation divine weapons and the 3 creation divine weapons. His divine power was immense. He was like the ancestor that created the world in the primordial chaos. One look and one movement could destroy and regenerate the world. It was the birth and death of billions of lives. The primordial chaos sword turned into a giant centipede that swayed in the primordial chaos. The primordial golden token scattered and turned into a giant stone tablet that suppressed the space. The creation star was still in the hand of the Master God of Chaos, swallowing light and space. It was very similar to Demon Wa's black hole rule. The black hole was one of the changes in the myriad of worlds. Therefore, the black hole rule was also one of the creation rule. Long Chen take this. Since it was a spar, Master Primal Chaos was very polite. Of course, it was only polite in words. When it came to real attacks, it could be said to be crazy. 3 great divine bodies, 3 great laws, and 3 great fortune divine weapons attacked at the same time. Such power was several times more terrifying than the all lives are ants he had used against Long Chen. The Master God of Chaos didn't want to lose. Supreme Chaos Sword Principle. First, the primordial chaos sword contained 9 types of primordial elements. It tore the sky and earth apart. On the primordial chaos sword, Gray primordial chaos storms rolled, primordial chaos lightning flashed, fire and ice coexisted, light and darkness coexisted. The 9 supreme killing powers condensed into thousands of sword principles, breaking through worlds and slashing down millions of stars. They had only one target: Long Chen. All lives prison. At the same time, the primordial chaos golden plates in the other body of the Master God of Chaos flew out and formed a golden prison around Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the primordial chaos golden plates had completely surrounded Long Chen. This was an even higher primordial chaos sword principle. It could expand the power of the primordial chaos sword principle by several times. Under the control of the prison of all lives and the primordial chaos golden plates, space was first strengthened and upgraded to a terrifying level. It was as if a dragon vein realm expert had entered the chaotic divine realm. Just the pressure of space alone was enough to crush Long Chen into powder. For a moment, space was like the weight of an origin-level world, smashing down on Long Chen's head. However, these 2 laws were just appetizers. The moment the primordial chaos golden plates created the prison of all lives, another creation divine weapon entered the prison of all lives. It was the creation star. Creation black hole. The black hole law reappeared on the body of the Master God of Chaos. However, its power was completely different from Demon Wa's. This was the creation black hole from the primordial world. When the black hole opened in the prison of all lives, it was also the time to destroy everything. The terrifying lethality of the primordial chaos sword principle. The suppressive power of the prison of all lives. The devouring and destruction of the creation black hole. The 3 powers combined in an instant, creating an unparalleled lethality. The Master God of Chaos had originally prepared to deal with Kitten, but now he had to use it on Long Chen. This was the last battle outside the chaotic divine realm. He could not lose. In terms of power, the Master God of Chaos had cultivated for many years and naturally surpassed Long Chen. The Tai ancient scripture that he cultivated was the pinnacle of the Tai divine realm, the infinite divine technique. It was definitely origin level. The Tai innate celestial energy that it produced was not any weaker than Long Chen's origin dragon essence. Under such a desperate situation, the Master God of Chaos was looking forward to Long Chen's response. Long Chen will definitely be destroyed. Gosh, the Master God is too terrifying. If these 3 laws were to land in the chaotic divine realm, many would die. All the members of the chaotic divine race were deeply shocked. Long Chen was also shocked by his opponent's strength. However, this did not destroy his confidence. At the moment when all his powers were about to be destroyed, he decided to fuse with the Origin Dragon Palace. In an instant, the Origin Dragon Palace disappeared from the God Nation. Under Long Chen's control, it turned into a golden radiance and fused with his body. At that moment, the Origin Dragon essence was supported by the creation divine power. Long Chen experienced a terrifying surge in strength. At the same time, the Origin Dragon Palace gave Long Chen absolute defense. Chapter 3191. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace circulated throughout his body. The appearance of the real original grade creation divine weapon was enough to make the chaotic gods tremble. Even with the primordial gold plate blocking the attack, the violent power of the original grade creation divine weapon still spread outwards. Even the chaotic gods could feel the unparalleled power through the cracks of the primordial gold plate, let alone the Master God. Original grade. In fact, it was this original grade creation divine weapon that had attracted the Master God to the dancing fire continent. He was fighting with all his might at the start of the battle because he wanted Long Chen to take out the original grade creation divine weapon. However, the 3 rules had already swept out. In an instant, it was a matter of life and death. Even if Long Chen took out the original grade creation divine weapon and the Master God was shocked, he couldn't stop his attack. In the prison of all beings, a golden dragon coiled around Long Chen's body. A huge force surged into the primordial dragon sword. The 2 ancient divine weapons from the dragon sacrificial continent didn't reject each other at all. They could even amplify each other. Rebirth slash. Long Chen didn't have the slightest time to prepare. He condensed the Origin Dragon essence into a sword that swept out under the cover of the 3 great rules. A monstrous sword chi shot out. The sword chi broke through everything in its swiftness. The disintegrating power of the rebirth slash was supported by the vigorous divine power. In an instant, it erupted with destructive power that surpassed the horizon. The rebirth slash collided with the supreme chaos sword principle formed by the chaotic elements. It exploded in front of Long Chen. Although the rebirth slash wasn't enough to completely destroy the chaotic rules, the problem was that Long Chen, who had the origin Dragon Palace, didn't fear this power at all. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Long Chen blocked the primal chaos nomological power. The primal chaos nomological power completely suppressed the origin Dragon Palace. No matter how strong the primal chaos nomological power was, it couldn't do any harm to Long Chen in the face of an origin-grade fortune divine weapon. It was impossible to crush Long Chen. Long Chen ignored the universal life prison. His dazzling golden gaze instantly landed on the primordial chaos golden plate. As for the creation black hole, it had already expanded beneath his feet and released a terrifying power that crushed Long Chen along with the primordial chaos laws. Unending life calamity. The origin Dragon Palace, the origin Dragon Essence, the myriad of divine powers, and the top-notch rules. The three great rules fused together, and the boundless life and death calamity erupted. In an instant, the primordial dragon sword released a sword Dao that was countless times stronger than before. With the support of such a huge power, it was easy to imagine what level the boundless life and death calamity could reach. Bang! In an instant, a 10,000-meter-long sword shadow broke through everything, and in the blink of an eye, it slammed into the grand mist gold plate above. The endless life and death tribulation was boundless, and its power was ferocious. At this moment, Long Chen was like an azure dragon emerging from the sea. In front of countless shocked eyes of the primal chaos gods, the sword pierced through the grand mist gold plate, causing it to explode into thousands of smaller plates. Under the protection of the origin Dragon Palace, the suction force of the black hole of fortune's suction force completely surpassed that of Mo Xiaolong's sky-devouring fire diagram. Even so, Long Chen was still able to break free. After breaking through the all-beings prison, Long Chen was already 10,000 miles away in an instant. In this way, he had gotten rid of the three fatal rules of the Chaos God Master's attacks. Moreover, he was in a state where he wasn't injured at all. Such an ability was a far cry from what he was 3 months ago. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Gods found it unbelievable. Impossible. Primal Chaos Fire Dance let out a mournful cry. She clearly remembered that the Primal Chaos God Master had easily cast a rule in their last battle, and Long Chen had almost died. Now that his attack power had increased by several times, his lethality was even more exaggerated. However, Long Chen's origin-level destinable artifact and his heaven-defying sword made people think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It's only been 3 months. It's impossible for him to improve so much. The Master Chaos said that he has time rules. It's possible that he can control time. Maybe 3 months have passed for us, but tens of thousands of years have passed for him. How powerful does the time law have to be? Even the 7 primordial chaos saints were speechless. The way Long Chen had broken through the prison of all beings was domineering and effortless. It showed that he had the strength to fight against the Master Chaos. Could it be that Long Chen has already surpassed our level? How could there be such a heaven-defying person in a mere 10,000 worlds? Is it because our luck is bad or something? Why didn't such an existence appear before the 10,000 worlds? Even primordial chaos Crimson Firmament couldn't do anything about it. What will Father do? The primal chaos ghost dance calmed down with great difficulty. It was waiting for another fierce battle to break out. The 4 sovereigns also knew that Long Chen was here to challenge the primal chaos god master. Right now, Long Chen was the master of the myriad worlds. At this moment, everyone was as nervous and excited as the last battle of the sacred war of the myriad worlds. Or rather, this was the last battle of the 10,000 worlds sacred war. The golden divine dragon coiled around Long Chen. It was the origin Dragon Palace. The primordial dragon sword was like a silver divine dragon in Long Chen's hand. The Master Chaos Saint had also crossed thousands of li to arrive. When he arrived in front of Long Chen, his gaze was solemn and shocked. I can see that your origin-level destinable artifact is a palace. I really didn't expect that there would be an origin-level destinable artifact in the 10,000 worlds. There shouldn't be an origin-level destinable artifact in this world. Isn't the chaotic divine world just a part of the 10,000 worlds? Isn't it just an origin-level destinable artifact? Long Chen's gaze was calm. The chaotic divine race was used to being detached from worldly affairs. But Long Chen wanted to tell them that there was actually nothing special about them. They, too, were part of the 10,000 worlds. Even the world separated by the sky-swallowing ray still existed in the 10,000 worlds. They might even be stronger than the chaotic divine world. It was even possible that the ancestral dragon origin dragon soul that Long Chen wanted existed in those worlds. That's right. The chaotic divine world is a part of the 10,000 worlds. I was too proud, so I created you. It's a pity that I didn't have the resolve to kill you at first sight. That's why you're out of control now. The Master Chaos Saint said. Long Chen shook his head. Wrong. One day, you will be glad that you didn't kill me when you first saw me. I don't believe it. You will believe it. Time will prove it. Long Chen's expression was calm. The Origin Dragon Palace had given him great confidence. I only want to know your secret now. The Master Chaos Saint's three mouths spoke at the same time. It was quite strange. I can't do anything to you. I can only fight you with my own limits. Very quickly, he underwent a new transformation. It was a transformation that shocked Long Chen even more. After this transformation, the Master Chaos Saint was no longer the Master Chaos Saint. In the past, the Master Chaos Star, the chaotic royalty, could transform into the primogenitor of the chaotic royalty, the giant chaos beast. That giant chaos beast was probably the primogenitor of the chaotic divine world. It must have been the creator of the chaotic divine world. But now, when the Master God of Chaos put away the three semi-origin divine weapons and returned to his normal form from his three-headed and six-armed form, he began to expand again and undergo a new round of changes. Seeing this change, all the members of the Chaos God clan hurriedly knelt in the void with zeal and devotion, worshipping him. The primogenitor has descended. The transformation of the Master Chaos Saint into a giant chaos beast was a grand ceremony for all the chaotic gods. It was a precious scene that they had not seen for a long time. It was their faith. Long Chen had seen the Master Chaos Beast before, but it was obviously not on the same level. Although they looked similar, the chaotic royalty of the dragon sacrificial continent had long lost the most important thing in their bloodline, which was power and inheritance. Therefore, although there were many chaotic royalty on the dragon sacrificial continent and they also had the three-headed and six-armed god, they had lost the support of a huge amount of power. The giant chaos beast in front of him was boundlessly huge. In the previous battle with the Master Chaos God, Long Chen could barely see the shadow of the giant chaos beast. This time, the giant chaos beast that appeared was equally huge. To Long Chen, it was equivalent to 1/4 of the chaotic divine world. In front of the giant chaos beast, Long Chen's blood-red eyes were as huge as a continent. Boom boom boom. Under the pressure of the giant chaos beast, even the surrounding space was collapsing. On its body, the dragon scales that the Master Chaos beast did not have were very eye-catching. Although it was undoubtedly a giant chaos beast, Long Chen felt that there was a very strong aura that belonged to a divine dragon. Buzz! Even a breath was like a storm in the starry sky. Long Chen had to hide far away. Otherwise, the battlefield would be completely controlled by the opponent. How could the chaotic gods not go crazy with such a grand scene? Long Chen. Just the mere sound of his name was like a thunderclap, causing the entire endless territories to tremble. In front of this chaos beast, Long Chen was like an insignificant speck. In the chaotic divine world, even the gods and demons in the 9 chaotic continents were summoned by the giant chaos beast. They knelt on the ground, fanatical and pious. Ever since I got my hands on the original level creation artifact, I have never been able to use it to my heart's content. Previously, I was powerless against the expert you summoned. But you gave me the chance to enjoy myself to my heart's content. So, I should be the one thanking you instead. But even so, I will not show any mercy for such a rare opportunity. Long Chen said, to tell you the truth, there will be more opportunities for you to make your move in the future. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. It wasn't until Long Chen had retreated far enough that he could see the Chaos Beast's full appearance. He also saw that 2 pairs of huge silver wings were forming on the Chaos Beast's back. They were metallic, shiny, and dazzling wings. Every feather was a creation divine weapon. Moreover, they were at least order-grade creation divine weapons. And on it, there were billions of feathers. This was an original level creation artifact that belonged to the Master Chaos God. If there were no surprises, the Dragon Blood War God mobile game would be released into public beta at the end of May. Games, comics, animations, television dramas, movies. These were all madmen's biggest dreams. I want my works to be in all kinds of fields. I want my characters to have more life and become more interesting existences. This is what I left behind in this world. It was born because of me. I will love this game, and I hope that everyone will love it with me. When the time comes, I will explore the game with all the readers. The Dragon Blood War God is about to break through 10 million words. This is the result of less than 3 years. Brothers and sisters, prepare yourselves. Let us relive this touching moment when the full text ends. After a long period of silence, the world has changed. The dragons have returned, and blood has dyed the blue sky. Madman posted a Dragon Blood forum on his WeChat account. Now, there is a free 50 yuan Jingdong card for signing in. Everyone can check it out first. Follow Feng Qingyang's WeChat history. Today's message has a link to the forum. Chapter 3192. When the original level creation divine weapon appeared, it shone brightly in the starry sky, even more than the entire chaotic divine realm. It was like something that didn't belong here. When it was born, it shone brightly in all worlds. Perhaps even the destroyed dragon sacrificial continent could see its brilliance. The silver light pierced through all worlds. Set off by the dazzling and beautiful wings, the originally violent and even ugly chaos behemoth appeared sacred, like a saintess that could not be violated or blasphemed. Naturally, an origin-grade creation divine artifact would allow a primal chaos god master's power to increase exponentially, just like Long Chen's. As a result, Long Chen's advantage in the origin dragon palace was completely gone. The beautiful silver wings were so massive. The divine weapons at order level and above piled up to the size of 2 original incipient grade worlds. When they flapped, they could create a storm that could destroy a massive world. Of course, even though the origin dragon palace was restrained, it might not necessarily be weaker than the silver wings. However, the greatest use of the origin dragon palace was in defense and in providing creation divine power. Apart from defense and strength, the silver wings were like 2 blades. Clearly, their offensive capabilities were quite extraordinary. From the looks of it, it was even more superior. These wings have an aura that doesn't belong to the chaotic divine realm. They look like real wings. Who left them here? Long Chen was full of doubts. The Chaos God Lord's booming voice came again. This is the primogenitor wings. Perhaps, it was left behind by the primogenitor who created my primal chaos divine realm. Ever since I obtained it, I have yet to use its full strength. Currently, only you are suitable to be my opponent. Ancestral wings. It must be left behind by the guy who created the chaotic divine realm. That guy should have been devoured by the Sky Devouring Clan. The Sky Devouring Clan only had the power to resist the 10 great ancestor dragons after dealing with the ancestor gods of the myriad worlds. As such, the wings of the progenitor were naturally extraordinary. However, this was not the end. At this moment, Master Chaos Lord looked in the direction of the Chaos Divine World without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, a 9-colored radiance appeared in front of him. To Master Chaos Lord, this thing was the size of an eye. However, to Long Chen, this was the origin incandescent stone of the Master God continent. An origin-grade chaos treasure. Boom! Under the will of the Master Chaos God, the origin incandescent stone suddenly fused into his forehead and became his third 9-colored eye. After the fusion, the boundless power of the origin incandescent stone also became the power of the Master Chaos God. This was something that the Lord of Chaos had completely surpassed Long Chen. Long Chen did not have such an origin incandescent stone on him. This meant that he was destined to be at a disadvantage. Not long ago, he was still fighting with the Chaos Divine Might to use the origin incandescent stone. However, now that the entire origin incandescent stone had become a part of the Master Chaos God, it was basically impossible for him to borrow it. It seemed like the Master Chaos God still had complete control over the origin incandescent stone. Under the illumination of the primogenitor's wings and the origin incandescent stone, the terror of the chaos beasts was indescribable. All the members of the chaos celestial race were still kneeling in the void. They were looking at the chaos beasts with the most devout gazes and shouting fanatically, "Ancestor! Ancestor descends and sweeps the world. No one can stop our primal chaos god race." Amidst the cheers, the Chaos Beast had completely gathered the power of the ancestral wings and the origin incandescent stone into his Tai innate god energy. The amount had already surpassed Long Chen's. "I will only use one move." If you can't take it, just admit defeat. Otherwise, your life and death will not be under my control. The Master Chaos God's domineering words only caused a slight ripple in Long Chen's heart. I knew how terrifying he was, but I still came to challenge him. This is to break this mental barrier in my heart. Only I know what level I've reached. Don't be blinded by appearances. This is the first time the Origin Dragon Palace has helped me. It has the Endless Essence blood and the Origin Dragon soul. I might not be suppressed. These thoughts gave Long Chen great confidence despite being at such a disadvantage. As such, he did not show any signs of weakness in front of the Master Chaos God. Instead, he fought back. At this moment, the power of the Origin Incandescent Stone on the Master Chaos God's brow combined with the Tai innate God energy and surged throughout his body. At this moment, all the Tai innate God energy was gathered on the ancestral wings. The most terrifying disaster in the world was about to befall. At this moment, the world was silent and the stars were collapsing. The silver wings on the Chaos Beast's body flapped. In an instant, the huge body of the Chaos Beast flashed beside Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of shadows surrounding Long Chen. More importantly, there were thousands of the ancestral wings. Compared to them, Long Chen was so small that he did not even exist. Primitive Chaos Array Diagram. This was the Primal Chaos Rules. Using the Primal Chaos Rules under such circumstances meant that the Master Chaos was most proficient in the Primal Chaos Rules. He was not the most proficient in the Primordial Chaos and Creation Rules. This Primal Chaos Array Diagram was very similar to the 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram in the Primal Chaos Divine World. However, there were also differences. The 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram was used for defense. Even if it was quiet, it would still require a long time to set up. However, this Primal Chaos Array Diagram was different. It was violent, instantaneous, and destructive. However, in this instant, the might of the Primal Chaos Array Diagram far surpassed the 9-colored Chaos Array Diagram. Moreover, this was not something that Mo Xiaolang could break by devouring the sun. The source of the primitive Chaos Array Diagram's power was the Master Chaos God. In an instant, Long Chen arrived in another boundless world. Around it were trillions of silver creation divine artifacts. Clearly, they were the transformations of the progenitor's wings. Although they were creation divine artifacts above the order grade, because they were part of an original grade creation divine artifact, they possessed the most terrifying lethality. Moreover, they also possessed chaos rules. In an instant, a boundless calamity erupted. 9 types of primal chaos elements and trillions of fortune divine weapons. The primitive chaos array diagram was like a world that had just been created. The 9 types of primal chaos elements were in a frenzy. In an instant, storms, lightning, flames, and icebergs appeared. 9 different types of primal chaos elements tore through worlds and charged forward. Compared to the primal chaos diagram, Long Chen was far too minuscule. However, all of the attacks, all of the destruction revolved around him. Bang bang. What Long Chen was experiencing was the fiercest impact he had ever experienced in his life. He had to admit that if it wasn't for the Origin Dragon Palace protecting him, he would have been reduced to ashes. Not to mention 2 lives, even 100 lives would have been destroyed by the primitive chaos array diagram. It was as though there were primal chaos beasts everywhere, and the primogenitor's wings were everywhere. The billions of fortune divine weapons formed the primogenitor's wings all of a sudden, turning into a giant blade that tore through the heavens and slashed towards Long Chen. If he were to be hit, the Origin Dragon Palace would definitely be torn apart. Boom boom boom. Endless destruction. Even the flames of life couldn't suppress Long Chen's heavy injuries. Life and death hung in the balance. In front of him was a destroyed world and a chaos array diagram. The cries of the primal chaos gods and the hoarse voice of the primal chaos lord reverberated in his ears. There were also the hopeful gazes of everyone in the God Nation and the time tunnel. There was also the youth who had lost his memories. He needed Long Chen. I can't lose. The primal chaos lord isn't that scary. At the very least, Long Chen relied on the Origin Dragon Palace to survive the first wave of terrifying attacks. Just as the storm subsided, Long Chen gritted his teeth. A primal chaos beast appeared in his heart. The primal chaos beast was too huge. He was everywhere and ignored all of Long Chen's attacks. All he wanted was to destroy Long Chen and force Long Chen to admit defeat. He had already lost once. He couldn't lose again. If he lost again, the entire Primal Chaos God's tribe wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the myriad of worlds. Primal Chaos Lord. Long Chen gave up on resisting. He gathered all the power of the Origin Dragon Palace and used his body to withstand the Primal Chaos Array Diagram's attacks. He gathered all of his Origin Dragon energy on the Primal Dragon Sword. At that moment, the Primal Dragon Sword exploded with golden radiance. The golden radiance pierced through the Primal Chaos Array Diagram and shot outwards, spreading to the surrounding starfields. Past. Future. Fate inversion. The sword slashed out. When all the power poured out, that was when Long Chen was at his weakest. The Primal Chaos Array Diagram instantly passed through the Origin Dragon Palace and destroyed Long Chen, causing Long Chen to die again. Resurrection. However, every time he died, he would be reborn. Long Chen had sacrificed his life to execute the past and future reincarnation art in order to determine the outcome of the battle. After he died and was reborn, the Origin Dragon Palace once again blocked the primal chaos elements and the progenitor's wings for him. It was a close call. Rumble. Long Chen was rammed by the progenitor's wings within the primal chaos array diagram. You still have one life left. The master of the chaos god sent a warning. What he meant was, if you don't admit defeat, you will die. You too. Long Chen sneered. The primordial chaos array diagram couldn't stop the miraculous fusion of the three nomological laws. Now, the past and future fate reincarnation art was moving at an unimaginable speed. This was something that condensed one of Long Chen's lives. In a short period of time, it broke through all the array diagrams and appeared outside the array diagrams, right in front of the massive body of the chaos beast. Previously, the primal chaos array diagram's power had concealed the nomological laws. Therefore, Master Primal Chaos didn't sense it. But when it appeared, it gave him a fright. Withdraw. Master Primal Chaos didn't care about Long Chen's desperate struggle. He retracted the progenitor's wings and placed it in front of him. Chapter 3193. Past and Future Fate Inversion. Karma, Fate, Change. The three great rules fused perfectly. In terms of rules alone, its power surpassed even the most powerful primal chaos formation of a master god of primal chaos. It was just that it wasn't as powerful in terms of momentum. Now that Master Chaos had completely suppressed Long Chen in terms of power, whether Long Chen could resist would depend on the price of his life to use past and future fate inversion. Break. Master Chaos opened his ancestral wings. Suddenly, 9 types of primal elements exploded and fused into one, forming a world-destroying power that crashed against past and future fate inversion. The Primal Chaos Divine Master wanted to destroy Long Chen's last hope. But surprisingly, even though Master Chaos knew these rules, he was still confused by them. The primal elements could destroy almost all rules in this world, but they couldn't break the ancestral dragon's karma and fate rules. Karma and fate were formless. Cause and effect, endless fate. The past and future fate reversal technique disappeared before the primal chaos element and reappeared after it, right in front of Master Primal Chaos. This was the first time Master Primal Chaos' heart had been shaken. He could only use the ancestral wings to protect himself. 1. In front of Master Chaos God, the past and future fate incantation was activated. After it was activated, it was large enough to envelop Master Chaos God. Even though Master Chaos God used the ancestral wings to protect himself, he was still easily enveloped by the past and future fate incantation. Success. At least, it had descended on Master Chaos. The seemingly simple rules had just begun to display its peerless power. Of course, this was also the time when the primal chaos array diagram was at its most violent. Then, Long Chen was well aware that as to who would win and who would lose, it would all depend on who could persist. If he couldn't, he would be destroyed. If a Chaos God Master couldn't block the past and future fate reversal art, then his destiny would be changed. Like the Chaos Divine Might, he would become a cripple. Both sides knew that this was the other's fatal move. Dang! Master Chaos God knew what would happen to his son. Therefore, in a fit of rage, he poured all of his power into the primordial chaos formation pattern. The primordial chaos rule created a world of destruction, crashing into Long Chen's defense billions of times. Every time, Long Chen was sent flying 100,000 miles away. Even with the Origin Dragon Palace blocking it, it was still very uncomfortable. But even so, Long Chen's gaze was still intense, filled with the will to win and hope. He did not retreat at all. God Lord, if you can't hold on, admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't force yourself to the same end as your son. Long Chen's voice pierced through the primal chaos array diagram and stunned all the primal chaos gods. They saw a primal chaos god master crushing Long Chen. Could it be? Now, the divine master was also affected by Long Chen's rule. For a moment, the entire primal chaos world was silent. Everyone was holding their breath as they watched the battle, the giant primordial chaos beast, and the primordial chaos array diagram. Suddenly, the primordial chaos beast disappeared and Master Chaos God appeared once again. The ancestral wings shrunk to the size of his body and was still behind him. However, Master Chaos God had lost his domineering aura and his expression was ugly. He was resisting the past and future fate reversal technique. But this was a heaven-defying rule. How could he resist it? Master Chaos God tried his best but to no avail. The rule was still engulfing his body. Once it was fully controlled, it would take effect. Master Chaos God knew that he would end up like the Chaos Divine Might. If that happened, not only would the entire Primal Chaos Gods race be unable to lift their heads, they would also be destroyed. This was humiliation. But Long Chen had yet to lose. Master Chaos God didn't do anything. All of his power was focused on the primordial chaos array diagram. The ancestral wings were still fighting against the Origin Dragon Palace. The Origin Dragon Palace didn't attack and only defended. However, it was really difficult to break through the primordial chaos origin divine weapon and kill Long Chen in a short period of time. Master Chaos God, it's almost over. No matter how powerful the impact of the ancestral wings was, Long Chen was still in a severely injured state and was extremely weak. However, his fighting spirit was still strong. His arrogant expression and heaven-defying recovery ability all moved the Master God of Chaos. Previously, Master Chaos God was still talking a lot. But now he had shut his mouth. This was because he had been invaded by the past and future fate reversal technique to his limit. Perhaps Long Chen would be killed soon, but with his tenacity, he could probably hold on for a while longer. But Master Chaos God was already at his limit. Master Chaos God wasn't willing. He was absolutely unwilling. It was just that the tenacious guy in the primordial chaos array diagram had a disdainful face, an arrogant expression, and a cold smile. He was really helpless. If he hadn't been affected by the past and future fate reversal technique, and if his opponent didn't have 2 lives, he wouldn't have lost. However, his opponent had the most heaven-defying rules and 2 lives. As such, even if Master Chaos God's power surpassed Long Chen's after fusing with the Origin Incisor, he wouldn't be able to defeat Long Chen in a short period of time under the protection of his opponent's Origin Fate Divine weapon. All these factors caused him to feel miserable. No matter how much he didn't believe it, thinking of the Chaos Divine martial arts ending, Long Chen's strong willpower attack, and the power of the heavenly nether realm, amidst the silence, 3 words rang out. I admit defeat. This was the voice of the Primal Chaos God Lord. The entire Primal Chaos God clan didn't want to hear these 3 words. He admitted defeat. Only by doing so could he preserve his strength. Only then could Long Chen keep his promise and remove the past and future reincarnation art. The moment he admitted defeat, the primordial chaos array diagram was removed. Long Chen also struggled within it. When the crisis was over, he heaved a deep sigh of relief. He had managed to keep his life. Then, he summoned back the past and future fate reversal technique. Master Chaos God was only able to resist it for a while. If it had been Chaos Divine Martial Art, Long Chen wouldn't even have had the time to recall it. It was over. In the endless starry sky, everything returned to silence. Long Chen's body was filled with the flames of life. He faced off against Master Chaos God, who was 10,000 miles away. Master Chaos God was trembling all over. He had lost. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that he had lost this time. He wasn't weaker than Long Chen. It was just that Long Chen's past and future fate reversal technique was unstoppable. Moreover, Long Chen had resisted his Origin Dragon Palace and resurrection. All these factors contributed to Long Chen's victory. It was just that this fact was an unimaginable blow to the Chaos God race. Losing to Kitten was already shocking enough. Long Chen was originally defeated by Master Chaos God. Now, Master Chaos God had admitted defeat. This fact completely disheartened the Chaos God race. They couldn't raise their heads in the myriad of worlds. What they had suffered was deep humiliation. Originally, they had descended upon the myriad of worlds, arrogant and conceited. Now that their faith had been destroyed, they were disgraced and disgraced. The news couldn't be concealed. The moment the victor was decided, the news spread rapidly among the gods and demons. Within Long Chen's god kingdom, many people naturally knew of Long Chen's victory. In an instant, the myriad of worlds cheered. The sacred war had finally come to an end. Long Chen had truly won dignity for the myriad of worlds. Primal Chaos Fire Dance had a suffocating feeling. She stared at Long Chen with her bright eyes. In her mind, she was still thinking about the first time she fought with Long Chen. At that time, although Long Chen defeated her, she did not think highly of Long Chen at all. But now not much time had passed. Even the Chaos Gods, who had been laughing in the past, could no longer laugh. Reality had given them a huge slap in the face. Chaos Fire Dance's faith in Long Chen had completely collapsed. The two people she admired the most had been defeated by Long Chen. That man had become her nightmare. Looking at Long Chen's calm face, she was lost in thought for a long time. God Lord. Long Chen wasn't too proud after defeating his opponent. Master Chaos God isn't weak. He is a worthy opponent. It was a complete reversal of the situation, and in the end, you won a complete victory. At this time, you should be humiliating me. Master Chaos God looked desolate. What happened today was also a blow to him. Godlord, please don't think too much. In fact, I still have many things to discuss with you today. We are friends, not enemies. Long Chen said sincerely. Don't you want to know about primordial chaos rule and creation rule? That's right. What I cultivate must be related to you. Since I lost, according to the promise, you can ask whatever you want. I will naturally keep my promise. Master Chaos God was very straightforward. After speaking, he glanced at the Chaos God race. Many of them were outside the 9-colored chaos formation. Master Chaos God waved his hand. Go back. Yes. No matter how heavy their hearts were, they still had to go back. After all the Chaos God race had left, Master Chaos God said, So, if you have any questions, just tell me. Other than matters regarding the second ancestor dragon, Long Chen would also discuss matters regarding the primordial giant demon with him. Of course, matters regarding the second ancestor dragon took priority. Long Chen transformed into the void cosmic dragon before the Master of Chaos, then the primordial blood spiritual dragon, and so on. Finally, he returned to his human form. Godlord, do you see it? I see it. The symbol on my body depicts you. However, this symbol of mine is also a continent. Could it be that this continent is your home? That's right. Long Chen nodded. It seemed that Master Chaos God was a little interested. He continued to ask, God Lord, then what is the relationship between you and this symbol? Master Primal Chaos pondered for a moment and said, To be honest, I've already forgotten about it. My memories from tens of millions of years ago are very blurry. I only remember that in the past, I didn't forget about the primordial chaos and creation Tao laws. Then, what exactly is the reason for such a change? The first batch of 5 subjects was over. He just didn't know how many subjects he could pass. He had to go out tomorrow morning. The update was at 18 p.m. He was a little tired today. There were 2 updates in total. Chapter 3194. He wanted Long Chen to know everything about this symbol. This was the bet they had made before the battle. With Lord Chaos's current identity and status, even if he was unwilling, he could only say under Long Chen's intense gaze. Fine, I'll tell you the truth then. He pointed at the location of his rule core and said, There is a drop of blood here. It was a drop of blood that I finally managed to find in the Chaos Divine Realm after suffering untold hardships. I knew a long time ago that there was a foreign object somewhere in the Chaos Divine Realm, but it took me millions of years to find it. To Long Chen, a drop of blood was enough to explain everything. It had to be the inheritance blood essence. The second ancestral dragon's inheritance blood essence. Now, he didn't even know what the second ancestral dragon's name was, but he knew that it was right in front of Long Chen, in the rule force core of the Master Chaos. Realizing this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel excited. However, Lord Chaos continued, after that, I spent a lot of effort to study and control it. Finally, through the similarity between me and it, I transferred it to my rule force core. Since then, I spent millions of years studying it. Using the chaos rule between me and it as a foundation, I found the primordial rule and the creation rule. Lord Chaos himself had the chaos rule, and the inheritance blood essence also contained the chaos rule. Therefore, Long Chen could basically confirm that the second ancestral dragon's rule force core was chaos, primordial rule, and creation rule. These three rule force cores belonged to the primordial era when the world was first formed. At this point, the truth was very clear. Everything related to Lord Chaos and the dragon sacrificial continent basically came from this drop of blood. That's about it. Why, Long Chen, after hearing this, it seems that this thing is very important to you. So, you want to kill me and snatch it, right? Lord Chaos crossed his arms. Now that the Chaos Gods had returned, he had almost recovered his vitality. The fighting spirit in his heart was probably burning again. One could see the will to destroy in his eyes. Although he lost the battle just now, it didn't mean that he was easy to deal with. Long Chen was calculating in his heart. With the primordial Godmaster's primordial laws, it'll be difficult to lock onto him again now that he knows how powerful the past and future fate reversal art is. He can travel through the myriad worlds at any time. If I force him into a corner, it'll cause chaos in the myriad worlds. In the end, I might not even be able to snatch it. However, he had an extreme desire for the inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon. The first ancestral dragon and the second ancestral dragon were the cream of the crop among the 10 great ancestral dragons. They were also the most mysterious. They were the foundation of the dragon sacrificial continent and surpassed the other ancestral dragons. Whether or not he could truly inherit the inherited blood essence of these two ancestral dragons was the key to Long Chen's future. His goal was to inherit all of the ancestral dragon's legacies, except for the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. The second ancestral dragon was an important step in his dream. The master of the chaos god had given him a difficult problem. If Kitten could help him now, it would be great. However, Long Chen couldn't be sure if Kitten would have other thoughts about the inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon. After all, he hadn't returned to Long Chen's home yet. While Long Chen was hesitating, the master of the chaos god suddenly laughed and said, "To be honest, I understand your feelings right now. You want it, but you're also worried. Most things in this world are so difficult. To tell you the truth, I've realized that I can no longer use this drop of blood. It doesn't belong to me, and I can't continue to excavate it. However, you and I are enemies, not friends. Your strength will only be a nightmare for me. Therefore, even if I can't use it, it's still of great use to you. It's impossible for me to give it to you." The first half of this sentence surprised Long Chen, but the second half directly cut off Long Chen's naive thoughts. If you want to obtain it, you have to take my life. If you want to fight with me, then you have to be prepared to suffer great losses. We, the Chaos God race, are hot-blooded and warlike. You're the only one in the myriad worlds who has the ability. In a real war, the outcome is uncertain. After saying this, the master of the Chaos God prepared to return to the Chaos God world. He was sure that Long Chen wouldn't fight with him at this moment. The higher they stood at this level, the more they knew how strong they were. With their abilities, they could easily control the lives and deaths of trillions of lives. Both of them had the support of gods and demons, so neither dared to force the other to death. Wait. Long Chen stopped him. Why? Is this drop of blood really so attractive that you can't resist it even now? The master of the Chaos God's aura descended once again. He was ready to fight against Long Chen. The situation changed in an instant. The serious atmosphere made it seem like the two were about to fight again. No, let's not talk about this drop of blood first. Actually, today, I have another important matter to explain to you. Just say it. Do you know about the primeval troll? The master of the Chaos God shook his head. When the Chaos God world was sealed, there wouldn't be any primeval troll. Long Chen told the master of the Chaos God about the primeval troll from start to finish. Of course, he couldn't say anything about the sky-swallowing clan. According to Long Chen's description, the primeval troll's origin couldn't be verified. However, they were violent in nature and their mission was to destroy all living beings. They devoured all living beings to strengthen themselves. They were the enemy of all worlds. Since all of you have come to the myriad worlds, You are naturally the target of the primeval troll. 3 months later, if the primeval troll appears, they might attack all of you. If you want to protect the entire Chaos God race, Master God, you must be prepared. We don't know the exact strength of the other party, but it's always good to be prepared. The Master of the Chaos God's expression was doubtful. After listening to Long Chen, he asked, "Why should I believe you?" Long Chen smiled, "Master God, you can choose not to believe me. 3 months is a short time. By then, the truth will be revealed. Whether I'm fooling you or not, the truth will reveal itself. I hope that what I'm telling you today is a lie. To be honest, I think you're really unlucky. You went through so much to come back to the myriad worlds only to encounter such a destructive disaster. However, all of you can't go back now. So, prepare for battle." After listening, the Master of the Chaos God didn't say another word. Long Chen was right. He wouldn't suffer any losses if he was just preparing. Plus, Long Chen didn't have any reason to fool him. "Let me calm down. If I have any doubts or plans, I'll contact you." When he said these words, the God Master was clearly incomparably helpless. His luck was really bad. He came to the myriad worlds thinking that he could conquer the myriad worlds and dominate the 4 directions. He didn't expect that a little cat and Long Chen would appear and both of them would defeat him. Now, there was even the invasion of the mysterious and brutal immemorial Great Devil. The primeval troll that Long Chen described was like the world of gods and demons, the destroyer of the myriad worlds. It was impossible for such an existence to seek peace and ally with the primeval troll. If the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Master God, please don't think of allying with the primeval troll. If the primeval troll massacred the myriad worlds and stayed in the Chaos God's tribe, do you think that the Chaos God's tribe will still exist? Before that, Long Chen had to remind him not to make any stupid decisions. Clearly, the Master of the Chaos God wasn't such a person. With a heavy heart, he disappeared from Long Chen's sight in the blink of an eye and returned to the Chaos God realm. Currently, the Chaos God realm was sealed. Other than Mo Xiaolang devouring a layer of the 9-colored chaos formation, nothing else changed. After looking at the Chaos God realm, Long Chen hurried back to the 3rd level of the Tower of Time to save time. This time, defeating the Master of the Chaos God realm was a huge gain in all aspects. The power of the Origin Dragon Palace was beyond imagination, pushing Long Chen to a new height. It's a pity that I couldn't snatch the 2nd ancestral dragon's blood essence from the Master of the Chaos God realm. Long Chen really wanted to do this, but there were too many uncertainties, especially since he had already come back from the dead once. Moreover, he had forced his opponent into a corner. In a situation where Long Chen did not have absolute control over the situation, it was not appropriate to rashly attack. At least I have a target and know where it is. Moreover, the Master of the Chaos God realm isn't of much use. He's just afraid that I'm stronger. It's safe to keep it with him. I'll attack when I'm more confident. Haste makes waste. In this regard, Long Chen's heart had slowly calmed down. There was no news of the primeval troll in the myriad worlds, but the news of Long Chen defeating the Master of the Chaos God realm had stirred up the myriad worlds. Among the myriad worlds, Long Chen had completely secured his position as the number 1. There are still more than 200 years left. I still have to make becoming stronger my top priority. Now that it's difficult to make a breakthrough in the realm, I can only start with the laws. Currently, he was an ultimate divine emperor. Becoming an ultimate god was equivalent to other ultimate gods reaching a higher realm. Naturally, it was difficult. It would probably take at least 1,000 years. When Long Chen calmed his heart and focused on his laws, he quickly discovered that even though he was very satisfied with his current strength, he couldn't deny that he had reached a bottleneck in both his cultivation base and his understanding of laws. In terms of laws, the eternal whirlpool was considered the mechanism of time while the other 6 laws were in the cycle of fusion. He could only fuse more laws, but fusion was not considered an improvement. The bigger improvement came from Long Chen's exploration of each law. For example, a deeper understanding of the slaughter law and life law. The deeper he went, the more possibilities of fusion would be. However, what gave him a headache was that after fusion, it became difficult to make a breakthrough in a single law. That was because the power of fusion laws was too great. It was very likely that a breakthrough in a single law would not be as powerful as the fusion of laws. Therefore, if he wanted to make a breakthrough in a single law, he must make a huge improvement. Chapter 3195. Two Bottlenecks. Two Difficulties. The primeval troll disaster was already spreading. As time passed, Long Chen had a slight headache. Even though he had abilities that were admired by all the gods and demons, and seemed to be invincible, in Long Chen's heart, he knew that this was not enough. The primeval troll was like a hungry wolf, like a storm that swept through all the worlds. Only with overwhelming power could he stabilize the situation. Once the sky-swallowing clan was alerted, that would be the most terrifying moment. Even Kitten was in despair, not to mention the others. So, when it was quiet, the pressure in his heart was greater than anyone else's. Disregarding the world, at least the people around him, Lingxi, Mo Xiaolang, Li Xuanji, Kitten, and the newly matured Dragonface. She had yet to properly see this world. Shouldering the mission of all worlds, in the final battle, he could only win, he could not lose. If he lost, everything would be destroyed. Because he could not lose, when he spent 100 years and gained nothing, he fell into anxiety and confusion. Indistinctly, the sky was filled with demonic shadows, as well as the invincible creatures that swallowed the entire world, were already above his head. Since the primeval troll had awakened, the sky-swallowing clan's arrival was definitely not far away. In fact, he might even appear in the myriad worlds tomorrow. Long Chen might even be discovered. Any devouring dragon servant could take Long Chen's life, destroy everyone he protected, and slaughter the mystical dragon clan. I won't allow. A man should have courage. Cursing and running away were the actions of a coward. Because of this, Long Chen wanted to have the strongest power and fight fiercely with the ancient giant demons and the sky-devouring clan. That way, he would have no regrets even if he died. From start to finish, he was not afraid of death. Rest for a while. There's no point in holding on. Why not go out and take a walk? Maybe relax, and there might be unexpected rewards. Seeing his anxiety, Lingxi frowned, her face full of concern. Don't worry, to the outside world, there were less than 2 months left. I think you're too obsessed with time. Perhaps to you, 100 years is no different from an instant. 100 years of bitter waiting might not be as good as an instant of transcendence. Lingxi's words made Long Chen's eyes light up. After so many days of silence, perhaps what Lingxi said was the answer she wanted. Absolutely. He was certain that even if he waited for another 150 years, he might not get anything. Therefore, he had to go to the battlefield. If the primeval troll were to make a move, there would be some movement in less than 2 months. Now that the 4 juggernauts have used some time to make some preparations, I should take a walk around and see if there's any movement. I'll accompany you. Lingxi held onto his arm as if she was her first love. Her bright eyes were still filled with admiration for Long Chen. Love and admiration were fused together. Let's go. Lingxi's eternal-level creation divine artifact, the Gate of the Universe, could play a huge role, especially after Lingxi reached the perfect divine venerable realm. She had a deep understanding of the primordial laws, and the Gate of the Universe was just a medium. Through this medium, Lingxi could basically teleport across the myriad realms in a day, just like the Master God of Chaos. Where should we go first? To the Ancestral Star. I'll return the Ghost Blood Curse and Nether Blood Curse to her first. Okay. He could not go back on his promise to Ghost 7, but he could not use them for the time being. Moreover, the arrival of the primeval troll should remind her as it might affect the Ancestral Star, or even other realms that were still separated. However, Long Chen could not figure out where those realms were. You're finally here. On the Ancestral Star, Ghost 7 met Long Chen. I can't even fathom your current cultivation base. Long Chen chatted with her about recent events. In fact, Lingxi and Ghost 7 were also in contact, so she had a basic understanding of the situation. Therefore, Long Chen mainly returned the creation divine artifacts that he borrowed from the Ancestral Star to Ghost 7, as long as they were useless, such as the Ghost Blood Curse, Nether Ghost Curse, and Nether Blood Curse. Mo Xiaolang already had the floating flame flag and did not need the Nether Ghost Curse anymore. The Ancestral Star is not strong after losing the primordial ancestor. I can't grow fast enough, so I still have to rely on you. Ghost 7 said worriedly. In that case, go to the Tower of Time and inherit the primordial ancestor's inheritance as soon as possible. I'll make arrangements if there are any problems in the Ancestral Star. Ghost 7 was overjoyed and said in a sweet voice, Thank you, you're a good man. Long Chen was the one who defeated the primordial ancestor. Without the primordial ancestor's protection, Long Chen had the responsibility to protect the ancestral star. After settling the matters in the ancestral star, Long Chen stayed for a few days and ignored the approaching time. One day, he suddenly remembered something. Little Shi, do you remember that there was an ultimate god who went missing in the cosmic hive and there was no news of him ever since? Of course I remember. It's in the depths of the cosmic hive. Even the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor doesn't dare to enter that place, so even if he went missing, no one would dare to look. In the past, I was busy with other things and didn't have the time or the ability to go in. Now that I have the Origin Dragon Palace to protect me, I can give it a try. Maybe it's related to the primeval troll. Lingxi hesitated for a while and asked, what if it's related to the Sky Devouring clan? Long Chen's heart shook. He thought for a while and shook his head. Since the Sky Devouring clan is sleeping, they shouldn't be in a place we can see. No matter what, there's a small possibility that it's related to them. Let's go. Things were different now, so they couldn't be lumped together. With the Origin Dragon Palace and the Primordial Dragon Sword, Long Chen had surpassed the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor by too much. Nearly 2 days later, Long Chen got close to the Cosmic Hive, which was also the High Heaven's secret realm. Coming here again, he couldn't help but sigh at how magical this place was. Perhaps with his current ability, he could destroy the entire Pango continent, but he wasn't confident that he could destroy this High Heaven's secret realm. Long Chen asked Lingxi to return to the Tower of Time. He used the Origin Dragon Palace to protect himself in the dark. After informing the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor and the others, he rushed straight into the depths of the Cosmic Hive. Back then, Long Chen fought with the 3 ultimate gods in this place. Now, someone as strong as him was already the true supreme god of the myriad of worlds. As he went deeper, the shallow environment didn't affect him at all. He was already charging towards the depths of the Cosmic Hive. Long Chen didn't make too much of a ruckus. He went deeper secretly and broke through the layers of illusions. Perhaps it was because of the disappearance of the ultimate gods, very few people would come to the High Heaven's secret realm to train. Even the godly kings and deity emperors he encountered did not dare to barge in. Long Chen passed by them and quietly arrived at the place where he was fighting with the 9 Heavens Divine Mother and the others. There's really something in the depths. The higher one's level was, the more sensitive one's willpower was. It could even be called intuition. Not only did Long Chen lock onto the location of the thing, but he could also vaguely sense its strength. It's roughly equivalent to the primordial realm ultimate god. It shouldn't be the Sky Devouring clan. Also, it's not too central in the Cosmic Hive. With a goal in mind, Long Chen flashed continuously. By this time, he had entered the deepest part of the Cosmic Hive, where the ultimate god had disappeared. Long Chen had more or less led him to this position. When he arrived, Long Chen suddenly stopped. The surroundings were already filled with illusions from the Cosmic Hive. However, Long Chen was now proficient in the heavenly nether realm, so illusions were nothing to him. He could still resist them at this level. The problem was that his facial expression had changed slightly. What's wrong? Li Xuanji asked while hiding in his body. It's really the smell of primeval troll. It's deeper. Obviously, the disappearance of the ultimate god back then is related to this primeval troll. Didn't you say it's roughly equivalent to the primordial realm ultimate god? How can it finish off another primordial realm ultimate god so quickly? Can you feel it? We'll know when we get down. Long Chen sneered. He had already locked on to the primeval troll's location. Xuanji, help me dispel these illusions. I'll leave it to you. No problem. In terms of illusions and transformation laws, Li Xuanji was basically on par with Long Chen. With her taking action, Long Chen could focus more. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was distracted by the illusions and allowed that guy to escape. Now that Li Xuanji and Lingxi were very strong and each had their own strengths, Long Chen was extremely happy. Both of them could be of great help. It's done. Although she did not come out of Long Chen's body, she was already focused on dealing with the various illusions. Even the wind that blew from below could affect the ultimate god's illusion laws. Let's go. Long Chen didn't say anything else. This time, he suddenly accelerated and advanced at his peak speed. It was as though he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Millions of illusions flashed past his eyes. Countless sorrowful and terrifying scenes flashed before Long Chen's eyes. The bewilderment of the cosmic hive was raised to the extreme because this was the core position. However, even though there were billions of illusions laws, Li Xuanji helped Long Chen resolve them one by one, allowing Long Chen's attention to be completely focused on the primeval troll. That's right. Long Chen felt that his opponent was the primeval troll. Moreover, it was not an era sky fiend, an emperor fiend, or a chaos fiend demon. Instead, it was a type that Long Chen had never seen before. Suddenly, Long Chen broke through countless illusions. In the depths of the cosmic hive, in a white fog, he faced the primeval troll. In this endless white fog, it was as if every drop of mist was a world within an illusion. Most of this white fog was emitted from the primeval troll's body. Its cool armor seemed to be drenched as it constantly emitted fog, creating endless illusions. Another primeval troll that had woken up prematurely. Existing in this space was a very advantageous situation for the primeval troll. This caused Long Chen to be unable to see the other party's appearance clearly. All he could grasp was the silvery dragon scales and a pair of huge wings. Who? Chapter 3196. Illusions emanated. Deep in the universe hive, endless white fog swept over, isolating the area into an independent world. And the primeval troll occupied at least half of the world's space. The moment he spoke, the entire space seemed as if it was going to collapse and the earth was going to shatter. Long Chen did not say a word. With his present abilities, dealing with a primordial realm fiend supremacy primeval troll was a trivial matter. Eternal whirlpool. As the laws of time swept over, everything in the surroundings immediately fell into Long Chen's control over time. The eternal whirlpool even penetrated the world and covered half of the universe hive. Within this range, the primeval troll, which was completely under Long Chen's control, had no way of escaping. Under the suppression of time, the primeval troll instantly felt immense pressure. And at the same time, with Li Xuanji's dispelling, the environmental fog was finally expelled. The primeval troll also revealed its true form in front of Long Chen. It was a silver behemoth covered in silver dragon scales that were slightly white. It was covered in fog, and its other features were similar to era sky fiends. It was a rather orthodox primeval troll, and it even looked slightly more elegant. It wasn't as ferocious as war fiends or chaos fiendish demons. It had silver dragon scales, a pair of diamond-like horns, sharp teeth, and claws. Its head was slightly similar to a divine dragon, but its body was that of a behemoth. It had thick hind limbs and a tail, and its wings could cover its entire body when spread out. Its eyes were like blue gemstones. At the instant it saw Long Chen saw fear in its sapphire-like eyes. Due to the changes in time, the change in fear was rather obvious. You know me. Long Chen instantly understood the reason for its fear. He controlled time so that the primeval troll could be slightly more normal. Now the primeval troll immediately retracted the fear in his eyes and replaced it with arrogance and coldness. Long Chen, in this 10,000 worlds, other than the lowest mortals, who doesn't know you? Although the primeval troll was brutal, it also possessed intelligence. Although it was here, it had the means to spy on the outside world. From this, Long Chen could deduce that this primeval troll had the task of gathering intelligence for the primeval troll. Of course, Eternal Devil and Shin Jun should also have such missions. Then he would know more. Long Chen had already decided to capture the fellow in front of him. The other party only had the strength of a primordial fiend supremacy, so it should be a cinch. However, when he thought of the demonic dragon's ancient tomb, Long Chen knew very well that although he was not sure if the primeval troll could open the demonic dragon's ancient tomb and rush in, he was certain that once the other party opened it, it would be very difficult to control him. If he did not control him, how could he obtain the confidence of the primeval troll? Suddenly, Long Chen pushed the eternal whirlpool to its limits. First, he completely restricted his opponent in time. Then, the Origin Dragon Palace suddenly flew out from his body and suppressed the primeval troll's head. Long Chen was simply using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Using the Origin Dragon Palace to deal with a primordial fiend supremacy was indeed a little overboard, but the effects were obvious. Under the suppression of the Origin Dragon Palace, the primeval troll was like an ant, unable to move at all. He even degenerated from the state of a primeval troll, revealing a human form in front of Long Chen. It was a silver-haired blue-eyed youth that was as exquisite as jade. However, even though he was being controlled, he still had a deep sense of pride in his bones. His eyes were a little like the eyes of the epic sky fiend. But no matter what, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had directly descended into the eternal whirlpool of the time tunnel. Being imprisoned there was naturally rather stable. Chen, if you want to control him and prevent him from wandering around, I can use the silence mantra to do it. Furthermore, there's no problem with you asking questions. Lingxi informed him. Alright, you do it. After all, he could not keep using the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress him. Long Chen still had other uses, and once he was not suppressed, he was worried that this fellow would leave through the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. Now that the situation was so urgent, what Long Chen wanted was to make sure nothing went wrong. Lingxi brought the divine incantation ring and directly went to the eternal whirlpool. Long Chen opened the way for her and directly sent the primeval troll to Lingxi. Lingxi's silver hair also fluttered in the wind. Like a fairy in the sea, her entire body was covered in a holy white light. She descended like a goddess, and at the same time, she also used the silence mantra. In her hands, the silence mantra was like a burst of green smoke, floating on the primeval troll's body. In the blink of an eye, the light smoke condensed into something that looked like ice, but was not ice. It swept out and surrounded the primeval troll. However, it was only a thin layer of imprisonment. Its use was only to imprison the opponent, and not to kill the opponent. When she let go, the Origin Dragon Palace was also removed by Long Chen. The primeval troll could not move, and could only drift in the time whirlpool. You dare to imprison me? How audacious! You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crime. Long Chen, you're playing with fire. We, the primordial great demons, will not show you any mercy. If you provoke us again, we'll definitely make you regret it. We'll tear your body into pieces. This fair-skinned young man looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a ferocious gaze. What kind of primeval troll are you? Long Chen basically ignored his threats and went straight to the point. He was now standing in front of his opponent. His eyes were filled with pressure, piercing into the eyes of the primordial great demon. Even though his opponent was under the effect of the silence mantra, he could still feel the piercing spiritual force. I am the Eternal Phantom Demon. Speaking of this title, this guy was full of pride. However, in reality, it was useless against Long Chen. What he wanted to ask was the current situation of the primeval troll. He didn't expect that the Eternal Phantom Demon would say something like that. He sneered and said, "Don't even think about getting any information about the primordial demon race from me. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. In fact, even if you know, you'll only feel fear. Even so, I have no interest in surrendering to the lowest life forms that will soon be destroyed." This guy was really arrogant. Long Chen and Lingxi looked at each other. The primeval troll was different from ordinary people. Naturally, they could not be analyzed with common sense. Long Chen wanted to try using the Eye of Wishes. If it didn't work, he could only think of other methods, such as torture. Looking at the opponent, his gaze suddenly changed. His eyes turned completely white. The rule of wishes invaded the Eternal Phantom Demon. Child's play. The Eternal Phantom Demon said disdainfully. His sapphire eyes trembled, and millions of illusions actually rushed towards Long Chen. Lingxi did not use the silence curse to lock him down. Therefore, he could still be arrogant in front of Long Chen. Break. The opponent was an Eternal Phantom Demon. He was proficient in the rule of illusions. Long Chen was also proficient in this. Perhaps his rule might not be as pure as the Eternal Phantom Demon's, but Long Chen had the absolute support of strength. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the Eternal Phantom Demon was, Long Chen could easily break his illusions. Calm down and listen to my questions. Long Chen's intimidating shout caused the Eternal Phantom Demon's mind to tremble. Then, he began to struggle, occasionally roar madly, and occasionally become dumbfounded. This was the result of him resisting Long Chen's heart's eye of desire. Long Chen's Eye of Wishes couldn't completely control the opponent. After all, the opponent's spiritual will wasn't weak. Of course, this was enough. Long Chen's first doubt was that the Eternal Phantom Demon was indeed powerful. However, he alone could kill an ultimate god without making a sound. Did you kill the ultimate god that went missing in the Cosmic Hive? Long Chen had to find out if there were any other accomplices in the Cosmic Hive. If there were, he naturally couldn't let them escape. No. The eternal phantasm demon struggled within the divine silence mantra and roared in rage. He was in great pain when he was interrogated. Occasionally, he would struggle free and glare at Long Chen with rage in his eyes. His sapphire eyes looked as if they were about to explode. It really wasn't me. In other words, there must be other existences in the cosmic hive. Moreover, the number was uncertain. Then who killed him? Every time Long Chen asked, he would use a strong spiritual will attack. Then, he would use the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress and strengthen the rule power. No matter how the opponent resisted, he had to obey. It's Huan Ri. Huan Ri killed him. Who is Huan Ri? Who are you? How many companions do you have in the cosmic hive? Huan Ri is the eternal phantom demon. I'm Huan Yu, also an eternal phantom demon. He and I are in the cosmic hive. He's stronger than me. Intermittently, this was the information that the eternal phantom demon had obtained from him. He could slowly ask about the others, but he had to find Huan Ri first. After all, he was an eternal phantom demon that was stronger than Huan Yu. Long Chen couldn't sense his presence in the cosmic hive. Then where is Huan Ri now? That was the most important thing. The eternal phantom demon struggled bitterly. Long Chen increased the strength of his attack. After the other party wailed, he finally said, Huan Ri went out to look for food. He wants to find a remote world to look for food. He wants to devour an entire world. Long Chen was shocked when he heard that. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when he just unintentionally thought of the cosmic hive. There was actually a primeval troll that appeared in advance to look for food. Actually, it was just like the primeval troll in the dragon sacrificial continent in the past, to devour the common people. Which world did he go to? This was the most important thing. In order to ask this, Long Chen didn't hesitate to suppress the eternal phantom demon until his head bled and his body trembled. Until the other party said intermittently, it seems like he said, a place called Flower Fairy World. Flower Fairy World. The gate of the universe had been there. Lingxi had been there. That was the territory of the Taihao region. Long Chen had gone there to look for the inheritance blood essence. Chapter 3197. Fortunately, Lingxi had reached her level. With the gate of the universe as a medium and her own laws, it only took her half a day to travel from the Cosmos Hive to the Flower Fairy World. However, even though it had only been half a day, Long Chen was extremely anxious. Against the eternal hallucinatory devil, the mortals and demons of the Flower Fairy World were simply too weak. If the eternal hallucinatory devil was an anteater, then they were just ants without the slightest ability to resist. The Flower Fairy World was only so big to the eternal hallucinatory devil. In the entire world, no one could escape his devouring. If the eternal hallucinatory devil had already reached there, then the consequences would be disastrous. It was a matter of life and death again. Besides Long Chen, even the four rulers could not reach there so quickly. If he did not make it in time, then the Flower Fairy World would be completely finished. In the eternal whirlpool, the eternal hallucinatory devil had already regained consciousness. He realized that he had already revealed the news of the Mirage Sun. Just as he was about to report it, Long Chen's Origin Dragon Palace covered his head, causing him to lose consciousness and fall unconscious. Wait until I'm done with the Mirage Sun, then I'll deal with you all together. Long Chen's mood could be said to be extremely nervous and terrible. If something happens to the Flower Fairy World and all lives perish, I won't be able to explain it to the four rulers. The primeval troll has not descended yet, but if it does, let's not talk about the consequences. The trillions of lives that will be lost will be irreparable. Primeval troll. Long Chen gritted his teeth. For a long time, he did not have such a strong killing intent in his heart. Back when he was dealing with the primal chaos gods, because the opponent had only humiliated the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, he did not have such killing intent. He only wanted to conquer the opponent. But now, what Long Chen wanted was that as long as the primeval troll was really that cruel, he would definitely not let the opponent live. Even with Lingxi and Li Xuanji present, the killing intent in Long Chen's heart did not subside. Instead, because they were closer to the flower immortal world, the killing intent became more intense. That violent and vicious aura was something that even Lingxi would be afraid of. Chen, you haven't been like this in a long time. It's okay, I can control myself. Lingxi didn't say anything more. She had absolute trust in Long Chen. Even though his killing intent was rising majestically, sweeping through his entire body like a storm, erupting like a volcano, and causing chaos in his body that was as vast as the starry sky, his mind was always clear-headed. This was the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Its killing intent could be heaven-defying, but its rationality was still clear and calm. All its irritation was directed towards its killing intent, causing Long Chen's body to be filled with a thick blood qi. Half a day was torture for Long Chen. Chen, we're almost there. Lingxi first reminded him, and then the moment they arrived, she let Long Chen out of the God Nation. At this time, she herself had not seen the current situation of the Flower Immortal World. She and Long Chen appeared in the sky above the Flower Immortal World at almost the same time. They had once again returned to this beautiful world. Whether it was beautiful or a disaster of death would be revealed at this moment. Long Chen once had a lot of hope. He felt that the eternal fantasy day might not arrive so soon, but when he saw everything in front of him, all his hopes were dashed. The scene in front of him simply made his eyes pop out of their sockets. They had arrived at the eternal fantasy day. Not only had they arrived, but they had also been devouring for a period of time. This was reality, not imagination. In his imagination, this beautiful flower-like world should exist quietly in the myriad of worlds, blooming to its heart's content, releasing beautiful scenes. But now, the Flower Immortal World in reality was already hell on earth. In that instant, these real and passionate scenes flashed in the eyes of Long Chen and Lingxi. In the first scene, a giant silver beast, the primeval troll, occupied the Flower Immortal World like a silver bee gathering honey. Its thick hind legs pressed down on several petals, and every time it flapped its wings, it would sweep up a sky full of dust. In the second scene, the so-called smoke was actually made up of countless living beings. Countless flower celestials had been sent flying hundreds of millions of kilometers into the sky. They had been smashed into a bloody mess, and their miserable and despairing screams pierced through the starry sky. They gathered into a flood that rushed into Long Chen's ears. Those beautiful flower immortals, their desperate friendship, their pained expressions, they were all so real and vivid. They were not just numbers, each of them was a living being with their own story. And now, billions of them had entered the mouth of the eternal fantasy day. It was like a giant whale in the sea, swallowing a huge amount of fish and prawns in one gulp. And in the eyes of the primeval troll, the flower immortals were not even considered fish and prawns. At most, they were just water droplets that it had swallowed. Billions of them. Basically, before they had even reached the mouth of the primeval troll, billions of flower immortals had already lost their lives in despair due to the terrifying tearing force. What was left behind were their confused, shocked, pained, and puzzled gazes. What was this? The legendary primeval troll. During this period of time, the communication between the myriad worlds had suddenly increased. Everyone was saying that in the future, a primeval troll would descend upon the myriad worlds. But the supreme of the myriad worlds, an existence called Long Chen, would lead the four rulers and countless gods and demons to fight to the death against the primeval troll. Now that the primeval troll had appeared ahead of time, what about Long Chen? The shadow of death shrouded the entire collapsing Flower Immortal World. The Flower Immortal World was like a ravaged flower, losing its luster. Every petal bent and wilted, signifying the death and collapse of a continent. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire Flower Immortal World was experiencing an extreme calamity. In that instant, Long Chen simply did not know how many lives had died. As a supreme expert, how much responsibility had he shouldered? This scene caused his eyes to instantly turn bright red. To him, the death of the common people was something he did not need to think about. The intense impact of this scene caused Long Chen's body to suddenly be covered in scarlet dragon scales. He almost went crazy. That malevolent blood color even spread towards the primordial dragon sword. Boom. When Long Chen descended on the eternal hallucination demon, the happily devouring primeval troll finally discovered Long Chen's existence. It was also shocked by Long Chen's terrifying level of danger. Long Chen, it's you. Under Long Chen's sword, the eternal hallucination demon hurriedly escaped, flying away from the Flower Immortal World. Long Chen retracted the sword in his hand, lest he hurt the people of the Flower Immortal World. Now, the Flower Immortal World was like hell on earth. Without a word, Lingxi had already descended on the Flower Immortal World. She first protected the Flower Immortal World, allowing it to return to a stable state. Then she began to save those who were still alive. Without the control of the eternal hallucination demon, countless flower immortals were falling from the sky. Mo Xiaolang also arrived. He directly used the primal chaos green fire to its greatest extent. In the blink of an eye, the flames of life engulfed the entire flower immortal world. Only then did the flower immortal world, which was on the verge of death, stop its destruction and begin to change in a good direction. He would leave this place to them. The only thought in Long Chen's mind was to kill. After the eternal hallucination demon recognized him, he did not escape. He was itching to make a move. Naturally, he wanted to contend against Long Chen. This was perfect, as Long Chen was worried that he would escape. No wonder this guy could instantly kill a primordial realm ultimate god. It turned out that the eternal hallucination demon had the strength of the four rulers and was one level stronger than the chaos fiendish demon. Endless life and death tribulation. Suddenly, the furious Long Chen's origin dragon energy erupted from the primordial dragon sword. Long Chen used a peerless killer move. The three laws instantly fused into one under his anger. Under the shroud of killing intent, the endless life and death tribulation became even more ferocious. Swoosh! Boundless samsara sword chi instantly rushed towards the eternal phantasm. The eternal phantasm simply couldn't resist. He specialized in illusions, but Long Chen was also an expert in illusions. Therefore, even if he used many illusions to affect Long Chen, it was still useless. When Long Chen was truly enraged, even the four sovereigns would not be able to stop him. Boom! The endless life and death tribulation's power broke through the eternal hallucination demon's defenses and rushed into his body. Suddenly, his body was a bloody mess. The endless life and death tribulation was endless as it exploded in the eternal hallucination demon's body. Roar! The eternal hallucination demon was defeated and let out a deafening scream. The Flower Immortal clan members who were still struggling on the edge of life and death saw the heavily injured eternal hallucination demon. Everyone in the myriad worlds must be killed, no matter how far away you are. Eternal hallucination demon, you will pay a heavy price. Long Chen did not just want revenge. He also wanted to give the primeval troll a show of strength. Otherwise, the same thing would happen to him in the future. He was alone and could not protect the entire myriad worlds. Damn it! The eternal hallucination demon was seriously injured. The endless life and death tribulation made him beg for death. He wanted to destroy the Flower Immortal world to threaten Long Chen, but he did not expect that there were already two experts of the same level in the Flower Immortal world blocking his way. If he continued to stay here, he would die without a doubt. The eternal hallucination demon said angrily, Long Chen, wait for the day I, the primeval troll, descend. It will be the day you and the ants of the myriad worlds perish. This is the myriad worlds that belong to me, the primeval troll. You can be arrogant now, but one day, I will tear you to pieces and make you die in despair. As he roared, the eternal hallucination demon opened a tombstone in front of Long Chen. The world within the tombstone was naturally the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. He wants to escape. At that moment, Long Chen felt his blood rush to his brain. His whole body was in a state of extreme excitement. His heart was filled with the desire to kill the eternal hallucination demon. However, there was a possibility that he could escape. If he let him escape, Long Chen would simply hate himself to death. Although the opponent was facing an endless life and death tribulation, if he returned to the Devil Dragon ancient tomb and recuperated, he might be able to escape danger. However, Long Chen wanted him to die on the spot and pay the price for his actions. Kill die. At this moment, he watched the eternal hallucination demon enter the Devil Dragon ancient tomb. The killing intent in his heart had almost squeezed his entire body to the point of bursting. Vaguely, Long Chen saw the slaughter rules again. Today, I flew to Hangzhou to attend the annual meeting. In the morning, I rushed to the airport. In the afternoon, there was a meeting, and in the evening, there was a banquet. The big scene was probably going to be forced to drink. So, everyone should not wait. Chapter 3198. Over the past 100 years, he had racked his brains to no avail. The rules were like floating clouds, constantly changing and unfathomable. He had no clue. What he had not expected was that the eternal phantom fiend had devoured billions of flower immortals, and had even escaped into the demonic dragon tomb. If he really escaped safely, it would not be a problem of how he would face all life. First of all, Long Chen would not be able to give himself an explanation. How was he going to release the bloodlust and murderous intent in his heart? He had committed such an evil deed, causing the lives of millions and millions of living beings to perish at the hands of the eternal phantasm devil. Every single one of them was a bright red life. They were like Long Chen in the past. They had ambitions, loved ones, and emotions. Why should their lives be trampled on? He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his murderous intent. All his anger and murderous intent rushed to his mind and heart. A blood-colored mist enveloped the entire heart of the rules, including the Void Universe Dragon. The only blood-colored massacre dragon seal lit up at this critical moment. Damn it! At that moment, his killing intent skyrocketed to the extreme. It helped Long Chen gain a deeper understanding of the realm of massacre. It broke through the barrier between him and the laws, allowing him to instantly bathe in the laws of massacre and death. That realm was perhaps the anger of all life. The blood of all life, the blood of trillions of people, all condensed in Long Chen's heart of the rules. In that instant, the golden dragon above the Origin Dragon Palace turned blood-colored. It wrapped around Long Chen, shrouding him in a bloody mist. Only his eyes pierced through the heavens and earth. Die! At that moment, the hatred and anger of the trillions of flower immortals, as well as everyone's will, condensed into a symbol in Long Chen's hand. It was a strange symbol. It looked simple, with only a few strokes, but each stroke contained the hatred and curse of trillions of lives. This was not a curse, but a rule that surpassed one. It was not just the hatred of Long Chen, but the hatred of all life. Hatred in itself was a terrifying power. Death Spirit Blood Symbol. The new rules took shape in Long Chen's hands as if they were assisted by God. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman condensed the hatred and anger of trillions of living beings. When the Death Spirit Blood Talisman took shape, he had already calmed down. All of the baleful aura around him had disappeared, all of it within the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. At this moment, the Dragon Devil Ancient Tomb was about to close, and the Eternal Phantom Demon had escaped a great calamity. Although there were endless life and death tribulations, his heart was completely relaxed. Just then, the Death Spirit Blood symbol in Long Chen's hand disappeared, turning into a ray of red light and chased into the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Just a little bit more, and the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was about to close. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman chased after him. Of course, it was also because Long Chen had used the Eternal Whirlpool. Under the control of the Eternal Whirlpool, time accelerated, and the Death Spirit Blood Talisman chased into the Dragon Devil ancient tomb. When the Dragon Devil ancient tomb closed, other than the flower immortal world, everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Long Chen stood in the starry sky. It was already calm and tranquil. But in reality, Long Chen was grasping the whereabouts of the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman was a condensation of Long Chen's single rule, which was comparable to the destructive power of the endless life and death tribulation. Moreover, the most important part was that as long as one was targeted, it would be impossible to escape. As long as one was hit, then the power of the Death Spirit Blood Talisman would completely explode, and its effect was naturally death. Long Chen had completed his goal. That was, he had used a single law to surpass Long Chen's law, which was a fusion of 3 laws. He had achieved his personal goal and breakthrough. I can't escape. Long Chen naturally knew what was going on with the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. After chasing into the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, the Eternal Phantom Demon did not expect that there would be something chasing after him, so it was directly attached to the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman fused into the Eternal Phantom Demon's body. Dead. In that instant Long Chen knew. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman was too small, but it contained too much destructive power. In that instant, it destroyed the Eternal Phantom Demon. Perhaps this was karma. It was because the Eternal Phantom Demon had killed too many people that it caused the Death Spirit Blood Talisman to explode with such great power. At that moment, Long Chen's power became a weapon of hatred for trillions of living beings. Their anger was fused into it and like a torrent, it destroyed the Eternal Phantom Demon's divine body and primordial spirit. Instant death. The Eternal Phantom Demon was feeling proud of himself, but it was instantly drowned by the torrent of blood hatred. Long Chen. He did not even have the chance to roar. Apart from the progenitor, this was the first perfect realm ultimate god that Long Chen had killed. It vanished into thin air. After killing the eternal phantom demon, he did not know what would happen to the dragon devil's ancient tomb. The death spirit blood talisman dissipated along with the eternal phantom demon. Long Chen still knew nothing about the dragon devil's ancient tomb. However, he still had the eternal phantom demon, Huan Yu. Although he had killed the eternal phantom demon, Long Chen still could not relax. The situation in the Flower Fairy world was like a show of strength to him by the primeval troll. It made him feel that the disaster in the future was likely to be even bigger. The primeval troll was in the dark while the myriad worlds were in the light. Even if Long Chen had the absolute strength to crush the primeval troll, it would be impossible to guard against the other party if the other party attacked ordinary living beings. Looking at the Flower Fairy world below, Long Chen sighed deeply. Under the control of Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi, the damage to the Flower Fairy world had been contained. As long as they were not completely dead, they were basically saved by Long Chen. As for those that were swallowed by the primeval troll, there was no way at all. Grief is useless now. After I calm down, I have to think about how to prevent this from happening again. He remembered that when the Eternal God domain was in chaos and the 3 alien races had attacked the human clan, Long Chen had gathered everyone in the 5 great dragon cities to avoid the disaster. However, the problem was that the myriad worlds were too big and there were too many people. Even if he had the life and death worlds and the time tunnel, he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to hold so many people. It was too difficult. The 4 sovereigns were all very anxious about the situation here, so Long Chen first explained the situation to them. So it's like this. After hearing the news, the 4 rulers were quiet. In fact, their power was limited. At most, they could protect their original incipient grade worlds. Alright, then I will first understand the current situation of the primeval troll from the eternal phantom demon. Then we will discuss in detail. Alright. Inside the eternal whirlpool. Returning to the eternal whirlpool and seeing the eternal phantom demon again, Long Chen's heart was filled with hatred. The eternal phantom demon, Huan Yu, was still frozen by the silence mantra. The Origin Dragon Palace also restricted his movements. After Long Chen removed the Origin Dragon Palace, Huan Yu could gradually wake up. However, when he saw Long Chen's cold face, he was surprised and then sneered. Why did you come back? Is it bad? Haha. Huan Ri is dead. Long Chen's words made Huan Yu shut his mouth. His eyes became brutal, but then he smiled and said, Don't lie to me. Huan Ri is more afraid of death than I am. If he knew that he wasn't as strong as you, he would open the Devil Dragon Tomb to escape. Impossible. You can try to contact him, said Long Chen faintly. You. Huan Yu gritted his teeth. He quieted down and went to find Huan Ri. However, there was no news. If Huan Ri still existed, at such an important time, he wouldn't have lost contact. Huan Ri. Huan Yu gritted his teeth and angrily looked at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him, so he said, Let me ask you a few questions, you just have to answer them. Impossible. It is not up to you. Long Chen used the Eye of Desire once more. This time, as he was filled with hatred, the impact was even greater. He didn't hold back at all. Moreover, he used the power of the Origin Dragon Palace. Under the impact, Huan Yu was stunned. Even if he was unwilling, he was still controlled by Long Chen. After that, Long Chen thought about it and started to ask questions. Primeval Troll. When will it descend? Why will it appear at that time? What he was curious about was why Xin Jun said there was a specific time. Primeval Troll. Was there something planned at that time? That was actually the most important question. Huan Yu was stunned for a moment. Under the suppression of Long Chen's rules, he then said, There are 51 days left. On that day, the 3 ancestor demons will gather at the demonic dragon ancient tomb and clash with each other to awaken. When they awaken, all the primeval troll will awaken and descend upon the myriad worlds. 3 ancestor demons. That should be the top characters among the primeval troll. Long Chen wanted to ask about the 3 ancestor demons in detail. He had a more important question. How many primeval troll experts will be awakened in the future? How many experts are comparable to ultimate God realm experts? How many experts are comparable to perfect God realm experts? That was also the key. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the best way to plan. Huan Yu struggled a little, but he couldn't resist Long Chen in the end. The 3 ancestor demons are stronger than you. We primeval troll have declined too much, But even so, the ancestor demons are ultimate demon lords. And there are at least 20 perfect demon lords. Moreover, there are many areas of the demonic dragon ancient tomb that even I haven't been to. There must be other experts in those areas. This was Huan Yu's proud answer. That answer was much more terrifying than Long Chen imagined. The Chaos Demons and Era Demons had roughly revealed that the experts of the primeval troll were similar to the myriad worlds. First of all, what the Chaos Demons and Era Demons knew might not be everything. Secondly, the myriad worlds they mentioned might include the chaotic divine world, or even the myriad worlds with other worlds, not just the myriad worlds with the four rulers. Fortunately, the number was not too exaggerated. Long Chen could deal with at least one of the 3 ancestor demons. If the Chaos Divine Master cooperated, he could deal with one. The last one, if Kitten could help, he could also deal with one. There were activities in the afternoon and evening, and the annual meeting would end tomorrow. If there were any updates today, it should be later in the evening. If there were updates, they would be notified on WeChat. Everyone, please follow my official account, Feng Qingyang. You can see the fastest updates in time. Chapter 3199. In this way, they could be considered to be evenly matched. If Kitten was willing to cooperate, then the chances of victory would be even greater. At least it was better than when Long Chen had just started to deal with the Chaos God race. Now that he had captured the Eternal Phantom Demon, Long Chen naturally had to dig out all the information about the other party. After obtaining the information he had now, he thought about it carefully and used the rules of wishes to strictly control the other party. Then he said, "What kind of place is the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Are all the primeval troll able to quickly hide inside the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? Then, can the primeval troll reach any place in the myriad worlds by opening the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb? If the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was equivalent to the 2 realms of life and death, then the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb should be in a fixed location, just like the 2 realms of life and death. Long Chen could return from anywhere, and as long as he left behind the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he would be able to instantly arrive within 10 days. What Long Chen was worried about was that the primeval troll could instantly reach any place through the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. If that was the case, with how big the myriad worlds were, Long Chen would not be able to split himself. After all, the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was a little different. From what Long Chen had seen now, Shen Jun and the Eternal Phantom Demon could both open the dragon's ancient tomb and return, but only Long Chen could control the 2 realms of life and death. It was as if there were many enemies in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb is the place that sealed us, the primeval troll. It's a place that we loathe and hate. It's this place that sealed us, but it's also our base camp. Not all primeval troll can open the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. You have to be at least a demon sovereign to be able to open it. For example, I can open it. This was a bit better, as any random primeval troll would be like a mouse in a hole, and it would be difficult for the myriad world's gods and demons to destroy them. The battle against the primordial great demon can't be judged with common sense. After all, the other party's goal is to devour all living beings and occupy the myriad worlds, not us experts. In this way, we are completely in a passive position. The number of primeval troll was definitely far inferior to the number of gods and demons in the myriad worlds, but they were all elites. At the very least, they surpassed ordinary gods and demons. There was one last question that the Eternal Phantom Demon had yet to answer. It was what Long Chen was most concerned about, whether or not primeval troll could pass through the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb and travel to any place. At this time, the Eternal Phantasm struggled within the will of wishes, but it still couldn't stop Long Chen. Just as it was about to exit, a huge change occurred. Boom! Eternal Phantom Demon's body was burning with a transparent but terrifying flame. Moreover, it was under the effect of the Silence Mantra. Even the Silence Mantra couldn't stop it. The transparent flame burned fiercely and instantly engulfed Eternal Phantom Demon's body. Ah! The Eternal Phantasmal Demon let out a blood-curdling scream and wail. I was forced. Don't blame me, don't blame me. But even in the midst of the tragic wail, it only lasted for a moment. Before Long Chen could react, the entire Eternal Phantom Demon was reduced to ashes, disappearing before Long Chen's eyes and into the eternal whirlpool. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen had tried to use the Origin Dragon Palace to suppress the transparent flame, but to no avail. The eternal phantasm demon was burned to ashes by the flame. How could this be? Who did it? Li Xuanji also didn't expect such a change. As a result, Long Chen's clue was completely cut off. I don't know. It probably has something to do with the primeval troll themselves. Maybe it's also the 3 ancestor fiends. In short, I just had some news, but now my hopes are dashed again. He increasingly felt that the primeval troll wasn't easy to deal with. After the primeval troll, it was the greatest disaster in the history of the myriad worlds, the sky-swallowing clan. The primeval troll and the sky-swallowing clan were inextricably linked. Long Chen's mind was still blank at this moment. The sky-swallowing clan was like the entire sky, high and mighty. They used indifferent eyes to observe the entire myriad worlds, just like how Long Chen used to observe the ants that were looking for food beneath his feet. Now that the eternal phantasm demon is out, the myriad worlds will definitely be more prepared. I'll try my best to make the entire myriad worlds have the gate of life and death. That way, it'll be more convenient to reach everywhere. This is the only way. It was hard to imagine that the myriad worlds would be able to get through this unscathed. As expected, this would be an earth-shattering war that would plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. This war was enough to change an era, or give the myriad worlds hope of rebirth, or plunge the myriad worlds into the abyss of death. Long Chen communicated with the 4 rulers at all times. Then, he walked the myriad worlds while searching for the primeval troll's movements. Naturally, he also told the Master God of Chaos everything that happened here. You still don't believe me? Long Chen asked. We'll talk about it later. I don't want to say more without seeing it with my own eyes. The Master God of Chaos voice was indifferent, but Long Chen knew that one day, he wouldn't be so stubborn. This time, Long Chen really needed his help. Time passed. So, he probably won't be born so soon. Long Chen looked at Li Xuanji in front of him in the time tunnel. Now, her abdomen was already slightly bulging, but it was obvious that the birth of the child was not that soon. Before the war, there wouldn't be any movement. Now, Long Chen saw him. As expected, it was a boy, but only a silhouette. Now, the child's bloodline was still changing, and Long Chen wasn't too sure what the child would be like in the end. Would it be the same as the dragon's face, or would it be different? Would it be a young ancestral dragon, or something else? The dragon's face grew very quickly, and was almost as strong as the 4 rulers. It was just that because he was too young, he didn't have the ability to fight. Of course, Long Chen couldn't bear to let him fight. Hopefully, we can survive this, and let him find that everything is fine after he's born. Although Li Xuanji was cold, she was a mother, and the deep love in her eyes was especially strong. Long Chen pulled her into his arms. He didn't say much, and he didn't dare to guarantee anything. He was now the leader of the myriad worlds, and this war was inevitable. But he was also a husband and a father, and so protecting them was also his responsibility. The hot blood and tenderness of a man gathered in him. In this battle, I will slaughter all the primeval trolls. The blood feud of my clan must be avenged. The myriad worlds caused me to be born. Just this alone, I have to protect this place and let it be peaceful forever. In the illusory starry sky, at the position of the spirit essence star C, one could see the chaos god realm shining with 9 colors in the starry sky. Of course, because of Mo Xiaolong's devouring, the purple layer of the chaos array had already dimmed. The chaos god realm was at the core of the myriad worlds, and was probably the place that the primeval troll paid the most attention to. In the starry sky beside the spirit essence star C, suddenly, a white gold and blood-red light descended, appearing above the spirit essence star C. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a young girl with a head of gorgeous white gold hair. In the starry sky, it shone with a diamond-like light. Her entire body was also gorgeous and beautiful, as if she was condensed from gems. But in reality, she had a pair of blood-red eyes. Hee. This is the myriad worlds. This is the world outside the demonic dragon's ancient tomb. She looked at the spirit essence star C, then opened her eyes wide and looked at the chaos god realm in the distance. She held her chin and pondered. That is the chaos god realm, one of the origin world. I can't handle it. I just came here, so today I'll have a taste of this small world. She turned her intelligent eyes and smiled slyly. If it wasn't for the word she had just said, people would really think that she was a clean and lovely noble girl. In the blink of an eye, she had already entered the spirit essence star C. On the largest spirit essence star, the strongest person in the spirit essence star sea was only a divine lord. So naturally, no one could discover her. What a fragile world, what a fragile life. How can such a low-level thing occupy such a vast territory? Such a huge world should be a place where we, the primeval troll race, can fly as we please. The young girl flew above the clouds, her long skirt fluttering, like a dream. She went to many places, talked with many spirit clan, and understood the meaningless customs here. After a few days, the young girl tilted her head and thought, actually, the rules and regulations of this lowly world are quite interesting. Love, family, and all kinds of forces, all kinds of emotions, all kinds of scheming, it's really interesting. However, it's because there's no supreme power that there are so many complicated things. In the world of primeval troll, power can solve everything. So, in the end, it should be us who soar in this endless world. Thus, the young girl laughed and began to rush into the sky. As she rose, she continued to release, and her body gradually expanded. What is that? Countless spirit clans saw the birth of such a huge creature. Very quickly, the huge beast had already exceeded their field of vision. Only in the distance could they see a platinum-colored super beast. It was already crawling on the spirit essence star, looking at this huge world with a cold smile with its playful blood-red eyes. Boom, boom. The huge hind legs stood on the spirit essence star, and instantly, the entire surface of the spirit essence star began to cave in. In that instant, countless people died. At this moment, the disaster of the spirit essence star sea began. Cries of pain and panic instantly spread. Primeval troll. Quick! Find Long Chen. The entire world instantly fell into deep chaos. The disaster spread like a plague. From afar, the size of the primeval troll was actually a bit larger than the entire spirit essence star. It was like a fly pressing on a grain of rice, and the dust on the grain would be licked away at any time. Chapter 3200. Platinum-colored dragon scales and crimson blood. This was the heavenly scarlet blood demon. Its heart was filled with cold-blooded killing intent, but its appearance was dazzling. This silver giant beast covered the sky. On the Ling Su star, it was hard to see its true appearance. It was as though the sky had changed color. However, the aura of the giant beast was not fake. It made all the spirit race feel the most genuine fear. It was a fear on a higher level of life. This was a creature at the top of the food chain. A world as weak as ants had met a giant anteater. This was the carnival of the primeval troll. Even a simple movement of its body could cause countless stars to crumble and fall. Hundreds of millions of lives would be destroyed. My feast. The heavenly scarlet blood demon couldn't help but lick her bloody tongue. Her eyes were filled with boundless excitement. At this moment, she was about to start devouring. She opened her huge mouth and spread her platinum wings. In an instant, an unprecedented storm was formed on the Ling Su star. Enter this world that truly belongs to you. The myriad worlds are our territory. The myriad worlds were so big. Only the primeval troll were suitable to live here. To them, the endless void was only the size of the sky. Every world in the myriad worlds was like a sky island in the sky. A world like the Ling Su star ocean was an island to the ordinary primeval troll. But to the heavenly scarlet blood demon, it wasn't even considered a home. The primeval troll would get tired too. They needed a home, and the myriad worlds was the home they wanted. Just as the heavenly scarlet blood demon was about to start, 8 rays of light shot out from the chaos divine world. The 8 rays of light instantly condensed into 8 members of the chaos divine race in front of the heavenly scarlet blood demon. However, the spirit race was still living in the most desperate moment. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out from such a disaster. Pain, panic, nightmares spread like a plague, engulfing the entire Ling Su star ocean. To them, it was the end of the world. The world was destroyed. The sky shattered. However, the destruction stopped abruptly at this moment. What they did not see was that the 8 chaotic gods had already surrounded the scarlet blood demon. At this moment, the scarlet blood demon let out a furious roar and its huge body suddenly disappeared from the spirit essence star sea. It was as if it was a dream that never happened. However, even if the scarlet blood heavenly demon did not truly shatter, the destruction caused by his huge body was irreversible. This made the Ling Su star sea realize the horror of primeval troll. Back then, the decisive battle between Long Chen and the epic sky demon had taken place here. However, the epic sky demon back then was too insignificant compared to the scarlet blood sky demon now. What the spirit race didn't know was that the scarlet blood demon's disappearance had actually allowed the Master of Chaos to shift the battlefield. Imprisoned spirit of primal chaos. The Master Chaos used the primordial chaos law to transfer the huge heavenly scarlet blood demon to another starry sky, a place some distance away from the spirit essence star ocean. Although the weak human race of the spirit essence star ocean had nothing to do with them, they could not tolerate others killing people at their doorstep. After the scarlet blood demon was transferred, the Master of Chaos and the 7 primordial chaos saints used the law together. With the Master of Chaos as the leader, the 8 forces gathered on the primordial spirit imprisonment array. The Master of Chaos roughly knew that the primeval troll had an escape method similar to Long Chen's. Therefore, he directly controlled the scarlet blood demon with lightning speed. Among the 7 primordial chaos saints, every one of them had the strength to kill the scarlet blood demon in seconds. The scarlet blood demon was actually just a primordial realm devil lord. It was not even comparable to the eternal mirage demon that Long Chen had killed with the dead spirit blood charm. Naturally, it could not escape the hands of the chaos god race elites. Previously, it was the scarlet blood demon who looked down on the common people. Now, it was the Master of Chaos who looked down on him. Now, the primordial chaos imprisoned spirit had completely trapped the scarlet blood heavenly demon. The Master of Chaos and the 7 primordial chaos saints surrounded the scarlet blood heavenly demon. Every primordial chaos god race member was looking at the primordial giant demon curiously. This was the first time they had seen such a creature that caused an uproar in the myriad worlds. In fact, the Master of Chaos had long believed it. He just wanted to see it with his own eyes. Unfortunately, you actually came to the territory of the Chaos God race to behave atrociously. Primeval troll. The Master of Chaos stood in front of the Scarlet Blood Demon. Looking at the Master of Chaos, the Scarlet Blood Demon trembled slightly. The blood-red color in its eyes receded slightly. She transformed into her human form. She was a beautiful girl with long platinum hair. Facing the strongest experts of the Master Gods of Chaos, she smiled slyly. At this time, she was not afraid at all. Even though she was restrained, she could still speak. Experts of the Chaos God race. Today, I, the Scarlet Blood Demon, have come to this place. Of course, I am not targeting that weak world. If I really wanted to devour, I could have chosen a desolate place. Why would I choose to do it beside you? Her voice was sweet. It did not sound like the primeval troll. It was a far cry from the terrifying look she had before. So, you are here to look for us. The Master of Chaos said faintly. Other than his cold attitude, the other primordial chaos saints were either curious or disgusted. Everyone was carefully observing the primeval troll. According to Long Chen, she wanted to destroy the myriad worlds. For example, the primordial chaos fire dance was disgusted. They had just arrived in the myriad worlds. They had yet to gain absolute control over the myriad worlds. Now, the primeval troll had appeared. It was hard for her not to be disgusted. Divine Master, I'm naturally here to look for you. As the emissary of the primordial giant demons, I represent us 3 ancestor fiends to greet you, Divine Master. At the same time, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Speak. The Crimson Blood Demon smiled faintly. The primeval troll race is similar to the Chaos Gods race. We are all true elites. Everyone in our race is the strongest among the strong. There are no weak ones. Logically, we are the 2 highest races in the myriad worlds. We should divide the myriad worlds equally. What do you think? The Master of Chaos God did not speak. The Crimson Blood Demon continued. Then I'll get straight to the point. We 3 ancestral fiends are not weaker than the Divine Master. I can't be bothered to reveal how much power we have, but it's definitely not a problem for us to crush the myriad worlds. Don't you think it's a waste for so many weak lives to occupy such a beautiful world? In this world, only the Chaos Gods and the primeval troll can enjoy such a beautiful world. Therefore, we 3 ancestral fiends are willing to join forces with the Divine Master to fight against the myriad worlds. Take note. The myriad worlds I'm talking about are not just the ones you see. There are many worlds similar to the Chaos Divine Realm that have huge resources, but they are all sealed off. Furthermore, they have greater treasures than the Chaos Divine Realm. To the Chaos God clan, The 4 original incipient level worlds weren't that attractive. The Chaos God clan just wanted to dominate, not plunder. However, if it was a sealed world like the Chaos God realm, it would be a different story. As long as you cooperate with us, we 3 ancestral fiends dare to say that Divine Master will definitely be able to reach a higher level. You can be a half-step ancestral ancestor, or even the realm that Divine Master yearns for the most. Several origin level worlds are enough to create an existence of that realm. The Scarlet Blood Demon said. She was confident that what she said would be very tempting to the Divine Master of Chaos. Otherwise we, the Primeval Troll Clan, can only treat the Chaos God Clan like the other weak gods and demons. Divine Master, you definitely don't want the ordinary Chaos God Clan to be involved in the War of the Infinite Worlds, right? For a moment, the 7 chaotic Saint Masters didn't know what to do. It all depended on the Divine Master of Chaos himself. Many of the temptations were directly aimed at the Divine Master of Chaos. The biggest temptation was the chance to become a half-step ancestral ancestor, or even an ancestral ancestor. An origin-level world could only give the Divine Master of Chaos his current ability. That was his limit. However, if he could cooperate with the Primeval Troll and attack other worlds, theoretically speaking, he would have a chance to do so. Grandfather, you can't. Chaotic Fire Dance was a little worried. From her point of view, this was a crazy move. Although she hated Long Chen, she couldn't help but admire what he had done to protect the world. Divine Master, you have to reconsider. The Crimson Blood Demon chuckled. His voice was pure and sweet, just like the girl next door. One couldn't feel the terror of the Primeval Troll at all. At that moment, the Divine Master of Chaos raised his hand and a ray of light pierced into the Crimson Blood Demon's body. It was a creation rule. In an instant, the Crimson Blood Demon screamed in pain and collapsed under the restraint of the Chaos Soul Imprisonment Formation. Divine Master of Chaos, you will regret this. The Crimson Blood Demon roared in anger. You and I are like fire and water. This is the hatred in our bloodline. Although I, the Chaos God Lord, am cold, I will not harm my own race for my own sake. Today, I have completely seen the thoughts of you ancient great demons. You dare to come to me to ally with me, which means that you have ignored my recognition of your race. What you have shown is that you have never treated my Chaos God race as a partner, but as a lackey. Since you have eaten all the prey, you have to eat the lackeys. Isn't that right? The Divine Master of Chaos had thought things through clearly. Therefore, in his anger, the Crimson Blood Demon turned into ashes. Grandfather, Chaotic Fire Dance realized that her worries were unnecessary. The other Primal Chaos Saints looked as if everything was within their expectations. In other words, the Chaos God Clan couldn't possibly ally with the Primeval Troll. A sheep wouldn't ally with a hungry wolf just because it was strong. Everyone had their own nature. The Primeval Troll's nature was to devour gods and demons. Just like how Mo Xiaolang devoured flames, it couldn't be changed. All right, go back and prepare for battle. The Divine Master of Chaos said decisively. His expression was cold. Today, he had witnessed the power of the Primeval Troll. The last worry in his heart was gone. Chapter 3201. What Long Chen did during this time was to move the myriad worlds. Every time he went to a world, he would leave a Death Realm Dragon Gate there. The Death Realm Dragon Gate could only exist for about 10 days, close to 20 days. Therefore, in these 10 days, Long Chen basically traveled through the myriad worlds. He only left the Death Realm Dragon Gate in the world he was in. Even if the Death Realm Dragon Gate was about to dissipate, Long Chen seized the time to quickly return through the Death Realm. His speed was much faster, and it could be done in an instant. With his hard work, after 10 days, he could instantly pass through the Death Realm and reach any world. This included the Chaos Divine World and the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. There is no need to use the Gate of the Universe anymore. You have worked hard these days. Go and rest. The first time he arrived at a certain place, he had to rely on Lingxi's Gate of the Universe. But as long as he arrived once, Long Chen could leave the Death Realm Dragon Gate the next time he came back, and pass through the previous Death Realm Dragon Gate. The only thing he needed to do was to control the time. If he did not come back once before the previous Death Realm Dragon Gate dissipated, then he would have come to this world in vain. The next time he came, it would take some time, even if he came from the nearest world. But the killing of the Primeval Troll always happened in a very short time. Long Chen had to make arrangements like this, or there would be no time at all. Now that his vision and network covered the myriad worlds, it had a huge effect on the mobilization and protection of the entire battlefield. Moreover, he could also protect the main force of the myriad worlds in the life and death realms and the time tunnel. This was great news for the entire myriad worlds. Basically, as soon as Long Chen set up the network, something happened. This was especially true in some of the peripheral worlds, where the response mechanisms were relatively slow. From the time the Crimson Blood Demon appeared to the time when the four sovereigns quickly sent the news to Long Chen, it took some time. Another sneak attack. The lesson from the Flower Fairy realm was very painful for Long Chen. This time, from the state of the four rulers, the situation was indeed not optimistic. Facing the Demon Lord-level primeval troll, the people of the Spirit Essence Star Ocean did not have the slightest resistance. It was definitely a large area. Primeval troll. With a strong killing intent, Long Chen passed through the Death Realm, crossed the Death Realm's Dragon Gate, and arrived at the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. Swoosh! Long Chen came out of the Death Realm Dragon Gate that he had set up earlier like a bomb. In fact, if he had sensed carefully in the Death Realm, he would have known that there was a primeval troll here. However, he had set up at least 10,000 Death Realm Dragon Gates, so it was not that obvious. However, by the time they arrived, the primeval troll had already disappeared. There had been a huge commotion in the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Dozens of the tens of thousands of stars in the surroundings had already been destroyed and there were many casualties. However, it was far inferior to the Flower Immortal world. Although these deaths were enough to burn Long Chen's heart with hatred, he knew that when the primeval troll truly descended, these deaths were nothing. There would definitely be more painful things to come. Naturally, he gathered all his hatred together. Who saved the Spirit Essence Star Sea? If no one had saved them, by the time Long Chen received the news, the Spirit Essence Star Sea would have been destroyed. It would not have been lightly injured at all. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw Master Chaos and the 7 Primal Chaos Saints returning to the Chaos Divine world. They were a group of existences that had once caused great pressure to the gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Lord Chaos. Long Chen felt a lot more at ease. Obviously, it was Master Chaos's help that saved the Spirit Essence Star Sea from trouble. However, on a deeper level, there must be a problem with Primeval Troll choosing the Spirit Essence Star Sea. After all, from the beginning, Long Chen believed that this place was very safe. After all, Master Chaos would not cause trouble in front of the Primeval Troll's doorstep. Seeing that Long Chen had arrived so quickly, Master Chaos and the others stopped. Other than Master Chaos, the other 7 looked at Long Chen with hatred, especially Primal Chaos Fire Dance, whose father had been crippled. Every time she saw Long Chen, her eyes were filled with hatred. Long Chen arrived in front of them, and Mo Xiaolang was using the Primal Chaos Green Flame to help the injured Spirit Clan members. "Thank you, Lord Chaos, for saving the Spirit Essence Star Sea," Long Chen said sincerely. "It's not really a rescue. The Primeval Troll attacked the Spirit Essence Star Sea to lure me out because they wanted to ally with me." Master Chaos did not hide anything and said directly. Long Chen was shocked. He did not expect that the Primeval Troll would have such a plan. They despised the common people to the extreme. Based on Long Chen's understanding of Master Chaos, the prideful Chaos Celestial race might be rude and overbearing, but they would never be lackeys. So Lord Chaos has rejected the Primeval Troll. Lord Chaos should be able to confirm the matter. Master Chaos was too lazy to care about Long Chen the last time he told him. Master Chaos pursed his lips. At this time, there were indeed some things that needed to be faced. Seeing that Long Chen was sincere, he did not want to be in a deadlock. He said, "All right, I know the details. As you wish, as long as the Primeval Troll attacks the myriad worlds, our Chaos Celestial race will naturally contribute our strength. But to a greater extent, we will only defend and not attack." That's not good. Lord Chaos is only defending. But if the myriad worlds are destroyed, the Chaos Celestial race will still be the ones to attack. Long Chen was not polite at all. Master Chaos said indifferently, "Then let's wait until half of the myriad worlds are destroyed." As long as the Chaos Celestial race was willing to help, it didn't matter whether it was to defend or attack. "All right. Do you have any other information regarding the Primeval Troll?" Since Master Chaos had taken the initiative to ask, Long Chen naturally shared everything he knew with Master Chaos. When he asked that question, he was burned to death. The Lord of Chaos fell into deep thought. Lord Chaos, what did you think of? Master Chaos shook his head. Nothing. But I am curious. The myriad worlds are so huge. There are 10,000 worlds in total. How do you plan to deal with them? From what I saw today, the primeval troll showed no mercy to the common people. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to keep up with the speed of their destruction. I only have a simple way to deal with this. Lord Chaos, please take a look. Long Chen opened the Death World's Dragon Gate. It was huge. He brought Master Chaos and the 7 primal Chaos Saints in. There were more than 10,000 doors in the Death World. These doors lead to the myriad worlds. As long as you open them, you will arrive at your destination in an instant. When the time comes, I will open these 10,000 doors so that all the powers in the myriad worlds can gather together. Naturally, the Chaos Celestial race can join in as well. Seeing this shocking scene, Master Chaos could not help but sigh. This is indeed a shocking method. It will definitely have magical effects. However, I feel that there are 2 points that you need to pay attention to. Master Chaos was willing to discuss the plan with Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen welcomed Long Chen's offer. Now that Long Chen had the power of the divine dragon race in his god nation, and the power of the gods and demons in the myriad worlds under the command of the 4 great rulers, in addition to the Chaos Celestial race, gathered in this death world was indeed the pinnacle. Lord Chaos, please speak. Master Chaos said, firstly, judging from the speed of your arrival today, you seem to be a little slow. I think it should be related to the transmission of information. Therefore, you must ensure that once the primeval troll appears in the myriad worlds, you will be able to receive the information immediately. You need to have someone in the myriad worlds who can directly contact you, or someone who has the ability to process information. Long Chen agreed with this point. He had indeed neglected this point. The transmission of information was the most important part. However, this was not difficult. Now that Long Chen had so many god kings in his hands, it would be about the same if he had a few god kings in each world. Especially those who were originally from the dragon sacrificial continent. Their information could be directly transmitted to Long Chen from the God Palace. I've noted this down. It can be done within a day. What about the second point? Master Chaos said, the Death Rain can be considered the core of battle dispatching. It rules over the entire myriad worlds. It's best to arrange the experts here so that they can be as flexible as possible. If the primeval troll appears in any corner of the myriad worlds in an irregular manner, you will need someone to receive the information and dispatch them. He will be responsible for processing the information from the myriad worlds and arranging for the battle. As the strongest expert, you have the most important battle task. Therefore, you can let others divide the work. Of course, the specific information will still have to go through you. After all, you are the final decision maker. Both points made sense. All the battles that Long Chen had fought before were just battles. But this time, it was a war. Battles and wars were different. In the Death Rain, there needed to be a dispatching hub. In the remaining time, he had to discuss with the 4 rulers and arrange for the people to send messages to the myriad worlds. Long Chen was prepared to make use of the divine dragons, who had been cultivating for a long time in his god kingdom, and had already reached the God King and God Emperor realms. Master Chaos, I've left a few Death Rain Dragon Gates in your Chaos Divine realm. They can be activated at any time. If the primeval troll appears and I can't hold them off, can I ask for your help? If the Chaos Divine realm was included in this mechanism, Long Chen would have a greater chance of winning. In fact, the most important goal of this battle was not only to win, but also to minimize the terrifying losses brought by the primeval troll to the very end. This was the quietest moment before the storm, but it was also the most terrifying moment. The master of the Chaos Divine realm squinted his eyes and looked around. Perhaps he saw hope from the 10,000 gates in Long Chen's death reign. Therefore, although the myriad world's gods and the Chaos Divine race were like fire and water, the master of the Chaos Divine race finally nodded and said, "Fine. Under normal circumstances, the Chaos Divine race will defend. If you can't hold them off, I'll lend a hand." With this, Long Chen finally smiled. He said, "Master Chaos, if the primeval troll attacks the Chaos Divine race, we won't shirk our responsibility." Chapter 3202. Although it was not like what the Master Chaos had said, Kitten who had lost his memory was no different from not being familiar with him. Of course, there was nothing the Master Chaos could do now. After all, he had already lost to Long Chen, and the infinite world was about to have a new enemy. As for Kitten, it was up to Xueqi. Anyway, Long Chen would try his best to let them participate. Master Chaos is right, but I think in the end, he will be the same as you. After all, we are all members of the infinite world. The Master Chaos was not interested in this answer. He thought of something and said, also today, the conditions that Primeval Troll used to tempt me are the other isolated origin worlds, similar to the chaotic divine realm. I guess there are a few other worlds among the Primeval Troll's targets, but I don't know the order. Logically speaking, the infinite world is the largest, and its overall power is equivalent to 2 origin worlds. If they want to make a move, they will probably choose other worlds. That's not necessarily true. So, the information we have now is too little. Long Chen would also think of a solution to this problem. He would solve them one by one. We can't find the other origin worlds now. If we can, it will be much easier. We can join forces with them, and then we won't be defeated by Primeval Troll one by one. Primeval Troll knows where they are, the Master Chaos said. Yes. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He saw that through Primeval Troll, he knew the way to reach other worlds. That was also a good idea. Joining forces with another world was equivalent to having another origin world. So if we can capture another Primeval Troll, or directly enter the demonic dragon's tomb, that would be great. Now that Long Chen was already very strong, he could sneak into the demonic dragon's tomb to take a look. You've set up such a huge information network. Are you afraid that the primordial great demons won't show up? I'm guessing that there will be other primordial great demons appearing before that day. You just have to wait. Capturing them or even following them in won't be a problem. The Master Chaos is right. Long Chen agreed with him. He had 3 clear goals. The first was to set up a network of spies in the infinite worlds. The second was to let a few people handle it and dispatch the troops. Thirdly, I need to find a chance to obtain more information about the primordial troll, especially about the methods of the other origin worlds. Thank you, God Lord. Not only did he help the Spirit Essence Star Ocean, but he also agreed to stand on the same side as Long Chen. He even gave Long Chen a lot of ideas. I just want to survive, the Chaos God Master said. He was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Long Chen was indeed grateful to him. At this point, the previous enmity had long been written off. Long Chen thought about it carefully. In the future, they would definitely have to help each other. Most importantly, the second ancestral dragon's inherited essence blood was still with him. Lord God, there's one more thing that I want to try. They were about to leave, but they were stopped by Long Chen. The Chaos Gods were getting impatient. What is it? Long Chen said, when I fought with chaotic divine might, I used the rules of cause and effect and fate. Now that I have a deeper understanding of these rules, since I can change his life and make him fall to this state, I can also try to make him change again and regain his original life. Of course, I can only give it a try. At this point, the Chaos Gods fell silent. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chaos Fire Dance was about to cry. These days, she had been watching her father sink into depravity. She felt terrible. The others were the same. Although the Chaos God Master didn't say much, he must be very distressed by the changes in chaotic divine might. Let's go. Without another word, the Chaos God Master left the death world with the others and headed towards the chaotic divine world. Of course, they wanted Long Chen to go with them. The group headed towards the chaotic divine world. Because of Long Chen's attempt, his relationship with the Chaos Gods was quietly changing. From Chaos Fire Dance's expression, it could be seen that if he succeeded this time, the enmity between him and the Chaos Gods would completely disappear. This was an opportunity. Long Chen didn't feel bad for letting the Chaos God Master end up like this. In the blink of an eye, under the lead of the Chaos God Master, they passed through many worlds and arrived at the Origin Opal. Currently, the Chaos God Master was sealed in the Origin Opal. Divine might come out. The Chaos God Master grabbed the Chaos God Master and the dejected Chaos God Master appeared in front of everyone. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes flashed with instinctive fear. Especially when he knew that the Chaos God Master was defeated by Long Chen, his life became even weaker. He wanted to commit suicide countless times but was stopped by the Chaos God Master. Let me go back. The Chaos God Master struggled. Father. Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were filled with tears. She held on to the Chaos God Master and looked at Long Chen with hopeful eyes. Long Chen, the Chaos God Master's current state is the price he has to pay for losing the battle. I don't hate you. However, if you can help him recover, then at least in the battle of the primeval troll, the Chaos Gods clan will definitely not be stingy with our strength. All right. Long Chen felt some pressure. However, in order to get the full cooperation of the Chaos God Master, he had no choice but to succeed today. What? The Chaos God Master didn't expect to have such a chance. Calm down and try to recall your previous state. For that state you need to have a strong desire. Fate and desire were related. If the desire was strong enough, it could change fate. No problem. The Chaos God Master was a super expert. After Hope arrived, he quickly regained his composure. This brought great convenience to Long Chen. Origin Dragon Palace. After merging with the Origin Dragon Palace, Long Chen's divine might had reached an unbelievable level. At this time, the Chaos God Master at his peak state couldn't even take one move from him. Long Chen, who was covered in golden radiance, appeared in front of the Chaos God Master. Long Chen. The Chaos God Master was also enveloped in the golden radiance. Past. Future. Life-changing technique. Who? That familiar power descended once again. In the past it was destruction. Now it was hope. After being silent for a long time, the Chaos God Master's mentality had a new burst. When hope arrived, his willpower skyrocketed. Boom boom boom. The power that was taken away by fate returned under Long Chen's bestowal. The entire process was incomparably smooth and effortless. Disperse. The change in aura was too great. The Chaos God Master directly pulled everyone away. Now, everyone was nervously watching the changes in the Chaos God Master. Even the Chaos God Master was the same. Rebirth. Everything was under Long Chen's control. With the Origin Dragon Palace, his control over the laws had reached the pinnacle. The original power of the Chaos God Master wouldn't disappear. It was just sealed and transferred to another place. Long Chen just let it return. Hoo-hoo. The Chaos God Master was a guarantee of power. Enveloped by the golden radiance of the Origin Dragon Palace, the 9 types of primal chaos elements reappeared. The primordial laws also surrounded his body and returned to his body. Roar. Having regained its power, the Chaos God Master let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves surged into the sky and swept out. Bang. He directly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, shocking everyone. Father. Primal Chaos Fire Dance's eyes were filled with tears. She finally saw her father, whom she worshipped. She had been longing for this moment and it had finally come true. Divine Marshal. The Chaos God Master nearly lost his composure. Actually, he had been by the Chaos God Master's side these days. He had watched as the Chaos God Master lost his power and was seeking death. On the God Master continent, the Chaos God Master roared continuously as the past and future life reversal technique transformed. Bang! He has completely recovered. The Saint Venerables had already discovered that the Chaos God Master was now above them. The number 1 person below the Chaos God Master had returned. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and joy. This feeling was similar to being reborn. Even the Master Gods of Chaos would be able to experience this terrifying feeling. He had lost his power but gained it again. Regaining what he had lost was the greatest joy in life. Moreover, an even bigger surprise had befallen him. At this moment, the Origin incandescent stone shone brightly and fused with the Chaos God Master's body. The entire Chaos Divine world trembled and transformed. Countless 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy condensed into a 10,000-meter-long dragon that surged towards the Chaos God Master's body. In an instant, the Chaos God Master was drowned by the 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy. Even the entire space of the God Master continent had become his space. Long Chen and the rest had no choice but to return to the second layer, the Shenwu continent. Long Chen's rules had ended. The following changes were the Chaos God Master's own good fortune. Divine Marshal. Father. Big Brother. Not to mention Primal Chaos Fire Dance and the rest. Even the Chaos God Master was speechless. They looked at the Chaos God Master continent in a daze. First, they were shocked. Then, they were filled with disbelief and joy. That is, oh my God. More people were shocked and went crazy. Long Chen turned around and saw the Chaos Godmaster was in a daze. It was as if he was living in a dream. This experience is even more profound to him than being reborn. Under the most extreme pain, he might have a deeper understanding of cultivation and realms. Now that he has regained his power, the different experience has given him a new fortune. Hence, he has overcome an obstacle that he could never overcome in the past. That is, the ultimate God realm. Originally, the Chaos Godmaster was the closest to the ultimate God realm. However, there would only be one ultimate God realm in an engine-level world. Moreover, the cultivation of the Chaos Godmaster had long reached a bottleneck. Although he was close, he was destined to never have any hope. He lacked an experience that could change his state of mind. However, everything became blank. Just now, he felt a slight change in his power. Now that he had regained it, the Chaos Godmaster had reached his father's realm and became an ultimate god. Chapter 3203. On the Xinwu continent, through the primal chaos divine path, one could see that the area below was now filled with 9-colored chaotic spiritual energy. The majestic energy gradually entered the chaos divine might's body. Everyone was silent as they watched this scene unfold. It had not truly succeeded yet, so everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, Long Chen was almost certain that the chaos divine might had succeeded this time. Although the chaos god's power had increased, at least the power to resist the primeval troll had increased. This was a good thing. Sure enough, as he expected, not long after, when everything dissipated, a different primal chaos divine might appeared in front of everyone. It was a transcendent primal chaos divine might. He looked at himself in disbelief, then at everyone else. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. The joy in his heart was indescribable. Father, the chaos divine might looked up and saw his father. The other's eyes were also filled with excitement. It was the first time in many years that he had seen his father so excited. Clearly, this was also his long-cherished wish. What are you waiting for? Come over here and thank Long Chen. This is an opportunity that Long Chen gave you. Logically speaking, he is already your benefactor. The Chaos Divine Lord said. Yes. The Chaos Divine might arrived in front of Long Chen. When he saw Long Chen, his eyes were very complicated. After all, this person had caused him so much pain that he had lost his will to live. But now, it seemed that it was this experience that had given him today's fortune. Many thanks. The Chaos Divine Might could not say anything else. Father. At this time, with the primal chaos fire dance, everyone had already surrounded the Chaos Divine Might. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and envy. To the Chaos Saints, the realm that the Chaos Divine Might had reached was also the realm that they desired. Don't be too excited. Return to the origin or instabilize this hard-won realm. The Chaos Divine Lord was still the same. He interrupted everyone when they were at their most excited, but this time, everyone was still happy. Yes. Father. The Chaos Divine Might was very respectful towards this father. Today's events had exceeded Long Chen's expectations, but it could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow in the shade. In this way, there would basically be no problem in forming a good relationship with the Chaos Gods and joining forces to fight. After they left, the Master of Chaos said, I'll see you off. The two of them used the primal Chaos Divine Path and headed outside together. Along the way, the Master of Chaos said, Thank you so much for what you did today. Although Xinwu was caused by you, you also gave him an even greater opportunity. I think he is truly grateful to you. Long Chen grinned. I only want to help him recover. As for his breakthrough, that's up to him. Very soon, they were outside the Chaos Realm. Master Chaos was silent for a while, then he said, I know that drop of blood is very important to you. Even if I give it to you today, it seems reasonable. However, I am still very reluctant. After all, this thing has a great impact on me. I am not sure if it has other uses. The inherited blood essence of the second ancestral dragon. It was indeed something that Long Chen greatly desired. However, now that he needed the power of the Chaos Gods, snatching it by force would not work. The Master of Chaos was not a bad person, so Long Chen waited patiently. Therefore he did not say much. How about this? I will keep it for now. When the primeval troll arrives and we really can't hold on any longer, I will give it to you. This will be the end of my many years. Everyone was reluctant to part with something. Long Chen was the same. Even if he could not use it, it was still a peerless treasure. Long Chen maintained his composure and said, "Then I'll thank the Divine Master in advance." "No need. In that case, I still have things to do. Please allow me to leave first." All right. Currently, Long Chen had already built a link between the Chaos Realm and the 9 Chaos Continents. There were only about 700 ultimate god emperors in the 10,000 worlds, and the Chaos gods alone had 1,000. One Chaos god was equivalent to nearly 2 10,000 worlds. Their power was of utmost importance to the 10,000 worlds. During the battle, if they could be deployed, the casualties of the 10,000 worlds could be minimized. After that, Long Chen brought the 4 rulers and almost all the godly venerables into the Death Reign. What the Master of Chaos said had to be implemented. In the Death World, everyone looked at the Death World Dragon Gate. From the Death World Dragon Gate, they saw the hope of victory. Everyone, from now on, this will be our war center. The primeval troll is cruel and ruthless. It is their nature to exterminate us. Therefore, this will be the most earth-shattering battle in the history of the 10,000 worlds. We must resist and kill our opponents. Yes. The current Long Chen had already become a supreme figure in the myriad of worlds. His status in the myriad of worlds was similar to the status of the primal chaos godmaster in the primal chaos divine world. Both were respected and supported. First of all, I will arrange for deities above the divine king realm in each of the 10,000 worlds. There will be a few of them in each world, maybe even dozens of them. They will be the informants to pass on messages. Naturally, they will also be able to participate in the battle at crucial moments to protect the people. Most of these people would be selected by Long Chen from his god kingdom. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single battle. In the god kingdom, the real divine dragons had endured for too long. Now, they were finally going to descend upon the 10,000 worlds. These divine dragons were led by the 15 dragon emperors. They were all real supreme divine dragons. Especially after cultivating in the Tower of Time, their progress was rapid. After so many years, even the 15 dragon emperors, Yongling Qing, and the others were rapidly approaching the ultimate god realm. Some of them had even become ultimate gods. This was the new strength of the 10,000 worlds. Long Chen spent a few days quickly making arrangements so that every expert he sent to the 10,000 worlds would have several ways to directly communicate with Long Chen and the 4 rulers. As for the person handling messages in the center of the Death Reign, Long Chen asked Li Xuanji to do this for 2 reasons. First, she and Long Chen were connected. As long as she knew something, Long Chen would know it instantly and react accordingly. Second, Li Xuanji was pregnant. Her child was growing up. If Li Xuanji were to participate in the battle, it would be more dangerous. Li Xuanji was also very rational. She knew that Long Chen would definitely protect her. Your mission is equally important. I'm especially worried that the primordial giant demons will scatter and attack several worlds. When that happens, you'll need to arrange the troops and balance the situation. As for me, the 4 juggernauts and the others, we can only be the greatest weapons. I understand. Li Xuanji still had this sense of propriety. In the Death Reign, they began to arrange the troops. At the same time, Long Chen also communicated with the Chaos Realm and received some help. Once the Chaos Realm was safe, Long Chen could ask for help from the Chaos Realm at any time if he lacked manpower. Li Xuanji's task was indeed arduous. After all, there were 10,000 worlds. She had to ensure that each world suffered the least damage, so that all the experts could freely move to other worlds. But the primeval troll might not have the ability to move to such a degree. Everything was arranged by the 4 rulers and the 15 dragon emperors. After the arrangements were made, there was not much for Long Chen to do. He had already opened all the Death Reign dragon gates and left a portion of the experts in the Death Reign to provide support at any time. These experts were actually led by the 15 dragon emperors and belonged to the mystical dragon tribe. The mystical dragon tribe finally had the chance to meet the primeval troll that was born from them. This was a blood feud. Every 10 days or so, Long Chen would reinforce the Death Reign dragon gates. It was actually very simple. If he used the Death Reign dragon gates to move between 10,000 worlds, with his speed, it would not take him more than an hour. Everything was progressing. Everyone was filled with boundless fighting spirit, waiting for the arrival of the primeval troll. In everyone's hearts, with Long Chen as the center of the battle, they also had a tenacious fighting spirit and the determination to win. To fight to the death. Before the storm arrived, Long Chen had already completed all the arrangements he could. He used the Death Rain Dragon Gates to come to the Flower Fairy world. This world that had been damaged even more greatly aroused his anger. My mission is to prevent the tragedy of the Flower Fairy world from happening again. Now, the entire Flower Fairy world was already recovering with the help of the experts of the other worlds. But the destroyed world could not reappear, and the slaughtered Flower Fairy tribe could not be revived. Long Chen hovered in the air above the Flower Fairy world, looking at the once beautiful flower that now seemed to have withered. There were many remnant souls and vengeful spirits that surrounded the entire world, turning it from a paradise into a living hell. Long Chen could feel the pain in the hearts of each and every one of these vengeful spirits. They are not willing to leave. They want revenge, but to the primeval troll, their strength is too low. When the eternal phantom demon had descended, most of the Flower Fairy race had been killed by a single flap of its wings. Their souls had been destroyed, and their bodies had been devoured. Therefore, most of the remnant souls of the dead had remained here. Because of their hatred, because of their anger, their ghosts lingered. They would forever surround the Flower Fairy tribe. Long Chen sympathized with them. He walked in the air above the Flower Fairy tribe, and saw the angry gazes around him. They glared angrily in the direction of the eternal phantom demon, roaring angrily. Some cried, some roared, and some moved restlessly. Every Flower Fairy tribe was different. Everyone had their own story and loved ones. But they had all perished. That kind of pain was not something that Long Chen was willing to bear. Is there any way for me to save them? How can we be tormented for all eternity? Long Chen closed his eyes. When he had this desire in his heart, a green flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him. At the core of the green flame was a small ball condensed from 14 different colors. It was like life and fire. Chapter 3204. 14 Elements, plus the Emerald Flame. The flame was life force, and Long Chen saw an almost complete life. Burning. Exuberant. Under the illumination of the flame, Long Chen saw the souls below. They also saw the flame, their eyes full of hope and desire stimulating Long Chen. If I can bring them back to life. Long Chen suddenly had this thought. Seems like it. Resurrection. He had the law of resurrection in the law of life, but he could only use it on one person at a time. At most, he could only save one person. Of course, from the beginning to the end, his resurrection was only used on fiend gods. I can definitely expand the power of resurrection and expand the range. This thought was a kind of stimulation, spurring Long Chen to walk in this direction. Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a huge possibility. Looking at all these living beings, Long Chen fell silent. This is definitely another rule. It's not just resurrection. You can't use resurrection techniques to think about these things. If he could realize it, he would definitely be able to transcend and resurrect the dead. The new, more powerful law of life. The Tai Chi life form's deeper understanding. If he could reach the level of the eternal vortex and the dead spirit blood rune, he would definitely be even more powerful. But there was no use in being anxious. Even though there were less than 20 days left until the date Primeval Troll had mentioned, Long Chen was still calm enough. He sat cross-legged in the void of the Flower Fairy realm, using the emerald flame in his heart to communicate with the billions of souls. He believed that this way, he would be able to come into contact with the true meaning of life. As long as the souls were not destroyed, life was not dead. Even the slightest remnant of a soul could be reborn. Lingxi and Mose had been reborn in this way. Of course, they all had certain conditions. For example, Lingxi relied on the strange 9 heavens immortal fruit from the draconic right continent. What Long Chen wanted to do was use a law to give birth to billions of 9 heavens immortal fruits for the sake of these billions of lives. He would reforge their bodies, perfect their remnant souls, and be reborn. Time passed. The myriad realms were deathly silent before the calamity. Long Chen calmly communicated with the billions of remnant souls, listening to their voices. Each soul spoke of their current desires, recounting their lives, and roaring the anger in their hearts. I don't want to die, I want to see a bigger world. I once hurt my sister, I want to apologize and repent, but there's no chance. Most of the time, they cried bitterly. During these days, Long Chen had heard countless voices. The cries, complaints, curses, and roars of billions of dead souls converged into a majestic song that reverberated in Long Chen's ears and revolved around that green flame. Millions upon millions of voices gathered together. Their common will was that they didn't want to die. They wanted to be reborn and fulfill their dreams. Long Chen listened to each and every one of their voices and gathered them together to form a song that was sometimes quiet and sorrowful, sometimes majestic and grand, like a powerful army. As the song circled around, it fused with the green flame in Long Chen's heart and made the flame truly come to life. The will of hundreds of millions of people crashed into it. Thus, a qualitative change occurred. The flame in his heart was expanding endlessly, transforming into millions upon millions of divine songs, majestic and boundless. The flame and the music actually fused together. This was something Long Chen had never imagined. I have to thank them. It was their anger and hatred that allowed me to possess the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. It was their common will to live that allowed me to feel this rule so deeply. That brand new rule had basically taken shape in Long Chen's heart. It came from the Life Dao Seal. As long as Long Chen understood the essence of the rule, the legacy of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon would allow him to become more familiar with the rule. That was why Long Chen had been able to comprehend it so quickly. It had a lot to do with the legacy of the Life Dao Seal. Success. The joy in Long Chen's heart became the final note of the flame song. Its name is the Life Echo Song. Long Chen could imagine, and he could guarantee, that the Life Echo Song was definitely on the same level as the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. It was the sublimation of the flame of life, the sublimation of resurrection. It would replace the flame of life, and it would have an even stronger regenerative effect. It would also respond to the desire of the hundreds of millions of people. It would burn together, allowing them to be reborn and return to the world they longed for. Long Chen had already done that. When he opened his eyes, the green flame that contained the other 14 colors had already surrounded the entire Flower Fairy realm. To the Flower Fairy realm, this was an incredible flame. A flower in the infinite realms had finally become a flame. Within the flame, not only were the souls of the dead, but also the power of life. It was so strong that the destroyed continent was still in the process of rebirth. It was like a time reversal that had swept through the entire world. But it was even more magnificent than the time reversal. This huge flame danced like a musical note. It was as if all the souls of the dead could hear the moving music. It was this music, this flame, that allowed them to be reborn one by one. This was unintentionally a call from the heavens. It was not without reason that Long Chen could become the supreme deity in the hearts of all the living beings in the infinite realms. Now, all the deities in the infinite realms had gathered together. In the hearts of all living beings, they had formed an entire system of gods and demons. Among them, Long Chen stood above all living beings. He was the true supreme deity. He was above the 4 rulers. In the entire infinite realms, he was a legend. Especially now, his flame of life, the melody of life, had turned into a dancing flame and swept through the Flower Fairy realm. This once beautiful flower had now returned to the world. It's the God Ancestor. The God Ancestor has descended. The God Ancestor has brought me back to life. In the movement of life, all the souls of the dead who had condensed their bodies in the flame could vaguely see Long Chen. Now, the people of the infinite realms had given Long Chen a new title. Of course, this was something that Long Chen could not refuse. In the eyes of mortals, ordinary deities were just titles. There were Divine Emperor, Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Master. Above the ordinary Divine Master were the 4 rulers. As for the God Ancestor, it meant the ancestor of the gods. He was the leader of the gods, the supreme of the infinite realms. Hence, people called Long Chen the God Ancestor. Even in closed worlds, such as the Spirit Essence Star Sea, the entire infinite realms knew that a disaster had befallen the infinite realms. The deities led by the God Ancestor were fighting against the disaster. The melody of life was reviving every dead soul. Of course, if they died without leaving a trace, and even their remnant souls were devoured, Long Chen could do nothing about it. The range and power of the soul-circling melody of life depended on Long Chen's strength. For example, Long Chen could revive billions of lives, but the higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be for a god fiend to revive. Long Chen was overjoyed. The people of the Flower Fairy realm had given the infinite realms a good fortune. This was because the melody of life would inevitably play an unparalleled role in the battle of the infinite realms. Even most of the people who had died because of the brutal destruction of the primeval troll could be revived. There is always a way out. This was Long Chen's biggest emotion at the moment. He also realized that this was karma. The evil fruit planted by the primeval troll bore fruit for them, and good for Long Chen. The melody of life swept out. Countless dead souls condensed into embryos, and then rapidly grew, restoring everything that once belonged to them. It was equivalent to each person having a 9 heavens immortal fruit. As for their souls, they grew in the music and recovered from the fragmented souls to their complete selves. Not only were they reborn, but they were reborn. A miracle. One could only use the word miracle to describe this change in the flower fairy world. When Long Chen withdrew the flames of the resurrection song of life, a miracle was born. The flower celestial world once again glowed with a new luster. Those dead souls were all reborn in this miracle, returning to their world as they wished. Even Long Chen was shocked by such a grand occasion. This is the power of the ancestral dragon's rule. The eternal vortex, the dead spirit blood rune, the melody of life, all rely on a single rule, and are comparable to existences that have fused with my rules. As expected of the ancestral dragon who created the dragon sacrificial continent and ruled the infinite realms, beautiful flowers were reborn. Long Chen's heart relaxed quite a bit. Of course, the 4 imperial lords were also aware of what was happening. Actually, everyone was paying close attention to what was happening. Now that Long Chen had succeeded, all of the gods and devils began to cheer. Thank you, God Ancestor. Death was like a nightmare. In this nightmare, every dead soul had felt as though they had come into contact with Long Chen. It was their voices that had converged into the melody of life. Now, Long Chen was incomparably dazzling in the starry sky. Even though they could not see Long Chen, the flower fairy tribe still appeared and knelt on the ground, sincerely thanking and worshipping Long Chen. Faith. Long Chen could feel the speed of the divine palace in his body increasing at an alarming rate. Countless flower fairy tribe members had formed a kind of faith in him. With their will of all living beings, Long Chen had even more faith and support. Such a situation gave Long Chen greater confidence in the future. Even though the primeval troll was about to descend, the sky-devouring tribe that had once destroyed the dragon sacrificial continent was gradually emerging, and the ultimate war of the infinite realms was about to erupt. Long Chen still had a monstrous fighting spirit. Calm down. He returned to the Tower of Time to familiarize himself and experience the higher profundities of the melody of life. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of his realm, he needed to strive for greater improvements in his rule. The dead spirit blood rune and the melody of life were already very fast, but Long Chen needed more. On this day, on the ancestral star, Emperor Sky Heart, Ghost Chi's subordinate, contacted Long Chen directly. Long Chen, there are many primeval troll descending on the ancestral star. There are 100,000 of them. Save us. Long Chen's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 3205. It took Long Chen only a moment to travel from the Tower of Time to the Death World's core, then find the door to the ancestral star. I've killed the primordial progenitor and Ghost 7 is cultivating in the Tower of Time. Now, the ancestral star is only supported by the Sky Heart Emperor. The Sky Heart Emperor is only a primordial divine venerable in such a huge primordial incipient world. Now that the ancestral star was independent of the myriad worlds and had no experts guarding it, it was one of the things that Long Chen was most worried about. Hence, the Sky Heart Emperor was constantly on guard. There were still 15 days until the primeval troll descended. Long Chen already felt that the primeval troll might not be on time, and sure enough, they had already marched into the ancestral star before then. Fortunately, the myriad worlds bridge was completed, and they could reach the ancestral star instantly. When Long Chen received the news, Li Xuanji received it as well. She went into battle mode and began preparing for backup for Long Chen. After all, it was 100,000 primeval troll. They were at least god-demon realm, or even stronger. How many experts were there, and whether it would be the primeval troll coming out in full force, was still unknown. The reaction of the myriad worlds was quick, and the 4 rulers were in position in no time. They're despicable. They snuck into the ancestral star and the 9 companion stars in human form and started killing at the same time. Although we noticed it, we couldn't react in time. What's their strength? They're all god-demon realm and above. Most are demon monarchs and demon kings, and there are many demon emperors and demon lords. The strongest is probably a perfect realm demon lord. I saw it just now, but I don't know where it's hiding. The Sky Heart Emperor quickly reported the situation. 100,000 primeval troll. Xueqi, pay attention to the myriad world's movements, and prevent them from creating a diversion. I'll deal with the ancestral star. From the Sky Heart Emperor's words, the primeval troll was probably not all of the primeval troll's forces in the ancestral star. It could only be considered as a team that they were confident in destroying the ancestral star. If the progenitor was still here, they could fight to the death. But now that the progenitor was not here, and the battlefield was still on the ancestral star, there were naturally many casualties. In a short period of time, Long Chen appeared on the ancestral star. In an instant, the scene that he saw was a scene of chaos. Countless noises, roars, and collisions of battle swept across the entire place, filling the entire place. At the same time, blood-curdling screams could be heard. Countless souls were being born at every moment. The other party had taken human form and infiltrated their world, launching attacks at the same time. Even though it was only for an instant, it was still impossible to defend against. Moreover, there were too many of them, and all of them targeted mortals. In many places, it would take a certain amount of time for deities to arrive. On the ancestral planet, the quality of mortals was very high, and there were many reincarnation tribulations. Long Chen could see that there were at least 50,000 primeval troll on the homeworld. They were spread out, each of them destroying an area. There had never been so many primeval troll in front of Long Chen. Every one of them was wrapped in bloodlines, and their eyes were the color of blood. They were filled with killing intent as they devoured and killed to their heart's content like desperados. Even if it was only for a short moment, they had killed many. Brothers and sisters, the time for revenge is almost here. Seeing so many primeval troll, Long Chen's eyes turned red. These were all evil creatures born from the bodies of mystical dragons, and they were a disgrace to Long Chen and the rest. At that moment, he opened his god kingdom. 15 dragon emperors led all the true mystical dragons out from Long Chen's god kingdom. 6 of them led their teams to stay on the ancestral star, while the other 9 dragon emperors quickly headed to other companion planets. It was too strenuous for Long Chen to deal with so many primeval troll alone. It would be difficult to kill all of them in a short period of time. This was war, and it was not Long Chen's business. He had moved the 9 companion stars and sent the teams led by each dragon emperor to the 9 companion stars to assist in the battle. Adding the power of the ancestral star itself, the combined power of the ancestral star was now twice that of the enemy. A warrior needed to be tested in battle. The countless mystical dragon armies had been lying dormant in Long Chen's god kingdom for too long. Now that they finally had the chance, they would definitely slaughter them. Otherwise, how would they deal with stronger enemies in the future? This was the mystical dragon army that belonged directly to Long Chen. Charge! It was time for revenge. The mystical dragon armies marched majestically into the 9 companion planets and the ancestral star. The primeval troll who were fighting with the gods and demons on the ancestral star looked up and saw the mystical dragons in the sky. The primeval troll had been silent for too long, and perhaps they had forgotten what it was that had appeared. Rumble! In an instant, the war broke out. The dragons, the giant demons, and the cursed tribe began to fight on the battlefield. Li Xuanji was mobilizing a certain amount of support in the infinite worlds. Actually, on the battlefield, the moment Long Chen arrived, he had already gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before he killed his opponents. Hence, Li Xuanji did not dare to mobilize too many troops. What he needed to be more wary of was this side. In the God Kingdom, the mystical dragons who had held back their strength displayed their unparalleled effectiveness. They were like the nemesis of the primeval troll as they suppressed their opponents in all aspects. Of course, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, and Long Chen were also helping. As long as there was a primordial realm ultimate god caught by them, they would be able to kill them. They were the real leaders of the battle. In Long Chen's eyes, the others would attack the demon lords, demon kings, and demon emperors. It was a good opportunity to train them. His targets were the ultimate gods and the great perfection realm demon venerable that the Heavenly Heart Emperor saw. He was the leader. He could not escape Long Chen's eyes. This time, I must enter the demonic dragon ancient tomb. That was his real goal. Now that the divine dragon clan and the cursed tribe had the situation under control, the primeval troll fell one by one in the battle no matter how cruel and angry they were. Their bodies were destroyed. However, if not for Long Chen's arrival, the ancestral planet would have suffered heavy casualties, and the ones being crushed would be the ancestral planet. When the other party was considering making a move, they probably did not consider that Long Chen would arrive at the ancestral planet at such a fast speed. That was why they ended up like this. Such a huge battle was the beginning of the battle. Life Resurrection Mantra. In an instant, a sea of emerald green flames with dancing flames engulfed the ancestral planet and the 9 companion planets. Long Chen had used his own strength and the Origin Dragon Palace to the limit to achieve such a result. The primeval troll was destroyed while the Divine Dragon Clan and the Cursed Tribe were reborn and formed a new fighting force. With the rapid addition of the Divine Dragons and the Mortals on the ancestral planet, the casualties this time were far less than the Spirit Essence Star Sea and the Flower Fairy Domain. Xiaolang, you will control the situation here. Try to make sure that none of the primeval troll escape. Those above the demon venerable level could open the demonic dragon tomb and leave, but it was difficult to control them. However, with Mo Xiaolang's current strength, as long as he caught up, they would not be able to escape. All right. With him controlling the situation, there was nothing to lose. The battle on the ancestral planet ended just as quickly as it started. In the blink of an eye, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 primeval troll were left, and they were still dying. The entire ancestral planet and the 9 companion planets were now enveloped by Long Chen's life resurrection mantra. Looking at the endless sea of flames, the primeval troll only wanted to escape. Where do you think you're going? Lingxi used the space law, and in an instant, she and Long Chen arrived in front of the primeval troll. In Long Chen's vision, there was a skinny middle-aged man. He was the leader of the primeval troll's operation, and also the great perfection demon venerable that the Sky Heart Emperor saw. What Long Chen saw was the second character among the primeval troll that was equivalent to the eternal phantom demon. Seeing Long Chen and Lingxi appear, the primeval troll did not say a word. In an instant, he transformed into a giant beast that was comparable to a companion planet in front of Long Chen. This giant beast was covered in green dragon scales, and the most eye-catching part was its pair of wings. It was simply huge, and countless storms instantly condensed on it. Scram! The storm erupted. This was the rule of the primeval troll. Rebirth / Before this storm could erupt, Long Chen broke it apart with a single sword strike. That sword chi pierced into the body of the primeval troll, instantly ripping out a huge bloody wound. Crushing! This primeval troll was named Storm Shadow Devil. He naturally recognized Long Chen. Long Chen easily injured him with a single move. Consider yourself powerful. The Storm Shadow Devil only said these 4 words before turning to flee. In front of him, the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb descended once more, and he was about to rush in. Honestly speaking, Long Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Silence Incantation. Lingxi suddenly appeared beside the Storm Shadow Devil. Even Long Chen couldn't match up to Lingxi's speed in such a short period of time. Moreover, she also had the Immemorial Incantation. Under the effect of the Silence Incantation, no matter how fast the Storm Shadow Devil was, he still couldn't enter the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. Lingxi was using her full strength. The Storm Shadow Devil didn't even have the time to speak. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Long Chen had already made his preparations. He had long wanted to enter the Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb to take a look, so he cooperated with Lingxi. From the very beginning, Lingxi had been preparing the Silence Incantation, and at this moment, her attack succeeded. After succeeding, Lingxi returned to the Death World. Be careful. Don't worry. Now that the situation in the ancestral star had stabilized, the primeval troll had all been killed, and not a single one had survived. Long Chen headed towards the open Devil Dragon Ancient Tomb. Passing by the Storm Shadow Devil, Long Chen imprinted a blood talisman on it. Goodbye. This was the Death Spirit Blood Talisman. In the past, the eternal phantom demon had died within it. However, no matter how afraid he was, the Storm Shadow Devil did not change in the slightest. He could only watch as the Death Spirit Blood Talisman imprinted itself on his head, and then, death descended. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman could only lead to death. Chapter 3206. The Death Spirit Blood Talisman gradually seeped into the Storm Shadow Demon's body, and the irreversible power of death entered the storm shadow demon's body. Now, the top laws of slaughter had condensed the death, hatred, and will of many living beings. It was as if hundreds of millions of living beings were wielding divine weapons as they rushed into the storm shadow demon's body. Even if each living being only destroyed a single particle of the storm shadow demon's body, the hundreds of millions of deaths would be able to kill it in a very short period of time. No, no. The storm shadow demon's final wish did not have any effect. He could only watch as Long Chen replaced him and entered the demonic dragon tomb. At the same time, the primeval troll suffered a crushing defeat in the ancestral star. Under the joint attack of the divine dragon clan and the ancestral star-cursed race, the primeval troll were annihilated one by one. Very few of them could escape. Ugh! At the last moment, the storm shadow demon did not even have the chance to spread the news of the battle and Long Chen entering the demonic dragon tomb. He was directly annihilated in the starry sky. After the storm shadow demon died, the door of the demonic dragon tomb closed automatically. On the ancestral star, under Mo Xiaolong's attack, the primeval troll who were above the demon venerable level had either died or escaped. The rest of the primeval troll who could not open the demonic dragon tomb were all killed while escaping. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed. Now that all the powerhouses had come out, even if the primeval troll transformed into a human and hid, they might not be able to escape the pursuit of the myriad worlds. No matter how one looked at it, this battle was a complete victory for the infinite realms. It could be considered as giving the primeval troll a show of strength. The victory in the first battle was indeed a piece of good news for the entire myriad worlds. Especially with the sweep of Long Chen's soul melody, the losses in this battle could be said to be very low. After the battle, the ancestral star was basically unscathed. Thank you. Seeing this scene, Ghost 7, who was still cultivating in the Tower of Time, could not help but feel moved. At the same time, she was also working hard to advance in the direction of the Ancestor Realm. The four rulers and Mo Xiaolang all knew that Long Chen had entered the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. They gathered once again in the Death World and did not disturb Long Chen. Instead, they waited for Long Chen's news. Everyone. Soon, Long Chen appeared in the Death Rain. I have already arrived at the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In that Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, I can also open the Death Realm Dragon Gate and return here. From now on, as long as I establish many Death Realm Dragon Gates in the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, we can enter the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb at any time. Amazing. The miracles of the life and death realms, the time tunnel, and so on caused the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to sigh in admiration. I'll go to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb first to investigate. I'll have to trouble everyone to keep an eye on this place. From now on, we can't relax even for a moment. We understand. In this way, Long Chen could rest assured and return to the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. In reality, Long Chen had only just arrived at the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. Before he could clearly see the world here, he had already activated the Death Realm Dragon Gate and returned. When he returned, he quickly changed his location, left behind a few more Death Realm Dragon Gates, and then did something extremely important. Myriad Devil Shadow. With the laws of change, he transformed into a primeval troll. Only by integrating into this place would they be able to move freely and find out more information. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one emerge victorious in every battle. The moment Long Chen entered this place, it meant that not only could the primordial great demons invade the myriad worlds, Long Chen and the others could also march into the Devil Dragon's ancient tomb. The primeval troll in his heart was naturally Era Demon. Moreover, he could more easily use and imitate the laws of time that the Era Demon was proficient in. Therefore, transforming into an Era Demon was what Long Chen was most confident about. In this Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, it belonged to the primeval troll's territory. Presumably, he would appear in the form of a primeval troll, so Long Chen directly transformed into an illusory Era Demon. That illusory and ferocious body appeared in this pitch-black Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. It was simply lifelike, whether it was the appearance or the interior, or even the details, it was no different from the Era Demon. If he transformed into another primeval troll, Long Chen wouldn't have much confidence. With the divine body of the Era Demon, Long Chen relaxed and carefully observed this hidden world. Although he had imagined it before, he was still a little shocked to see it with his own eyes. The Dragon Devil's ancient tomb was actually not complicated. This was indeed a world similar to the life and death realms. It was boundless, and all he could see now were black mountains, rugged and uneven. Some of them soared into the sky, as sinister as the claws of the primeval troll, spanning hundreds of millions of miles, like the backbone of the primeval troll. In the sky, there were endless black clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, all sorts of blood-colored symbols flickered, and ghost faces appeared one after another. Looking down from the clouds, one could see that between the black mountains of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, there were also blood-colored rivers that crisscrossed endlessly, like a blood net that covered this endless world. The cold wind roared and swept over, sweeping up the black sand and dust that filled the sky. It was as if a giant demon was sweeping between heaven and earth, whistling and attacking one's body. If it continued for a long time, it would cause a faint stabbing pain. The black clouds in the sky churned, and black raindrops mixed with the color of blood fell from the sky. The entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb seemed to be raining cats and dogs at all times. In any case, what Long Chen saw at this moment was that the entire world was in the middle of a torrential rain. The black raindrops were as heavy as steel, and when they landed on the ground, they could create large craters, while the blood-colored raindrops gathered in the blood-colored river and flowed away. Within the clouds, there were also electric snakes roaring and rolling. Those electric snakes also had the appearance of a primeval troll, somewhat similar to the slender body of the demon Hua. This was a world of death, brutality, and malevolence. Those who pursued beauty would always have fluctuations and fear in their hearts when they came to this world, especially when the endless torrential rain poured down on their bodies like steel. As far as the eye could see, there was something else that deeply attracted Long Chen's attention. It could even be said that whether it was the torrential rain or the mountains, they were not the focus of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. This was the focus of the Dragon Devil's ancient tomb. It was the entire Dragon Devil's ancient tomb, the endless black ellipsoidal things. If nothing unexpected happened, these should all be a type of egg, the eggs of the primeval troll. Every egg had a different pattern, indicating that it was a different type. However, every single one of them had a terrifying aura. The big ones surpassed Long Chen's current body, and the small ones were only the size of a thumb. However, without exception, on every egg, there was a layer of light membrane, and on top of it, there were blood-colored symbols that were like clouds in the sky. They were constantly changing, and like shackles, they wrapped around the giant egg. This should be the seal that the sky-devouring clan gave to the primeval troll. It's like a fence that traps a pack of wolves. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with these giant eggs. Most of the giant eggs were still sealed here, but Long Chen saw that a small portion of them, about a few hundred or so giant eggs, were broken. This meant that the sealed primeval troll had already appeared from within. Back then, the group of primeval troll that the Era Demon brought should be the first batch to break out of the giant egg. However, it was certain that the vast majority of the primeval troll were still sealed. What Long Chen saw now was not even 1,000th of the entire giant egg, or even a 10,000th of it. Also, behind every giant egg, there would be a pitch-black stone tablet. According to the size of the giant egg, the size of the stone tablet was also different. Basically, its height was the same as the giant egg. On this stone tablet, blood-colored symbols circulated, competing with the light membrane on the giant egg to shine. It should also have a suppressive effect. In addition, on the stone tablet, Long Chen saw some carvings. Exploding Flame Demon, Greenwood Demon, Empyrean Winged Sea Demon, Star King Demon, Supreme Life Demon. It was like the tombstone of the primeval troll, with their names engraved on it. No wonder this place was called the Dragon Demon Ancient Tomb. In fact, this was the goal of the primeval troll. It was just that now, the primeval troll had a chance to break out of the tomb. There are so many of them. If I start destroying now, how many primeval troll can I destroy? This thought appeared in Long Chen's mind. If he could kill them all before they woke up, that would be great. However, he also realized, the Sky-Devouring clan has set a seal on them. If I were to destroy it, first of all, the effort needed to destroy a giant egg would probably be greater than killing a giant demon. Secondly, such a change might also attract the attention of the Sky-Devouring clan. After all, the awakening of the three great ancestor fiends and my destruction are fundamentally different. Thinking of this, Long Chen temporarily put away this thought. His biggest goal in coming here was to obtain information about the war. After putting away this thought, he flapped his illusory wings and flew above the countless giant eggs. In different locations, he left behind many Death Realm Dragon Gates, so that it would be convenient for him to return and return. As expected, they are in a deep sleep. Long Chen landed and stopped in front of a giant egg. He looked at the patterns on the giant egg and felt a little shocked. These were the creatures created by the divine dragons devoured by the giant divine beasts. They originally had an important mission, but they were sealed and had to go through the torment of time for an epoch. It was no wonder that the Era Sky Demon hated the Sky Devouring clan. I wonder how many of the primeval troll know the truth about the Sky Devouring clan. Do all of them know, or only some of the higher-ups know? This question he had to test it out to find out. Long Chen turned in front of the giant eggs. Among them, he even met a Demon King Realm primeval troll. When he saw Long Chen, he immediately retreated far away to show his respect to Long Chen. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.